this guy is telling this story, not now. He's telling this story in the 70s and 80s. It's like almost black and white, but it's like color, but like you can tell it's from the 70s.
It's Technicolor.
It's Technicolor, whatever. Yeah. And he's like saying, hey, listen, the moon landing was... This guy's saying, hey, I know the moon landing is fake. I'm the driver who drove the white sand from this beach that created this white sand and the rocks and these big boulders and put them in this huge... used to be a airplane hangar, and they painted the inside of the hangar all black and dropped all. I dropped all the sand there. You see that, and I go to the local market. I go over and buy a thing of water or whatever, and I'm in line. We're gonna pay cash with my water, and every single person that's in line, 6-7 people, all have an EBT card. Every single one.
Yeah.
Every single one, and I'm not mad at them, but then I walk outside and they're driving brand new cars.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, okay, like not saying that something is flawed. No,
something's broken within the system.
Not saying that they don't deserve to be able to drive a car, but like you want to get to the highest level and closest you can. Like this microphone right here is Jesus. What does it take for me to get right there and hold that hand? And do I pray every single day? Because is it fair that I prayed every single day and did everything I had to do and I don't get to hold his hand, but the person who just went to church on holidays and whatever, he gets to sit next to you the same way as I do.
Right.
It's in Jesus' eyes, everybody's holding the hands all together, and I have a big old arm, and everyone comes in here.
Thanks for coming back to check out another amazingly awesome episode of the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast. As always, the discussion for today is really, really good. But first, don't forget to like, share, and leave reviews for this podcast from wherever you happen to be listening from. Let me know if you or someone you know wants to be a guest on the show. And if you want to reach me for any reason, the email address is whycan'twetalkaboutThat@proton.me. Thanks. My guest today is Chris Huckabey, a Santa Maria business owner who operates a small engine repair shop providing service and repairs on lawnmowers, chainsaws, blowers, and tractors. He and his wife April, who was featured in episode 45 of this season, have 5 boys ranging in age from 16 to 24. Chris is an avid gym goer, enjoys hunting with his boys, and date night Fridays. If you need any small engines repaired, make sure to go and see him at Santa Maria Valley Small Engine Repair. Chris is extremely funny, so you will hear lots of laughing in this episode. I had a blast hanging out with him. Enjoy the conversation. Oh, I said
I'll do the best. I told my wife, I said I'm gonna do the best I can. Every time April goes on anything or does an event and all the things, I said, hey, don't embarrass the family. and you know, she's the beautiful one, the one out there doing all the big time things. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm her backup, and I go, hey, don't embarrass the family. You know. And I said to the kids too. Yeah. You know, like when any of the boys, you know, we have a blended family, so any of the boys that go in there, I go, hey, don't and I say, so don't embarrass the family. You know, it's like, come on, just
don't bring down the family name. You know,
just do the best you can. All right, represent a little bit. All right, don't embarrass us.
That's awesome.
You know, good stories are made for embarrassing people. And,
I guess. You know,
it's real life situations. You know.
Yeah.
Some people need a monitor. Yeah. I'm on the bubble.
Okay. Nice.
Not today though, but you know, in real life. You know, I mean, as you can see, my shirt.
Yeah.
You know,
I like that. I like that.
So that's it.
Good stuff, man.
At my business, you know, you get people coming there, and you know, a lot of people think that I'm a veteran, and I'm not, and it's one of the one things that I did not do, and I wish I did, but during the time of me, I graduated in 1993. Okay. By the time, 9/11 happened, I was married. I had a child on the way. Mm-hmm. I was 26 years old. Not saying I couldn't serve, but that duration between 1993 and 2000, nothing was going on. They weren't recruiting. They weren't doing anything. Right. You know, and it was, and it's not my, but if you come to my shop, you see I have a flag in the front. Right. You see I have a flag in the back of the shop, and I have patriotic, and a lot of my friends are vets. My father was a vet. April's father was a vet. You know,
Okay.
they both were in Vietnam at
crazy.
similar times,
Isn't that weird?
and they both passed away from Agent Orange.
Oh, dang.
You know, they both were in this general area of a base in Laos, and her dad was security services,
Okay.
and my dad picked up special platoons in the river on a PT boat.
Okay.
After they bombed napalm, they go there and pick people up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He died from lung issues, and my dad died from kidney issues. But being that said, and April's sister is 23 years vet. We have a nephew, so you know everyone thinks I'm a vet. So when we come here, we start talking. And he's like, "Hey, thank you for serving," and I think and I appreciate it, and up until just last week, I had a beard. Until I went to Doc Holliday look. And April's not happy with that.
She likes the beard.
Oh, she wants to.
See, my wife doesn't like the beard, dude.
My
I
wife,
can't grow
she's
it.
like, the beard? You
Okay.
cut the beard or cut my hair? And I said, well, listen, you're talking crazy. you're talking crazy right now. You're crazy talk right now, okay? So, but people come in, we start having conversations, and they'll be right in my cash out area and just going full-fledged political or how they feel about things. It's like I have this window, and it's like, give me all everything you have on your back, because I'll listen.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to collect $72 for a service on a chainsaw. And next thing you know, I'm there for 15 minutes with this guy. And but that's how you build relationships.
Yeah.
The guy knows I'm gonna take care of him, and he trusted me, and we're like-minded, and so
that's
on
good,
and so
man.
forth. So,
that's good. Do you ever wonder, going back to your dad and her dad, like they were in the same area at the same time? Do you ever wonder, like, if they crossed paths at some point? Like, even if it was just like
he was
walking?
Air Force, my dad was Navy.
Okay.
And so, he protected the planes, and my dad wasn't near the planes, But
you never know. Like, there could have been some fluke thing where they walked past each other or something.
It's crazier than that, because both their name was Phil.
Oh, dude.
I was like,
that's nuts.
And so when we met, it's like, we met years before we started dating, but when we started, we met, and through Facebook. It's the beginning of COVID. Life is crazy. Yeah. And I just got this alert saying friend request accepted from April, and I messaged her back. Just a bored Tuesday night. I go, hey, thanks for accepting my friend request from like 3 years ago. And she's like, what do you whatever. She's like, I didn't know. She's like. She was going through like a biopsy. She's like, I'm just going through things, and I'm just bored at home.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, we're chatting and do all these things, and
wow.
And shortly after that, my father passed away. Her father passed away in 2014.
Okay.
And like days after that, and she's like, yeah, I didn't kind of hear from you, whatever. I said, well, I wasn't going to try and like ruin our. It wasn't time for me to say, hey, my
right.
Like woe's me, and my father passed away.
Sure.
And it wasn't like that. And I told her later, like a week or longer later, like, hey, my dad passed away. And then we got in talking, and it's like, oh my god, we had this crazy connection.
Wow.
And that's how our bond like really
awesome.
cemented right there.
Yeah.
That, and I couldn't take her out anywhere, so I pulled out. I said, hey, listen, I can't take you out to dinner.
Yeah.
But this is what I can do. We both like whiskey. You want to have a whiskey date in my driveway?
Oh, she told me that. That's right.
And I said, I pulled out two lawn chairs that had a little thing of ice right there. I said, Redneck Riviera, and we. She said, you got 20 minutes. I locked her in for 45.
Nice.
I got her for 45 minutes, and I said, I got
that's
her.
Awesome.
I got her, and so that was the beginning of me and my amazing wife's.
See, that's like a story that you see in like a movie.
100%.
Like a old like John Cusack 80s movie or something.
I'm holding.
Anything.
I'm holding it up there. I'm holding it up there high. I'm holding it up there high.
That's so cool, man. I love hearing that kind of stuff. Because it's like we all have our stories of how we met our spouses and stuff, and sometimes it's like crazy stuff. Sometimes it's like, it's normal.
I mean, to all out there listening, I've never seen a man go ahead and cattle up cats over there.
Yeah, are you a cat guy at all? Or no,
I'm not opposed to cats. I grew up with cats and stuff like that. April can't have it; she'll die. So
she's allergic.
Oh, big time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she like no the cats and dog hair.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. She was over here for a good 4 hours.
I mean,
I hope she didn't go home and like have to like.
No. She probably like took her allergy medicine when she got home and was good to go. But yeah, she's
okay.
She and she don't. She barely wanted to have our dog, but we got the. You know what?
Oh, she's not even really a dog person.
Well, she's a dog person, but it's like the dog has to be hypoallergenic. We got a mini golden doodle.
Oh, okay.
And so like she's just the sweetest thing in the world. Like, you know, and once again, you know, I conned her into getting a dog, but it's actually it became her decision, not mine.
Right.
You know, like we do this huge pig roast in our community.
With the apple in the mouth, the whole deal?
Oh, no. Way more extravagant than that.
Okay.
Oh, we're talking on a home-built hydraulic rotisserie, a 350-pounder.
Wow.
We invite 200-plus people that come to our community.
This is in your neighborhood?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
It's in my old neighborhood on Village Drive, so right down the street.
Oh, okay.
And so we go over there, and we do it from... Up until recently, we went from... We handled the pig 100%. From capturing it, you know, purchasing the pig to getting the pig ready for a feast, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it was alive when we got it, and it was unalived when we got it. And so we handled everything by hand.
You slaughter it yourself and all that.
We slaughtered it off. And every year we have like a person who had to do the slaughtering. Okay. But we do this.
Do you guys fight over that? Does everybody want to do that?
No. As we got older, we decided, hey, we don't need to do all this work. You know. We'll pay the $150 for the guy just to do the handle.
Oh, okay.
But there's only 5 of us, and so, you know, you handle it by you shoot it with a 22 in the head to stun it, and then you grab a knife and you handle the situation. And we'll leave it at that. We don't have to go into details. Yeah. But that's the way it was. And then we undress it and do what we gotta do, and then put it on ice. And the next day we cook it. Okay. And it's like that. And then
it doesn't get any fresher than that, man.
It doesn't. And we slow cook it, and we invite everybody in the community. They bring a side dish. That's all we ask. And we pay for all the drinks and alcohol and water. We have a band. We have a musician there.
Wow, dude!
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And you just invite your whole neighborhood, or what?
Anybody.
Do you like advertise it across town or anything? Or you just
what we do is we tell our initial people.
Okay.
Everybody, hey, what day is the pig roast? What day is the pig roast? You know. Yeah. Everybody asks.
Okay.
And we have T-shirts made. We're 8th annual. We have it's everything. You know.
Yeah.
And so we do this big feast, and people bring a side dish and all this stuff like that.
Dude, that's so cool.
And so one year, the year that we purchased the shop that I have, we were talking. I said, hey, you know, it'd be cool because I was working the shop by myself. I'll be working there by myself. I said, hey, it'd be cool if I had like a little shop dog. You know, and she's like, well, I need to have this, and that. I said, well, you know, whatever works for you is fine. Well, next thing you know, she's sitting amongst her girlfriends at the night before the pig roast is going to happen. Yeah. And I see her like scrolling. She's like, what do you think about this dog? And I said, oh, that dog's cute. I go, and she's like, this. I go, what you been up to, girl? I go, what are you up to? She's like, I like these two. I said, you like these two? And she goes, I go, who are these people? What is this? Who are you talking to?
It seemed like out of left field because she didn't want a dog before, right?
She goes, I've been talking to him for 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
I said, this is Tom and this is Peaches. And I said, oh my gosh. And so next thing you know, I go, Peaches is adorable. And we went to Harbor Freight to pick up some parts for a new trailer I bought, and I was putting a winch on and welding and all this stuff like that. And she's like, we bought Peaches. And next thing you know, she's like, I go, we got Peaches, you know? Here we go. Next thing you know, we have a dog.
That's awesome.
And Peaches has her own Instagram. It's
wow.
Peaches the shop dog.
That's hardcore right there, man.
She don't mess around.
Does she hang out at work with you?
Every day. Oh, she goes every single day.
Oh,
she works every single day.
That's
and
awesome.
She greets every customer.
Dude, see?
And then goes and like lays down in her spot, and she'll grab her toy and go bring it to the people.
Yeah.
And just go and give them loves.
Yeah.
And
that adds to the personableness of your business, to where people come in and they want to talk to you.
She got Christmas cards more than I did. And I'm not talking about April. I'm talking about the dog.
That's so awesome.
She got treats and she got Christmas cards, a blanket.
Oh,
you know,
man.
People who love her. Love her. You know, they come and sometimes April come and pick her up early, and the people come and they're like, I really don't care about my piece of equipment you fixed. But where's Peaches?
Yeah.
Where's Peaches?
That's so awesome.
So that's how we went from the cat to like that's how we got Peaches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, man. That's really cool.
It is.
I love it.
Yeah, she's the best. She is the best.
Okay.
My kids are in the stages of my 2 boys. You know, me and April have a blended family, but my 2 boys I was a single dad for many, many years. I take it back. Not a single dad. Me and their mom split up when they were 3 years and 3 months old. So
shared custody kind of thing.
Shared custody, and I had the boys all the time. And
Okay.
so the boys were in football, wrestling, baseball every single year of their life until the high school. You know? So we were gone all the time. And so my dog passed away. Mm-hmm. I said I can't get a dog right now.
Yeah.
And so, but then the opportunity came, and I snatched it. You know, and so that's what we did. So you know. Play your cards right, you might get lucky.
Yeah.
Play your cards right. Peaches is a mini golden doodle. She's 27 pounds.
Yeah, I bet.
No, she's 27 pounds.
Oh, okay.
She's a mini golden doodle.
Oh, okay.
So the mom was 56 pounds and the dad was 8. So he liked those bigger girls. He liked bigger girls.
That's some Mix-a-Lot kind of stuff right there, man.
Yeah. That's it. Great time. She got back.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's so funny. I always think like to see like, I mean, it's a weird thought, but you think like, what is the mating between the two dogs that are that big?
You know, at first I'm thinking, God, that guy worked hard. Mm-hmm. Like he's working hard to do what he got to do. But then I'm thinking like it's probably artificial insemination.
Probably.
You know, because you're talking about a toy poodle. It was 8 pounds.
Yeah.
And a 56-pound golden retriever.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like trying to crossbreed like a Mastiff and a Chihuahua or something.
Pretty close. Pretty close. So they have to do some artificial insemination. I'm assuming. Yeah.
Wow, man, that's too funny. Cool. If you had to choose one genre of music that would be your favorite all time, what would you pick?
You know, I thought about this while we were driving. Okay. We were driving down to. I went to a funeral yesterday, unfortunately, for a really good friend of mine. But and we could talk about through the spirituality portion about that.
Okay.
We were driving down, and like it was like 93 KZOZ. It was 93.3. All 80s music.
Oh, nice.
You know? And so, you know, in the 80s, I was 10, 15 years old. You know, and so like here's Lionel Richie. Hello, you know he's up there, and I'm like, I know every single word of that song.
Yeah.
You know, and then like all these songs come up, but I never would have ran out and bought that track. I never would have bought it.
Yeah.
But I know every single song.
Okay.
You think about this, like, hey,
sure.
I do love me some Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the most underrated duo of all time.
How many hits did they have, man?
All of them.
Yeah, you hear all these songs, you're like, I didn't even know that was them. I didn't even know that was them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, whoa, here she comes. My wife's a man-eater.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's how I got pooped up. And so it's just like that. But for me, it's going to have to be R&B, and country. And I say it that R&B because like I grew up in Long Beach in the 80s, okay, nice. And so I didn't move up here until 1989. So I grew up, I grew up in Long Beach, and like where if you got a piece of cardboard and a piece of linoleum, we were acting like we could break dance on the corner. We're trying to make a couple bucks. Mm-hmm. You know, we had a Run DMC.
Nice.
You know, Rock the Bells. You know?
Dude.
And so, like, we were Run DMC. I love me some Run DMC. And if your older cousin was cool enough to get you an NWA tape, and you hit it from mom and dad.
Yeah, which mine was. He was cool enough to get it.
So me too. Me too. Yeah, and I, you know, and like my dad heard that, he's like, rap is nothing but crap, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, and so like. Probably until my earlier years, 8, 10, you know, that was probably R&B and hip hop a little bit, you know, those zipper pants. Yeah. You know, you can't do a knee spin with a zipper on it, but you did it anyways.
That's right, dude.
Because they'll rip you up.
Yes.
It will rip you up. So, and so, you know, and
struggles our kids will never know.
Zero. There's zero. And then if you rip them, you broke down and cried. Yeah. You know, and I didn't have real money. You know, my parents didn't have real money. I got the Pro Wings, you know.
Nice.
I had Pro Wings, you know. Yeah. And so, but then like when I was in high school, like junior, senior, the country scene came real hard, and also we moved out to the country.
Okay.
And like not even a neighbor.
Yeah.
Like on Corbett Canyon. Like we
that's
had
awesome.
No neighbor. Like I'm like, Mom, where we at? I don't even see a car driving by.
Dude,
and
that's so cool.
You become country real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I'm out there working on, you know, we did everything and that there. So here is the early '90s, you know, and all the players, you know, and but before that, when I was a child, there was Waylon Jennings, there were all Charlie Daniels, and I'm like, I'm gonna play the fiddle.
Yeah, yeah.
And stuff like that. And so
Did you learn?
No, because that was for nerds. Like if right now, I would have been the coolest guy ever.
Yeah,
I would have been the coolest guy ever. So I tell, and so like, and then I was like thinking like I didn't just like regular country. I mean, I love me some Terry Clark. Terry Clark was amazing, and she was hot. And and I'm like, I mean, all the things. And so all the things, and so. So I was, and to the point of country music, like, got me so bad. You remember when the grad was open?
Oh yeah,
man. I
used to go all the time.
I was a Thursday, I was a Wednesday, Saturday grad guy. And I'm talking like, and we didn't know how to dance.
Yeah.
But what we knew how to do was, I can win a tight fitting jean contest at Romer's over here.
Oh, there you go.
And what I got was $30 gift certificate, and I bought country line dancing tapes, VHS.
Really?
And I'm out there doing the tush push. I'm out there just getting with it, all the things. Awesome. And so me and my friends are out in our front living room learning how to dance, because the first week we didn't know nothing.
Yeah.
And we're like, what? What is it going? I go, oh God, look at even that guy can dance to the girl. Yeah, I go, we gotta learn how to dance, dude. And
so, dude, that reminds me of like Napoleon Dynamite.
100%.
Where he gets the tape and he goes and learns how to do the dance from the tape.
It was phenomenal. And then I got confidence enough to go to early enough to do the dance lessons they did there, because and the thing is, I was a good dancer. Like, I mean, I could pop, lock, and drop it if I had to. I get with it. My mom and dad were solid gold dancers, regulars on the show.
Really?
So I knew how to swing dance. I knew how to couples dance. Okay. But I want to learn how to line dance, because that's how you were become a good dancer. What I like to call a phenomenal dancer.
Okay.
And so.
Did you ever achieve that status?
I did, because the ladies always wanted to dance with me or near me.
Yeah. Okay.
Breaking a sweat with a towel. You had your bandana wiping your face because you have this.
Your James Brown sweat towel.
Oh, you're sweating like profusively. It's 1,000 degrees in there. There's 300 people in there.
Yeah.
So it goes back to the question, like, for sure, my first memory of music that I enjoyed. Yeah. Not that I heard, because my dad listened to Bob Dylan and all that stuff like that. And everything, Clarence Clearwater, everything from the 60s to 70s. Yeah. The Bee Gees were always rocking in the house. Okay. And stuff like that. And my mom was young in the 80s. My mom had me when she was 17. So in the 80s, she was still in her 20s. Yeah. And so, like, next thing you know, she's walking like an Egyptian with all her girlfriends in like leotards and doing jazzercise, to the point to where, like, hey, we're gonna do we're gonna practice, and we're gonna get on a team for the 1984 Super Bowl halftime show for jazzercise. Wow. And they made it. They were out there. They were out there. The bunch of these moms out there doing a Jane Fonda workout, just with these ridiculous things all up in the
on the halftime show.
Yeah, it's off the side. Like you. Oh, okay. They were there. They were there.
Were they televised?
It was televised, but it wasn't like they weren't like, look at all these jazzercise dancers. They were looking to the performers. Yeah. Like, they were jazzercising during this song. It was ridiculous.
That's so awesome. And that was your mom that was on there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then your mom and dad were on. You said
they would do song. They were so when you went to. At West Covina, you go to the studios and stuff like that, and you get in. It's kind of like, you go to that place in New York. Oh, goodness sakes.
The Radio City Music Hall? Or
the big... they had a big dance place over there, and all the stars with their 58th Street... What was it called again? Goodness sakes.
I don't know.
Anyways, you go in there, you go and they say, hey, we want to see you dance. And if we don't like you, you're out. And then the next two people in line,
right,
can stay in there.
Yeah.
Okay. If we like what you're doing, you can come back. Yeah. And my parents, they were there for like 3 to 6 months. I'm like, and Mom and Dad were gone every weekend. I'm like, I mean, who knows what they're doing? What illicit situation they had going on there, Yeah. It's the 80s, and we had a housekeeper and all that stuff like that, and that's the way. That's what it was. They were gone. They picked up in a limo. Like, all their friends would get up in a limo and drive over there and be doing their thing. And so, like, my mom and dad, they'd have music playing all the time, and in the house. And so,
but when your dad was playing like the kind of classic rock, the Bob Dylan, the Creed and stuff, did you like it, or was it just kind of like, it's just what Dad likes?
I didn't mind it because my dad would sing it, and I'm like thinking, God, my dad knows all the songs.
Yeah.
He's kind of cool. My dad's kind of cool. He knows all the songs. I'm like, geez Louise. And like Bob Dylan has this like one song. It's kind of like he's like it's like a rhyming song, and it's almost like a rap. He's like, this is the first white rapper. That's what he used to say.
Yeah.
He said it all the time.
Oh, is that Subterranean Homesick Blues?
Yeah. Like, and so he would do it like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is kind of a fast song to know.
Yeah, exactly.
How to sing it.
And he would do that. He would sing that all the time.
That's awesome. Okay. But more for you, like it sounds like maybe rap was kind of your first love when it came to music.
It was my first thing. Like my very first. I'll tell you, my very first tape I ever bought.
Okay.
Was Stevie B.
Oh yeah.
I want to be the one, like kissing and hugging. Mm-hmm. And I'm in the shower. I'll be in the shower, and I'd be like, oh, rewind it and play it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not done. I still got 2 more songs.
Yeah. Rewind it and play it again. That's something our kids don't know about.
Rewind it. Yeah. For sure, rewind it.
They don't know what that means.
Yeah. Stevie B was my first tape I bought. And
was it the full cassette or was it the single?
It was a full cassette because I had Spring Love on it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah. And then what's this crazy, like that came out like in 87, 88 around there, like around that time.
Yeah.
But like when you used to go roller skating over here at the roller rink over here, like in the early 90s, it popped back up. Next thing you know, it's like couples only, Spring Love. I'm like, oh yeah, I can skate backwards. Couples only. Let's go.
Who wants to dance with me?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So
okay.
Yeah, that was that for sure.
So I was just talking about this with somebody else, kind of that 90s, late 80s, mid 90s, kind of like R&B soul kind of stuff, like like Bobby Brown and Keith Sweat and like some of that stuff, right? That like nobody makes that kind of music anymore.
Oh, not even
you know
close.
What I mean? Like
it's
even like the soul singers of today, or even what they classify as R&B today, it just doesn't.
Not even close.
That time frame just had such a. That's one of my favorites too, like Jodeci and like all these. It's like, dude, that was the best stuff ever, man.
100%.
Yeah.
You play some Keith Sweat, and if you get to Park.
Yeah, right, dude. That's total like sexy music. Yeah, for sure.
And so Twisted. All those things. It's just.
Yeah.
I want to love you. You just get with the it's like, I do want to love you. I don't even know your last name.
Yeah. But it's on now. For sure.
And so.
Okay, so that sounds like that was more of your first love.
100%. And I had, I moved up here. It's crazy. I moved up here from Long Beach, and I'm like, so our culture in Long Beach, which I love talking about culture when we get to it. But the culture in Long Beach, we were like 4 years ahead of time than here. Okay. And Arroyo Grande. It's like 4 years difference. Like 3 years. Just like I came in there and I'm like, I already had my overalls half unbuttoned. Yeah. And my turtleneck on a hot day, And we're talking 1989.
Yeah.
Loud shirt.
Right.
Stuff like that. I was ahead of the game. And so I had a couple lines on the side, And I had
the Vanilla Ice kind of hairdo.
Just one or two, and then I had a tail for no reason.
A rat tail?
No reason whatsoever.
Oh, there is no reason to ever have one of those, too.
But I had long hair before that.
Oh, okay.
And my mom was just like, just let it flow. And I'm like, no, I gotta let it go.
But you left the rat tail. That was your last little remnant.
And I left the rat tail. It was about this long.
Oh, dude.
Hair. And they thought it was the coolest thing.
Really?
They didn't see none of that around here.
So, okay, does that here? You came here with that?
Yeah.
So I can credit you for bringing that to our town.
No way. No. It was a short time because my wrestling coach said no. Okay. Because he's like pulled on it.
Oh yeah.
I said, that's gone. Could take that off there.
Yeah.
And one time of him ripping on that thing while I wrestled, it was good. So he cut that off and.
Okay. Well, he did you a big favor.
No, I should cut it off. Cut that thing off. Yeah. And plus, it was like ridiculous. You run around, it's all flapping back and forth.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was worse because it was longer or if you had a little stubby one. Like what? I
don't know, dude. They're all bad to me.
They're horrible.
The rat tail and the man bun, I think, are the two worst men's hairstyles I've ever.
I call it a bee biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know the acronym inside there.
Yeah.
So I go. God, look at that bee biscuit.
Yeah, they're terrible.
That's ridiculous. And you're like, you're 55. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, you don't even look like you're in yoga.
If you have long enough hair to do a man bun, just let your hair down.
Just let it go.
That's fine. I have no problem with men with long hair.
Fabio it up.
Exactly.
It up.
Exactly.
If you're not built like Fabio, just let it go.
If you're not built like Fabio, just keep your shirt on. That's all we ask.
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, that's okay. So you graduated. You said 93.
Yeah.
So you're a little bit older. I graduated in 96. So what are you about?
I'm 50.
50. Okay.
Yeah, I turned 51 in April.
Okay. Did you graduate from Rigetti?
No, Roy Grande.
Oh, Roy Grande.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. But 90s R&B was where it was at.
Yeah, dude.
During that era. Right
Yes. That was the the person I was just talking to about it. They're like, I just never could get into that. I'm like, what?
Oh man.
They're like, I think that's the worst. What?
Oh no, it was the best. It was the best.
It's terrible.
I hear it and I stop. And I know every word.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember like a full song in my right now, but if like the Digital Underground.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, the Humpty Dance.
Yeah, dude.
Well, I used to, I'm talking in my 30s.
Mm-hmm.
I lived in Reno.
Yeah.
And they had karaoke bar there. I owned it.
You did Humpty Dance?
And Baby Got Back.
Did you really?
And I shut the club down. Like I had a whole dance routine, and next thing you know,
Anybody get this on video?
Oh, I got video right here.
You do?
Oh yeah.
Of you doing this?
Dude, I had it on my bachelor party. Wife, I'm gonna go ahead and keep this PG.
Yeah.
On my bachelor party.
You don't want to embarrass the family.
Yeah. Before my lovely wife came in life, I didn't mind going to Bill's and sing a couple songs. Little Eddie Rabbit, Driving My Life Away.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
The windshield wipers are slapping at a tempo.
Yeah.
But I shut the club down with Baby Got Back.
Wow, dude.
And they said, hey. And the bartender knew who I was, and the DJ guy goes, "Oh, we got a special guest tonight," and I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." I go, "My voice is a little hoarse."
Yeah.
I don't have a pitch pipe. No. so all the things, all the things like that, but.
You're gonna have to send that to me after you send it to me, and then maybe I'll slap it on the end as a hidden track. On the episode.
I'll send it to you. You surely can. Yeah, I even sing it at our wedding because it was such. All my friends who were there, they didn't never saw that because I stopped done. I mean, at some point in your life, you don't need to go to a bar and sing karaoke. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, enough is enough.
Right.
But. Every now and then you do a special appearance and you please the crowd and the neighbors, and so I did. I did it for the people.
Yeah.
I didn't want to.
You didn't want to, but you had to please your fans.
I had to, and the fans are there and they're willing to pay.
Yeah.
I made a couple bucks. And
there you go.
Kind of wore a snap shirt, and the snap shirt, keeps you honest.
Yeah.
Because you never lose a button and never get in trouble because you put it back together.
That's so awesome. So how old were you when you learned that Humpty Hump and Shock G were the same person? I just learned that after he died.
I knew in the 90s.
Okay, you knew early on.
I had a friend who was like, you have like, we all have nerdy friends. Some are book smart. This guy was into the music type of thing.
Okay.
Now, he never was going to be a DJ. He just found out things. Back then, you just found out things. It wasn't like you read it through the magazines. You read it through, like Word Up magazine. Or like High Times, like all those things like that. They would be in there. It wasn't like you went on the internet and said like, the Digital Underground is the lead singer Shock G. You know.
Yeah, that was before the days of Wikipedia.
Yeah, you just find out information in 2 seconds.
Right.
He told me, like, hey, a Shock G. I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, take off the nose. I'm like, oh, that's him.
Yeah.
That is him. Oh, gosh. Yeah.
But like the vocal was so different too. Like I always thought it was just two different guys, He
went everything, when Sex Packets came out, and he just did it up. Him, I loved him, and I loved
who you like?
Slick Rick.
Oh, Slick Rick. So outside Digital Underground, I was gonna say in Digital Underground, Money B was always my favorite guy.
Oh yeah.
I loved that guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Slick Rick is one of. So I started in rap too. That was my first real love of music, unless you count like Phil Collins and the Cars and the stuff my parents were listening to, which I did appreciate and I still appreciate today. But my first was when rap. I started getting into the clean stuff first, so Run DMC and that kind of thing. And then, older cousin got you the NWA and the Too Short and all that kind of stuff I started getting into. But that was like my first love. And Slick Rick, The Great Adventures of Slick Rick was one of the best albums ever.
One of the best ever.
And it was like, and it was, majority of it was clean until you got to Indian Girl or whatever that song was.
That was rough.
And you're like, oh my gosh, like the rest, it's just, it was such a weird contrast to have pretty much this whole album you could play in front of your mom, and then that one song you're like, oh my gosh, dude, that's like X-rated right there. That's terrible.
Yeah, you just gotta get a hold of Uncle Ricky.
right. Yeah, but yeah, I'm with you, dude. Slick Rick was, I mean, some of those Mona Lisa and what was that? What was that? That love ballad, Teenage Love.
Oh, Teenage Love. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude.
It's rough.
I can still listen to it today, and I'm transported right back to like elementary school or junior high. You know, it's just like, dude, it's like I Need Love by LL Cool J.
Yeah,
same kind of a jam. You know,
it is. Yeah. Those songs will make you LL Cool J, make your head sprung. If you know what I mean, you know, it's just it's crazy that if you really listen to some of the words in the song, you're like, how was that even on the radio?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How was that even on the radio?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you know.
Back then, anyway. Now it'd be like, dude, nobody cares. But
no. Yeah.
Radio play whatever.
Or like My Sharona.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yes. So that's funny, dude. So like my wife, when she turned 40, she wanted to have a 80s themed birthday party, and we did it at the roller skating rink.
Oh, awesome.
So we had a roller skating party. She wanted me to put together a playlist of 80s songs. So, dude, I'm going through all these 80s songs, and I'm listening through them because I'm like, we're gonna have people, we're gonna have young kids there. I don't want to make sure we're not gonna put anything on there that's gonna be like too overly sexual and stuff, right? So there's so many songs that I never really listened to the lyrics to, and then I'm reading through them, going, oh my gosh, this song's totally about sex.
Yep.
I had no idea that this song was about sex.
Girl.
Yes,
it's horrible.
Right,
it's horrible.
And you just pass over it because it's got a good beat and it's got a catchy melody, and you're like, all right,
Next thing you know, dun 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 dun. Like, oh heck yeah,
yeah.
You know, I need a cut off shirt and I need a bandana around my arm.
Right,
I'm good to go.
Right, yeah. It's amazing. But I guess that's how they got away with it back before it was allowed. Like even the Beatles used to do it.
Yeah.
You know, baby, won't you drive my car? You know, it was a total sexual allusion to, you know, because they couldn't, their manager was like, you guys can't talk about sex and you can't use profanity. And I mean, that was like when the Beatles split up. That's why their solos, you listen to like John Lennon's first solo album, he's like dropping F-bombs and all kind of stuff on there. And it's like, I bet they wanted to do that in the Beatles, especially later on in the later Beatles albums, but they just, their manager's like, no, dude, you got to keep the good boy image, you know, we got going here, you know, so you're not allowed to do that. But yeah, it's amazing how you can really, especially as an adult, I guess, with kids, where you're like, while you're talking, I'm gonna show you a picture. Let's see it.
Of my '90s, and so you're gonna have, okay. So you know what? When I find this picture, I'll let.
Yeah, you can text it to me or whatever.
I will. I'll text it, and you will be like, man, for sure. Like it's the whole situation. We're talking. I think I'm wearing an Orlando Magic jacket.
Nice.
And an Orlando Magic, and it probably is summer. You know, it's like for in the sweating.
Was it one of those parkas that we always used to wear back in the day?
No, it was a sports jacket.
Oh, okay.
You know, like a team jacket.
Okay,
yeah.
Wow.
You know, I spent $72 on it. You know, I worked at McDonald's, and so I was making all the cash.
That's right, dude.
And so doing it up like that. Me and my friend Jimmy, we would go cruising up and down Santa Maria all the time. You know, I had this 84 Toyota Tercel, cut the springs, dropped it down.
Nice, dude.
215s in the back because 12s weren't good enough. You know, I had a Punch 45 back there.
So were you part of like kind of the lowrider community back
No,
in the day?
I just was cruising, you know.
Okay.
I was
cruise community, that's what I meant.
I was just cruising. You know, you go Mervin's to Taco Bell, which is right by my shop.
Okay.
So I look over there, I go, oh, he's turning right there.
Yeah.
For years. Yeah, cruising and...
Yeah.
Cruising down Broadway.
Oh yeah.
Literally was like my Friday night.
Okay.
It was until I graduated, or till like my senior year, when I bought my parents bought me a Blazer because I wanted to run it at the beach.
Nice.
And so then it was nothing but the beach. It was beach and the grad all day long, and so. I saw my pictures. I will find it for you. I'll let you get to it.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's like, that's so cool. Yeah, we used to do that. I used to do that with my cousin. Oh my gosh, dude.
Tell me that ain't 90s right there. All day long.
Dude.
That's legit right there, right? Tell me that's not it.
That's awesome, dude.
How's that mustache right
there?
You
know who you look like, dude? You look like You remember that rap group Funk Dubious?
Yes.
That's who you look like. You look like the main rapper from that, or like one of the guys from Cypress Hill or something. That's awesome.
Hey,
that's so funny, man.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, the Charlotte Hornets is what I was wearing.
Oh, okay.
Charlotte Hornets all day long. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was it. That's how that was it. So, like I was a Rodney O and Joe Cooley guy all day long.
Oh yeah.
I was all day long.
Yeah.
I love me some Rodney O and Joe Cooley.
That at the base, right? With that stuff, man. Yeah.
That's what it was for. I love me some Rodney O and Joe Cooley. And there was a whole bunch of other ones AMG.
Oh, dude.
AMG and BWP, which is like B word with problems,
right?
And and we were playing these songs and we're cruising through Pismo, and I'm thinking, man, this is hard.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking like that we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But like all those things, Second to None, High C.
See that whole crew, right? And they were all part of the same thing that kind of DJ Quick put together, and they were all together, dude.
All the time. When DVDs came, when CDs came out, and we were copying tapes or copying CDs onto another CD. We could record it on this little CD copier.
Yeah.
And then we have our portable Walkman on my leg so it wouldn't skip, or your friend would hold it so it wouldn't skip. Because you had the tape deck plugged in right there with the cord in there, and my car was loaded, so it bounced. I'm like, the tape deck would skip, and you're like, geez, it was.
I'm laughing because you're basically describing my own childhood right now.
Yeah,
this was the same thing I used to do all the time too.
It's funny to think like that's how we rolled, and we thought we were cool.
And I get mad at the guy in the passenger seat because he wasn't holding the CD player.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, you let it skip, man.
God, that was the best. Yeah. I was singing to these girls like next to us. It's funny,
dude. How awesome was that Second to None album?
It was so good.
That was DJ Quick was great.
Yeah.
High C, AMG, all those guys were great. But when that Second to None album, I was like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing ever. And then you're looking forward to their second release, and this never happened.
Nothing. No, they got greedy. Everyone thought they were the writer. Like if they would have just, it was so good. But that's what makes them even greater.
Yeah. I guess so. It's a one and done kind of obscure album. But you talk to kids now, they've never heard of that.
No. I have it on my playlist. Like when I work out, I'm like, they're all up on there. Yeah. And so I love that.
Oh, dude. Yeah, it was so good. Yeah, that Life of a Player song was always my jam. So good. But yeah, DJ Quick was the one that got me into all that to begin with, because I remember his first album was just fire too. It's like, dude, this is. Of course, you could never play it around your parents, but
no. But you were that jerk kid that was in the drive-thru just blowing it up over. Yeah, I'll take 2 cheeseburgers. The 39 cents today, right?
Yeah,
the 39 cents. Okay, we got. Okay, I'll take 10. I'll take 10 39-cent cheeseburgers.
Yeah. And smash them all together like one big one.
I had 4 friends. I had 5 people in a car that only held 4. It's like, and I had speakers behind that. So the 2 guys in the back that had the speakers in their ear, they're just like, they're not. No one can see you. I have 10 windows in the back.
Yeah.
No one can see you. You got 2 15s in the back in the hatchback area.
Yeah.
They're like looking out the window thinking they can see people, but you can, but they can't see you.
Yeah.
So you're not talking to nobody.
Right. Dude,
you're just taking up space.
That's so awesome. So let's go back. So we'll do the rap too, but first, before we leave like the soul R&B stuff, give me some of your favorites. Of course, some of your favorite singers and stuff during that time period.
Yeah. So for sure it was like Stevie B was like big time with me. I love me some Jodeci.
Yeah.
I liked I liked Boys to Men and all the East Coast factor with that,
Oh, Boys to Men, ABC, BBD.
Yeah. Like I love them. I love them all. And then like.
Well, a lot of them came out in New Edition.
Like Crisscross.
Oh yeah.
Alicia.
Yeah. That was ABC.
Yeah.
That was another bad creation.
Another bad creation.
Yeah.
So it's I would say for sure, like the R&B, like the slow jam stuff all day long. Is gonna be,
dude.
Key Sweat. It's gonna be even Bobby Brown because she's my tenderoni.
Oh, dude,
all day long.
Oh yeah, that album, that Don't Be Cruel album was phenomenal.
It was great, and so
or Ralph Tresvant's first album was phenomenal.
Yeah, so for sure, those were like the ones. Like if I was gonna go and hang out with a girl with my door open, I'd be, that's how she lived,
Because your parents made you?
No, her parents. My parents. Remember, my parents were go dancers.
Oh, that's right.
They were like, just don't bother us.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like,
you go ahead and lock the door. That's totally fine.
Just shut the door. Yeah. And so. That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh, dude, so good. That as soon as I'm done with this, I'm probably gonna go listen to that stuff now because I love that.
I inspired you.
Oh, dude, so good. So what about some of your favorite rappers and stuff from around that time?
Yeah,
because would you say that the soul R&B kind of morphed you into the rap?
They're all on the same station.
Sure.
They're all on the same station.
Okay.
And they're all on the same mixtape.
Yeah.
And so when you start playing. Like they weren't my favorite group or anything like that, but I love Lighter Shade of Brown.
Oh yeah,
they're
local, aren't they? Weren't they from somewhere close by?
Yeah, they were, and they only had a couple songs, and you see like their video to where like they're like dancing. That dancer's like super tired because they only have the same 4 moves.
Yeah.
You ever see the video they did of them?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they're like I don't know.
If Sunday afternoon or whatever, right?
Yeah. And so, but like for sure the rappers are gonna be during that time. It's gonna be ones that I enjoyed. Were gonna be like LL Cool J for sure.
Yeah.
There's gonna be it's crazy. They were kind of fake and not fake, but I love CNC Music Factory.
Oh yeah. That's dance music right there, dude.
Because that's what I wanted to do. Not that I was a dancer, but like. You wanted to feel the things like that, but like if I was at home and like no one's around, I'm playing me some Too Short.
Yeah.
Like
that's the good stuff.
Like you play like Michelle. You know what you did well. And so I knew all the words like that, and then or even you like songs like the songs you always remember were the worst songs you could ever play, like Sally.
Yeah.
So it's like those would be like on my plate, like you can only put like 10 songs on a CD or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I would always have LL Cool J, a Run DMC song. I would have for sure a Key Sweat song on there.
Yeah.
But what but then you always have like that number one, like you always like you get it back on there because you maybe didn't hit every single lyric right.
Yeah.
And that for me was always gonna be like a Digital Underground. Like I wanted to or even you remember Twista?
Yeah.
His words are so like ironic and like they were backwards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like it was before Busta Rhymes. Twista was before Busta Rhymes.
Right.
And so like in that and they do all these funky words and like come back around and I would practice. I never got it. He'd be like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I'm like, how do you even spell that?
Yeah.
Like, and it would intrigue me. And I'm like, rewind. I rewinded so much that like I kept on playing it and like wore out the CD.
Yeah.
Like the laser wore out the CD.
Is he the guy that was in Fushnikins?
Yep.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
okay.
He did one album.
Yeah.
And it didn't do well.
Yeah.
But the songs he did with the Fushnikins and a couple of songs he did, solo songs he did, were amazing.
Yeah, he's fast.
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. What was that song? Was it a song that had Shaquille O'Neal in it?
Yes.
What's up, Doc? Can we rock?
Yeah.
Remember that song? And he comes in, he's like, I'm like, oh my God, is he actually saying something? And then you look it up, sure enough, he's saying something.
He's saying crazy words, And so I guess that's what it'd be like,
Yeah.
And so those things, those songs like that. But
yeah.
I mean, if I had like to pick a song and I just wanted to like sing down the road right now, I would, and I felt good about it. I'd be playing me some Stevie B, Spring Love.
Nice, dude.
I just feel window down like I did today. spring love, come back to me. You know, like that. And I just had that.
Now, when you do that, though, what does April think when you do that?
She smiles. She loves it.
She likes it.
My wife.
Serenade her. She's like,
I did. She's like, don't stop. Yeah. Oh, she, because. You know, as outgoing as she is, like with the things she does with the political party, the things she does with the school board, her neurofighter standing up talking in front of hundreds and hundreds of people. Yeah, she's not one that's gonna just break out and like do a jam like I would. Right. Like I'll embarrass you in public. Baby.
So it's refreshing for her to have when you do.
She's
that.
Like, I don't have to be the center of attention.
There you go.
I got you, girl.
Nice.
I got you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I got you.
So that helps you guys fit together. You guys fit together well.
Oh, she's the best.
Yeah.
She'll never ever. She's just like, you're ridiculous. Yeah. Like you're ridiculous, and I love it. Yeah. Like, you know, and don't ever change.
That's awesome.
You know, like that's the best thing, and she knows what she's into. Like I was at a funeral yesterday, and I'm like, we were at the Knights of Columbus and stuff like that. You got to be on your best behavior, and I wanted to tell a story, and I the real story is so much funnier if you use all the real words. Yeah. So you had to dub it down, and but it was. I go, hey babe, I'm not going to go on Ryan's podcast today. I'm not going to use no bad words. She's like, I know. I'm proud of you from yesterday. She's like, well, leave some money on the table for me, okay?
Really show me that you appreciate it. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, Lighter Shade of Brown played at my junior high. They came to Lakeview and they played at a dance.
Oh, really?
They did like 3 songs and then they left. But it was really cool. And we were like, oh man, because that was like right when on a Sunday afternoon it just come out. We all loved the song and it was like, what? We have like a celebrity, like a group's gonna actually come up and perform. It was really cool. That's one of my memories of Lakeview. But
yeah, Lighter Shade of Brown.
Yeah, good stuff. Do you remember real quick, just because I resonate with this one the most? I know you mentioned a lot of them, but like Run DMC. That was one of the earliest ones for me that really got me into that. Do you remember like what was your first? Do you remember the first song you heard?
Oh, Peter Piper.
Okay, me too.
Peter Piper picked the pack.
Yes, off the Raising Hell album, because that was like that, and that to me I still think that's their best album.
Yeah, oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Peter Piper was one of the best. I'm like, oh God, I can sing that song. You know, and every single time that comes on, I'm like, can the headphones go up any louder right now? You know, I really want to hear it.
That's so cool.
It is great. You know,
somewhere out there is a cassette tape of me and my cousin Danny doing that song, like rapping it. And we used to do Run DMC song. It's funny because my name's Ryan and there's Run, right? Yeah. And his name was Danny McFarland, so he was DMC.
Oh, jeez.
So we were like, oh, dude, this is totally. And so I would do the Run parts and he would do the DMC parts, and like it's like we get a Big Peppers.
Just on that topic, it's funny. Yeah. When we grew up, I lived in Long Beach in the 80s. At the Huntington Mall, they did like music videos at the mall, and you paid big money, like $200 or $300, to do like a kaleidoscope type of thing.
Yeah, I remember this.
Lip sync. Well, me and my brother did the Beastie Boys Want to Fight for Your Rights.
Nice.
Yeah. And
Classic.
So my mom still has this VHS. She's trying to convert it to digital so we can get it. But I was like, I'm wearing like a Kansas City hat. I got my pig pants rolled over like this.
Yep.
I have some Converse on. I have like my dad a shirt on like that, and I had big old Oakleys.
Nice.
And we're lip singing to Fight for Your Right to Party. Like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and like it's like it's going in and out. It's like dragging us in and out like a total '80s like video you put on.
This is you and your brother, you said?
Yeah, me and my brother.
So how did you do? Did you both rap all the parts then?
No, we because
there's 3 rappers in the Beastie Boys.
We took turns and like stuff like that.
Okay.
We kind of did get a look. Listen, it's not like we're gonna do a video right now. What do you got, Beastie Boys? Oh, we'll go ahead and do that. We don't know practicing. We went in cold.
Really?
We went in cold.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's so funny.
Is he younger than you or older than you?
He's older than I am.
Okay.
Yeah, he's older than I am. Yeah.
How many siblings do you have?
Those 5 in my family.
Wow.
We had a blended family too. My mom had me when she was 17, and she was married to who we'll call my sperm donor at the time.
Okay.
And so then she met the man who I call my father.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, and he had 2 kids of his own.
Okay.
Okay, this is the 70s, so it's not very often that a man gets custody of the children.
No.
So just think about the situation.
Yeah.
And then they got married and they had 2 kids of their own. So I have I got a brother half a stepbrother and stepsister, and two what would you call legally two halves, but we're all family.
Okay.
You know, we're all family.
But are you the only full biological from your sperm donor and your mom?
I'm the lone survivor out there. I'm the lone survivor. I even like you know, like in the 70s or early 80s, you could just go down and just like change your name. Like, well, just change his name is no longer Larson. It's Huckabee now.
Okay.
And you know, and go like that. Well,
and you were pretty young when that happened, anyway.
I didn't know it, but when I got a job at McDonald's, I'm like, I need my Social Security card, and I'm like, listen, my brother and sister have a different mom. Like, something's going on here,
right?
And I was, you know, and so my mom, we move up here, and I got a job at McDonald's on Grand Avenue in Roy Grande.
Okay.
I was 14, and my mom's upstairs, full-fledged, typing over my Social Security card to change my last name.
Oh, no way.
Oh, full-fledged, like if I didn't know.
That's so awesome.
So she's like, your last name is Huckabee. I'm like, okay. What? Shit,
I don't think that's illegal to change a legal government document, is it? I mean,
they took it. It's crazy. They took it. They took it. I got a job. You know, I can only work the playground until I was 15.
Yeah.
So you only work the playground making $4.15 an hour.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, which comes to like the 9/11 happened, the Patriot Act came through, and all of a sudden I had to go redo my license, and they said, hey, now you have to have your birth certificate and your Social Security card because we're going to start like really slapping down on this over here.
Yeah.
Well, my birth certificate didn't match my Social Security card. So I had to get an adult adoption at 33 years old. And
dang, dude.
Yeah. And so I got like a legal adult adoption. And
when you were 33?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And so, so my father's in the courtroom, my sisters are there, and they do it all that. And we're at family court in Reno. We lived in Reno at the time. And they're like, the judge is like, hey, usually I'm coming here where I got families fighting over everything. And he's like, today, he's like, basically asked my dad, hey, is this your son? He's like, always has, and always will be.
Yeah.
You know? And so, that's the first time I ever seen him cry. Because, you know, he was emotional. Like, he's like, oh, this is really my son now.
Right.
And, you know, I always was. I took his last name. My last name is Huckabee. It always will be, always has been.
Yeah.
My wife's name is that. I mean, I carry his name and legacy with me.
How old were you said, when he came into your life?
I was 2.5, 3 years old.
Yeah, see, that's...
It's 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
No, and so, you know, at 33, I got adult adoption, and that's how, and that's how that all came about.
Okay.
And so it's crazy.
Yeah.
How like politics and the world could change in an instant with that.
Right.
You know, like I didn't have to do none of that, and all of a sudden I couldn't get a driver's license unless I went and got adult adoption.
Yeah.
You know, and like, you know, that was crazy.
Right.
I almost didn't get a license.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
So crazy. And it really, because if your Social Security card would have stayed what it would have matched your birth certificate, right? Because I assume you had Larson on your birth certificate. That's why. But your social said Huckabee. So like, wait a minute, this is weird.
So like she already changed my last name to a new because you could change your last name because hey, I got married or whatever.
Sure.
You don't even have. It's crazy. You know, we're talking like in the 80s. You didn't have to go. You just go to Social Security and say, my last name now is Huckabee. And just fill out the document, it's Huckabee. You didn't have to show nothing.
Yeah.
What did I have to show that I was Larson to Huckabee?
Yeah.
Nothing. You just filled it out. I'm his mom. His last name is Huckabee now.
Yeah.
Like, no paperwork.
That's why I almost wonder how many problems there are, like what you had to deal with when you were 33 because of that.
Yeah.
Because it was so lenient back in the day that people are just changing whatever, and now you get later on as the rules get harsher and more strict. It's like, wait, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You know, in fact, I'm surprised that they didn't call your mom out and be like, wait a minute, it looks like you typed over the...
So she didn't have... So that's she only used that for... So it was crazy. She only used that to get the job.
Oh.
And then went to the Social Security and said, I lost it.
Oh, and got a new one.
And got a new one.
With the real name on it.
With the real name on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But there was no adoption or nothing like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
It's like, I don't even know how they legally changed my name.
Right.
Yeah, and even the judge is like, your son's name was Huckabee. He's like, okay.
Well, it's funny because like I work at the library. I mentioned I work at Ricky's. That's my second job. My first job is at the library, and we do passports over there. And I'm one of the passport agents, and you see some really interesting things on the birth certificate sometimes.
Yeah. Is it is it even with all that, is it still tight enough with all the problems we have in the world? Is it tight? Not that it has to be, because it does affect a lot of people that it's tight, but it's like, but it does affect other people when it's not tight, like it goes crazy with all, not with just like the fraud. We're not just saying the fraud, but like, my shop, I'm over off of McElhaney and Broadway, which is right by Candyman Collision, Alice Stereo, Alvin School.
Yeah.
My shop is right there.
Okay.
And so, I'm 70% Hispanic, 80% Hispanic. They come over, not just in the neighborhood, but my customers,
sure.
lawn and garden, it just happens to be like that,
Yeah.
And so, which is, they come in there and, it's, how hard is it for them to be legit, or are they legit or not legit?
Right.
And it doesn't really.
That's not something you need to worry about, though, right?
It's nothing that I need to really worry about. But what what is crazy is like on a business aspect, I pay a special tax in Santa Maria.
Okay.
And it's 2% of my overall tax. So whatever my city tax is, I pay additional 2% on top of that.
For what reason?
Low-income housing, immigrant homes, and medical.
Okay.
So I got to write a separate check that's a secondary tax. They have a special tax for Santa Maria for that, for homeless.
For business owners in Santa Maria?
Yep, only in Santa Maria, not Santa Barbara County, Santa Maria. Only.
Okay, so Orchid's exempt from that.
Yeah, Orchid's exempt from that, but my business is over there. I have
Sure.
So it's like that, and so when you see that, and I go to the local market, I go over and buy a thing of water or whatever, and I'm in line. We're gonna pay cash with my water, and every single person that's in line, 6-7 people, all have an EBT card. Every single one.
Yeah.
Every single one, and I'm not mad at them. But then I walk outside and they're driving brand new cars.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, okay, like, not saying that something is flawed. Now,
something's broken within the system.
Not saying that they don't deserve to be able to drive a car, but like.
But that's a disconnect. You shouldn't be driving a Mercedes if you can't afford groceries.
And we're talking like, and another customer came in. A customer comes to my shop all the time, but a customer came in, and like, and my Spanish is marginal, but I have a great translator. You can put an earpiece in. I can, we can talk like that. I get by real well, like that. And
technology is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it helps me out a lot, So and I love my Hispanic community, but it's crazy. Sometimes a guy comes in, he doesn't not a word of English. Even has a little Aztecan dialect, which is even harder to use.
Oh yeah.
And so he pulls in. He has like a new 2025 Toyota. TRD Tacoma, $50,000-$60,000 truck.
Right.
He comes in, he has this morning, he's asking, like, hey, how much? He's like, oh, that's too much. What about a discount? He's working me over right here.
Yeah. His
wife rolls in a Tundra, paper plate, like a $70,000 truck.
Fresh off the lot. He's like, can you do it for this? I said, no. Yeah. I'm like, I can't. I go. My rent here is crazy. Right.
I got to be able to pay my employee. Yeah. My son works for me, one of my sons, and so it's like to see.
But what if they would have pulled up in like a Pinto with 3 wheels, and it was just like, would you have gave them the discount?
What? I do stuff like that for free.
You'd be more likely to help out in that.
I do stuff. I see some of the people that come in there, like a lot. If you came in my shop and you're looking for just one thing, and I'll just give it to you.
Okay.
I hand out more at any, for owning a small engine repair shop. It's not a business you make a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
But at my shop, Santa Maria Valley Small Engine, plug, over there, 916 North Broadway.
Yeah, plug behind, it up, dude. I hope you get business from this.
Right behind Candyman Collision and Alice Stereo. They when people come in all the time, I'll look at your machine and be like, yeah, it's worth repair, not repair. Anywhere else, they're like, yeah, you want to drop that $50 deposit, you pay that right now. You don't get it back.
Right.
And if you don't repair it, we'll look and see what it is, and we'll say, hey, this is what it costs, or we'll take to repair this.
Yeah.
And they just give it back to you in a box. They don't even put it back together.
Wow.
And they do that. They do that at the other place. Everything else up and down the whole Central Coast. It's only me and another place in Santa Maria.
Yeah.
And It's $50 deposit. I don't ask for a deposit ever. And so, when they came out with, were you familiar with the AB 1346, the gas powered band for small engines?
It sounds familiar, but I didn't really look
into it.
So
in 2023,
it didn't really affect me. So,
which is crazy. It did and didn't.
Okay.
The way so AB 1346 is a gas powered band for machines up to 25 horsepower and 45 to 50 cc's. Okay, 40 cc's. They basically said California is no longer to be able to have those sold in California. You can use them in this is 2023. So 2024, you just sold what you had. They're saying we're going all green initiative. Everything's gonna be battery powered. That's why you go to Lowe's and Home Depot, all the string trimmers were gone. It was just all it was just battery powered stuff.
Okay.
And so
because of that new ruling.
Yes, and so the way it worked is in 2022, during the heart of COVID, a couple assembly members and of California, they do this through a lot of things. They sought after an opportunity of not having the public eye. We can shove this through. It was one of the fastest voted upon initiatives in California. They did it they initiated it and brought it to the table in April, and in October it was signed and ready to go. And so it was
somebody was serious about it, huh?
Well, they're like, hey, we're going to do this, and so on and so forth. Well, long story short is all the manufacturers who made the stuff suffered. You basically, it's for the EPA, the CARB compliance, the Air Resource Board. They're like, hey, if you can't meet compliance on here, we just we have a standard, you can do it, but California's like, we're not going to allow any of that.
Yeah.
They were going totally green. Yeah. And when they did that, they lost billions and billions of dollars through all the manufacturers, which would be Steel, Echo, Briggs & Stratton, everybody that makes a riding motor, push motor, everything like that, completely went away.
Wow.
And what they had was what they had.
Yeah.
And so OPE, which is outdoor power equipment, and Steel and Echo, they bounded together and started fighting against this because we're like, hey, you can't go anywhere in our agricultural area and run a battery piece of equipment to do an acre of land.
Yeah.
Not when it costs that piece of equipment costs you $400 or $500 and a battery costs you $399 and they last 15 minutes. You're not going to make it through your day. You're going to spend $2,000 in batteries to finish this job.
Yeah. All to save the environment, supposedly.
Even worse. So I spoke at City Hall. I confronted Greg Hart at the talk to Assemblyman. I went up there and he's like, "Oh, I just stand behind Salute Carver Hall and a Green Initiative deal and this and that." And it's like, he's like, and I didn't vote on it. I wasn't here. So his point is, I wasn't here, so it's not my problem.
It's passing the buck.
Yeah, I go, but the issue is you're hurting our local community, our Hispanic community, our lawn and garden guys.
Yeah.
Who can't buy a mower to mow the lawn. Yeah. And so now only people who are going to come in here who can afford a mower, like if a mower is broken, they can't, it's like, say it just wore out. I can't fix it because it's just so wore out. Yeah. And they can't go and buy a new one. So now just big companies are going to come in here and just going to wipe out everybody that's in here. Brightview, Elite Services, all these big companies who are already coming from LA and swooping up and down the Central Coast. Yeah. Taking up everything. And they come in there and they just are dominating, like doing all the big contracts, like the hotels and stuff like that. Yeah. But what the Air Resource Board or the EPA never approved the waiver for California. California just sent it through and said it is what it is. We'll play our thing. Well, California lost, and they brought it all back.
Oh, good.
But people, the manufacturers, like Echo's back, but the manufacturers for like riding mowers, push mowers, and stuff like that. Yeah. They're like, we're not making nothing yet because we don't know how it's going to change. Right. And so like even now you can't buy a riding mower. Yeah. But it's hard. Like people have to mow. Yeah. And if you want to buy a battery powered one, it's $10,000. We used to buy one for a gas powered one for $1,800. Right. And so, we're busy with that. But
so, do you think the effects are still happening because of that?
They're less now because we can pretty much buy. I can buy anything through Echo that is handheld equipment. But riding Toro has some push mowers, but they used to be like $300-400. They're $800 now. They're just killing it. They're $800. Like, I don't know who wants to spend $800 on the exact same thing that was $400 before.
Right.
And it's crazy. And so when I spoke at like the city hall, I said, hey, we're giving up one initiative of air pollution to putting in all these batteries that cannot be recycled. There's no manufacturer to recycle any of these things for lithium and all the things and cobalt. There's no, so it just gets thrown in the landfill.
Yeah, this was the whole argument against like going completely electric cars and all that kind of stuff. Right?
Well, only 4% of all lithium batteries get recycled, and they're only from the EVs. Everything else is dumped out in the trash.
Which you would think that the green people would have a bigger problem with that, right?
They can't build a $15 billion facility to break up that cobalt to make it worth their while.
Right.
It'll take them years to make that money back, to break up the cobalt out of that battery and then discharge the waste and keep the little cobalt that they have for that. But as it sits, it's just eating into our earth and our water.
Awesome. Which seems to be a step in the other direction than what the Greens are wanting to do, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. It almost like it's become like such a political talking point now that they're just full steam ahead, even though as evidence is coming out, it's been like, hey, maybe this is actually going to be worse for the environment in the long run.
100%.
Maybe like right now it sounds great. Oh, we'll get all the emissions off the road and we'll just put all these electric vehicles in place. Okay, great. But what about 10, 20, 30 years down the road? Then what?
It's crazy how the world is working right now. Like with all the, they say, only 3% of the oil that comes through the Strait of Hormuz is ours, but it changes our dynamic in oil prices tremendously. We're talking 3%,
right?
And it's like we have more oil in California and the United States to handle all of our natural resources all day long and never have to rely anything on anywhere.
Except they won't let you drill there because the green people are like, you can't drill.
Well, yeah, they have that, and then they, like fracking oil versus regular crude oil is two different things. Like fracking oil is like a different type of thing, but it doesn't mean it can't be produced, and it's just more of a process to make it happen.
Yeah.
But it's like this oil situation to where people are in a frenzy over. Not just locally, but California, it's hit the hardest by far. But, they are saying if natural gas and oil runs all of our power grid, why don't we have more? Why are so many of these refineries getting shut down?
Right.
We had an abundance, now we have 7.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, like nobody wants the EV. The EV sales are, Ford is like, I'm not even making an EV anymore.
Yeah, right.
Like I'm out. So like all these other ones, they don't want nothing to do with that. And like, they're still making EVs, but the power grid can't afford to. You run an EV, a full EV at your house, you're talking $300 a month.
Right.
Like
for electric, you mean?
Electric, yeah, like that. And
unless you go solar.
Even solar's crazy though.
Yeah.
Solar's crazy because you have a bill for solar. No matter what, you have a bill for solar.
Right.
You have a 20-year loan.
Yeah.
And if you sell your house, the person who buys it, it's their loan now too.
Yeah. Ours was 10. Ours was a 10-year loan.
10-year loan. So and if you didn't buy the storage batteries, then you're in even a bigger problem.
Right.
And that's where they really get you.
Yeah.
That's where they get you with the $10,000-$15,000 more for the storage battery.
Well, I'll tell you where they got us. And so far it's been working out. I don't know what's going to happen when things are paid off, which is coming up here pretty quick. But when they were talking to us about it, they said, here's what your payment to pay off the panels would be. And that payment was less than what we were paying PG&E every month. So since we got them, we haven't paid a PG&E bill ever. There's like $10 just to have it because it has to go through them still. You
have to have them on. You have to have.
They have to be on there somehow. Yeah. So it's $10 to them, but then plus whatever the payment is for the panels is still cheaper than what our average bill was for electric, and we haven't. So we've been paying less. At the same time, we're paying off the solar. But like I said, I mean, ideally, in the perfect world of it, is if we pay the panels off, then we're just gonna have to continue to pay only $10 to PG&E, and then we're good.
Yeah.
But then you never know. Is this one of those things where they have about a 10-year life on them, and as soon as you pay, it's like a car. As soon as you pay the car off, all of a sudden it's got all these problems.
Yes,
or your phone comes up to get a new one. Oh, look, all these problems with my phone now. 100%. My warranty's over and my payments are up, so now they want me to come buy a new one.
So it sounds like you're on the older style where it with a direct correlation to your house. Like the newer stuff is like, well, we put it in the grid and we do this and it comes back around and it gets you and you're going to pay just a portion of this and that. So like, now there's so much solar out there.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, your house may produce a certain amount, but you're not using all that power.
Right.
So it just gets fed through wherever, and I don't think anything in Santa Maria goes to the Napomo battery charging station. That's kind of like the windmill farms in Megaloo Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
All those windmill farms don't do nothing for Lompoc. It goes to Mono County and Moss Landing. All that power is for them over there.
Oh, really?
And so, like, okay, when the city council was, hey, we're going to put these windmill farms and it's going to feed 30,000 homes.
Yeah.
What 30,000 homes is it? It wasn't Lompoc.
Yeah.
Because they still pay. I went down a deep dive and I'm like, oh, so who got fed on the back under the table to say yes to this deal? Mm-hmm. Whether it's a city council member or the mayor or whatever. Not saying they did or did not, but they allowed these windmills to come in there and tear up the mountain.
Are you talking about like on the way like to Tehachapi, that area?
No, right here in Lompoc.
There's windmills?
See,
I didn't even know about them.
Yeah, San Miguel Canyon windmill. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it somewhere where you drive by and you can see them?
You got to go all the way to the end of San Miguel Canyon.
So you'd have to be going there to look for them. Like it's not like you just drive by and you notice them.
No. They're deep in the canyon, back in there, and they bought all this acreage and they put these huge things up there. They come off the wind off the side of there, and and so on and so forth. They're supposed to power,
but they're not even powering the area that they should be, is what you're saying.
It gets sent to a staging area and
Interesting.
Fed through there, and then from what I understand, I may be completely wrong. It's like it feeds and goes over here, and then it gets sold over here, and it ends up. It's funny how like power doesn't just stop someplace. Like you feed it over here, and you can buy power from that substation, go to the next substation, and it goes, and then it makes its way all the way up to where it was, and then it holds the power up there.
Okay.
And stuff, all that other stuff like that. But but with the AV1346 got all the track there. Sorry about that, but it really hindered and halted the community during that time.
Okay.
People were scared.
But now that it's come back around, you're saying it's not quite what it was before that, but it's getting better.
Yeah, it's getting better. But you can't buy a lawnmower. So I'm like fixing stuff that's like 25 years old.
Okay. Is that a challenge?
Not always, because sometimes not at this point. It's like 80% of the time I can fix whatever. Mm-hmm. But like say it's an oddball thing and it's like, hey, I love this machine, but like they stopped making it like 25 years ago. Well, parts aren't always available.
Right.
And so like just like any old car or whatever, somebody has like old new stock. Well, that part used to be $5. Well, now it's $35.
Yeah.
Or $45 for that one part. And so. That's what you're up against when it comes to these regulations and stuff like that they have going through like that.
Mm. All right, so before we get full into politics, we didn't really talk about. You mentioned R&B, you mentioned rap, you also mentioned country.
Yeah.
So, like, what's some of your favorite country? You like more like early country, like '90s stuff, or
well, like even like the '80s stuff. I like David Allan Cole.
Okay.
I love me some. Waylon Jennings. Of course, Johnny Cash. All that stuff like that. Like the '90s. Like I'm not an achy breaky heart kind of guy. I'm like if it comes on, I hear it. I may switch it over there like that.
Yeah.
But I love me some Sawyer Brown.
Okay.
I love me some. He's the worst dancer in the whole wide world, but he's out there moving.
Right.
He's got one good leg.
Yeah.
The one good leg just kicked it. Even now, he's still kicking it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He just one leg, he's just spinning and just going at it.
Okay.
And I love like Aaron Tippin.
Yeah.
Like you got dual antennas whipping in the wind all day long on the radio. I love that. Like, of course, there's Garth Brooks and there's George Strait and Tim McGraw. All those guys are all great.
Yeah.
You know, but like the rare ones like Tracy Lawrence, you know, like those guys, the ones who all had problems, you know.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah.
But they were great. I love them. And every time I went to a concert and it was Tracy Lawrence and Aaron Tippin down in Santa Barbara, and
they played together at the same show.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Okay.
It was amazing, and I loved it. And so, you know, this is in the '90s and stuff like that. And so, but like probably like one of my all-time favorites from the '90s is Chris Ledoux.
Oh, okay.
You know, and there's a little band out of Bakersfield called the Smoking Armadillos.
Yeah.
I love them.
Okay.
I won't hit you, but my girlfriend might. You know. You know?
That was awesome.
Yeah, I love the Smoking Armadillos.
Yeah.
And anytime they played at the fair and Mid-State Fair, I'm like, I'm going. I don't care if it's 105. I'm going to see the Smoking Armadillos.
Yeah. It's always 105 at the Mid-State Fair.
Yeah. But Chris Ledoux. Oh man, I just I love me some Chris Ledoux.
Yeah.
And anything in that genre, or you know. During that time, because I associated with dancing and stuff like that, you know, and like Sawyer Brown, like you swing dancing, you listen to the race is on and here comes pride in the backstretch, and you're swinging, you're flipping a girl around and all that stuff like that, and I like it just. Even right now, I'm like, gee, I still got it, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just awesome, get you going, you know. But you're working on a truck. You know, I'm a car guy, and I worked on my truck, and I work on things, and so on and so forth. And you know, you put on something like that, and if you put on some older country comes on there, you know, just like I'm gonna fix this because I can feel it through the song, you know.
Yeah.
Like you know, and the older stuff just is great. And my dad had like he drove like a Chrysler Cordoba. They were like a 70s, and it had like an 8-track, and he had like an 8-track inside there and stuff like that. It had all Waylon Jennings and all Bob Dylan, all the things inside there. But the 90s country, it is me all day long. Okay, you know, and it's sad they don't have. They just came out with that new radio station 93.7. It's called The Grade.
Okay.
It's like all 80s and 90s.
Oh, really?
It's the best.
Just country or 80s?
Just country.
Okay.
You got to switch it over to 99.1 to get that 80s and 90s hip hop.
Okay.
You ever listen to radio?
No.
99.1?
99.1. I never listened to any radio, dude.
Oh, 99.1 all day long is our music.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 93.7 is 80s country.
80s country.
Yeah, all day long, yeah. 93.7. You might get some Reba McEntire on there and just, you know, fancy.
Okay, yeah. Because country for me has always been like, there was a time where I was like, no country.
Of course, a lot of people were.
Right, and then, because it was the same thing, everybody says, I like everything but country.
Yeah.
Right? But then I started to realize, no, there's actually a lot that I like older, like you were saying, Johnny Cash, you know, Waylon Jennings, that kind of stuff, Hank Williams Sr.
Yep.
Dude, I love that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. You know, there's this...
Especially if you start, like, listening to it... as we get older, you have a better understanding of the words that are coming out of there.
Sure.
You know, it's like, you know, like these guys are really singing songs about real life stuff. Mm-hmm. You know, and not saying that the R&B they're not. They may. Like,
they're singing about real life stuff, but it's more bedroom stuff.
Bedroom stuff, and they heard it through a friend. You know?
Yeah, right.
You know, but these guys are they're singing songs about a life that we would never know about on the West Coast.
Yeah.
100%.
Right.
Like, you know, and so it just, it was cool to, when I started getting, and then my boys, Gavin and Burton, you know, there's five boys in our blended family. There's Gavin, who's 24, Burton 21.
Yeah.
And then Gibson is, he's 20.
Yeah.
And then Grady's 18, and then Garrison is...
Are they all G's?
Except Burton.
Okay.
Yeah, Gavin...
Let's say how funny that you guys would come together as a blended family, yet all your kids would be named G.
Yeah, Gavin and Burton, those are mine.
Okay. You ruined it, dude. You messed the whole thing up.
But Burton is such a strong
name.
name.
Should have been Girton.
Oh, God. Burton looks like he's straight from the 70s.
Oh, really?
Oh, my God. You look at him, he's like, yeah, that guy's from the 70s.
Nice.
All that, just just some maca hair, big old thick mustache,
That's awesome.
You just go. And zero cares about anything. You ain't gonna bother me.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna bother me.
So was it you had 2 and she had 3 when you guys met? Then?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys don't have any together.
No.
Okay.
We have a dog, Peaches.
There you go. Peaches is your child together. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That. Not April. Said, I wish you would have had one. I went, April, please.
Yeah.
You're in our 40s.
Like I'm over that.
Yeah, you're talking crazy.
Yeah.
Like you don't. You are starting to give up on the last 2 you have because they're close enough to be moved out. We got one more. We got her oldest moved out. Mm-hmm. Take note, kids out there. The oldest moved out. Not even a week later, that bedroom was cleaned out and painted.
Yeah, right.
And that's April's primary closet now.
Okay.
She bought a full closet set inside there, and it's gone. And so it's done. So
that's awesome.
He can't come back.
Yeah.
I go, okay, you said so. Yeah. We're doing the best we can to keep them all away.
Yeah. That's good, dude.
Yeah.
How many do you have still left at home?
Just 2.
2.
Oh yeah, my boys have their own place up in Templeton.
Okay.
And then Gibson is in Grover.
Okay.
And then Grady's about to graduate high school.
Okay.
So he has about 3 months, and then he's out of the house. No, just kidding.
Yeah, you're done.
Yes. So that's
okay.
That's it. 2 more.
And then the youngest is how old?
He's 16. So he's
16.
Yeah.
Okay, so you still have one not adult.
Not adult. We have one not adult. We have one who has 2 more years of school, and it can't come quick enough. But our goal is to make it.
Yeah.
Us make it, not him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We are the ones that have to make it.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he is testing every vessel in my blood veins.
Yeah.
That's I have a heart condition.
Oh yeah. Do you really?
No,
I have a heart condition.
Not really. Oh, I mean, AFib, is that bad?
That could be bad. Yeah.
I have you go to the doctor. You go and get checked out, and he's like, "Oh, everything's good," and all of a sudden, he's like, "What was that?" And I go, "What are you talking about?" And he goes,
"It's just normal to you."
Check it. They check it again, and I have like AFib, but not like in a bad way. It's just a skip, not like my heart rate is like like this. It's
You've never been in the danger zone with it.
No.
Okay.
No. But they put you on this stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I do not want to be on it.
Yeah.
It messes with you.
Yeah.
Because we don't want you to have a stroke. And I'm thinking it was crazy. Is that before I got on, all the blood pressure medicine and the Zoral and to keep me from having a stroke. These two pills that they want me to take. I worked out every single day. I wasn't every single day, and it felt great. Never had an issue. I started taking the stuff, and I'm like, I don't have the drive. I work all day long. I'm doing a 10-hour day, 11-hour day at work.
Yeah.
And so before I used to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, go to the gym for an hour or so, come home, eat breakfast, and leave for work at 6:30, 6:45, come home at 5:30.
Yeah.
No big deal, And so, but now, like the past 3 months, I gotta reset. I gotta reset myself because I haven't gone to the gym in 3 months.
Have you not gone because of the?
I just didn't. Not because I felt like it's a combination between I might be saying to myself like, oh well, I don't want to go right now because I don't feel like I normally feel.
Yeah.
And then the longer you go without, the less you feel like you want to go anymore.
Mm.
And so so I have to do, and you know what? Maybe it's a good because I used to work out for the past 20 plus years. And then I started taking this medicine, and this medicine, I gained like 15 pounds.
Wow, dude.
And so, like the way I'm built right now is not the way I usually am.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, now I'm just a fatty. And April's like, no, you're not. I go, April. Yeah. I go, my shirt don't fit, like my pants don't fit. I gotta give away this thing, and all the things,
Yeah.
And I'm like handing it. I'm like, I had these shirts that I've had for 20 plus years that always fit.
Yeah.
No.
That's what Jim Gaffigan calls fatting out of clothes.
Yeah, I did it 100%. Yeah, it's from all the Hot Pockets. Yeah.
Which he also talks about Hot Pockets. You ever heard his
kill that?
That's what
I said, yeah. Hot Pockets.
Yeah. He's like, you can have it. What's he say? You can either have it ice cold or burning lava hot.
Exactly. Yeah. Cold in the middle or burning lava hot. Yeah.
What's the funniest part of that to me is where he says, and they have the the vegetarian Hot Pockets now for those of you that don't want to eat meat but still would like diarrhea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they'll ruin your body.
Oh, man. All right, so last thing in the music, I like to ask if there's anything that you hate musically. Like, is there an artist or a type of music, or is there just something, a certain song that you're like, oh my gosh, kill me now?
I never thought that I would hate anything, anything like that, because, you know, or where my shop is, there's a stereo shop. Mm-hmm. Well, you go to a stereo shop, and they're playing whoever is getting the stereo installed music. Right. Well, 80% of it is Latin music. Okay. And so I don't dislike it. It is what it is. You know.
Yeah. I actually like that music, even though I have no idea what they're saying. But I do like the music.
And you know, and then you know, I don't mind a little Love on the Rocks every now and then. Okay. You know. Yeah. But when I heard Bad Bunny on the Super Bowl, it ruined me. Yeah. I got that. It was upsetting. I go, what, who, it sounded like, and I don't even, there was no translation in it whatsoever. It sounded like mumble rap Spanish. Yeah. And then you see all the memes come out and the people doing what he's doing. Mm-hmm. He's like, so you know, they're doing all the things that he's saying. I'm like, what are you even saying? Right. And I was like, I hate that. I can't stand that type of music there. Yeah. And I don't even understand it, and I'm not hating on it. He's gonna get all the awards, he's gonna make all the money. Right. For me, I go that is not like a mariachi band, which I love to hear. You getting out, you feel it from the soul, you know. Oh yeah. You know, and so but that right there, absolutely. I don't hate heavy metal. I don't hate rock. I don't hate any of the stuff like that. You know. Yeah. Like. I will question, you know, when we get to the spirituality, some of the you'll ask this question later about spirituality. But my mom was a converted Jew. Okay, and so
she converted to Judaism, or she converted from Judaism?
To. Okay, her mom was, and she was. Okay, and so they would sing songs. I'm like, I didn't know what you're saying. I know Shabbat Shalom. You know. So
they were singing in Hebrew.
Yeah, bim bam biddy, and you had to sing with them biddy biddy biddy, and I'm like, all I know at the end is that you say amen. Yeah, and that's it. And I'm like, what does the song mean? It's about the prayer for this and that. I go, but what do you sing? What prayer? Yeah. Well, a prayer could be a prayer for whatever. Right. You know, I'm like, what are we praying for today?
You could be praying for my destruction for all I know, right?
There's no chalkboard telling me what this is about today. Right. Give me an agenda. Yeah. You know, what's today's lesson? Okay. You know.
That's funny.
So it was like, I'm not saying I hated it. I said there was no understanding of it all, but. Disdain. If I ever heard Bad Bunny, I would turn the radio off.
So I went into that with an open mind because I had heard all the political views on it. Everybody's up in arms. Oh, he's going to sing in Spanish. Oh, he's going to wear a dress. Oh, he's going to do all this. And then TPUSA did their whole thing with Kid Rock and Brantley Gilbert and all that, right? And which I was at a friend's house for Super Bowl, so we watched the TPUSA. When I had my own issues with that. I am a Kid Rock fan. I am a fan of some of the other people there, and I love TPUSA, but I have some of my own issues with that halftime show. But the next day, I wanted to watch the Bad Bunny one because I knew I was going to work. People were going to talk about it. People were going to ask me about it, all this kind of stuff. So I went in with an open mind. I had never heard a Bad Bunny song in my life. Yeah. I don't care if he sings in Spanish. It doesn't bother me at all. There's a few Spanish bands I like. Again, I don't know what they're saying. They could be saying, I hope Ryan dies. He really sucks. And I would never know. But I like the sound of it. But when I watched that Bad Bunny one, I went, "This is terrible." Not because it's in Spanish. Not the sets were cool and the performance was cool, but it was mostly vocally. Yeah, I could not wrap my head around why is this guy so popular? I don't get it. I've heard this style of music before from other groups, and they sound good. Yeah, but this guy was terrible, and I'm like. And I try to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I haven't done this yet, but I got to go listen to some of his actual recorded music because I did the same thing with Kendrick Lamar when he performed with Dre and Eminem and Snoop at that one Super Bowl. Yeah, I was like, love Dre, love Snoop, love Eminem. They're all great. Mary J. Blige was rocking it. They all sound great. But this Kendrick guy's terrible. And I was telling some younger guys I work with that. They're like, oh man, he's my favorite rapper. He's awesome, this and that. And they showed me some songs, and I was like, okay. I get it. I'm not a huge fan, but I can at least say he's a good rapper. He's got some good songs.
Yeah.
If I just based it only on that Super Bowl performance, I would have been like, I'm never going to listen to this guy ever again. Never going to give him a chance. So I feel like I do need to at least give Bad Bunny some of his recorded music
a chance.
Yeah, maybe ask him, okay, give me 5 songs that you would say are the best Bad Bunny songs out there. Yeah. I will listen to all 5 of those, maybe 2 or 3 times through to really get a feel for it. Then I'll feel like I can make an informed decision and be like, you know what, I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan. Or maybe I'll be like, oh, okay, some of this is pretty good. I get it. But yeah, that was kind of I kind of had the same reaction as you did. Just like the set is cool with the people in the tree or the bushes or whatever that were coming out in the cornfield. Was it corn? No, it was hay. What was it?
Well, it was a cornfield. And there was a agave plant.
Yeah.
They're making the freshers, like the fresh juice things.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And so
some of that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to show, hey, this is how we do it in my home country.
Yes.
Things like that. But
right.
It's crazy to say, like they get a lot of support from the United States, but they want to be completely separated from America.
Yeah, Puerto Rico does.
Yeah. But they want all the handouts to help.
Yeah. Yeah, because what do they call that? A territory or U.S. territory?
U.S. territory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All that stuff.
And I've been meaning to because I'm for my own curiosity. I don't even know how that works. I don't understand. Because it's not officially a United States, but
they have a representative there that comes and can do and vote for them and stuff like that.
Okay.
They have a representative of that land.
Right.
It's no different than Hawaii or Alaska. They have a representative who.
Okay, but then what's the difference though? Because those two are states.
Yeah, but then they're not ruled by.
Okay.
They're not ruled by the United States. They still have a prime minister or whoever is the in charge person.
They have their own style of government. They don't have to follow suit with the United States government.
No.
So then my question is, by them being a U.S. territory, what does that even mean for us? Do we have any control of that country at all? Or
if I know this, if a hurricane runs through there, we send them aid.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of places, though. That could be even places in Africa.
But they say you need to help us because we are a sovereign. We are.
We're a U.S. territory, therefore.
Us first. Before,
almost like they're entitled to it.
Exactly. Well, you give it to them once, you give it to them 5,000 times. So that's and I could be wrong, but it just that's what it seems like. They help me when we need help, but don't tell us what to do.
Okay. I love it. Yeah. Kind of like our kids, right?
100%.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is Puerto Rico is like the stepchild of America.
Oh, listen, I have stepchildren. I treat them all. I treat my stepchildren the same way.
Yeah.
They're not even my stepchildren. They're my children. So I treat all the boys the same. Now some take what I say and do differently from others.
Yeah.
They weren't raised that way. Mm-hmm. And so when I say things clear and to the point, and with verbiage, I mean it. And I just like I did for Gavin Burton, Gibson, Grady, and Garrison get the same. There's no difference.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. People say, "Oh, you should monitor and change the way you." Every child should be treated differently, and I think every child should be treated the same.
Yeah.
Across the board. If you give this kid $5 for taking out trash, this kid has to get $5 for taking the trash.
Yeah, in those instances, yeah.
Exactly.
But like we homeschool our kids, so I have learned that as far as learning styles go, that's different, right? Some kids learn differently than others, and through homeschooling, you're able to make it in a way that this kid learns what they need to learn, and this because obviously the ultimate goal is that they learn the lesson, right? Not so much the method of how they learn the lesson.
Exactly.
So,
just get from point A to point C.
Right.
Just can you get a decent grade?
Yes.
Because then I won't feel like a failure. We have one Garrison's in kind of like a hybrid homeschooling, but goes to school 3 days a week.
It's like a charter thing?
It is a charter.
Which one is it?
Fellowship. Right next to
Family Partnership?
Family Partnership.
Okay.
Yeah, right next to I said Fellowship.
Yeah.
Family Partnership. Right next to Oak Knoll Hardware right there.
Yeah, we were a part of that for a while.
Yeah,
years ago. But yeah.
So we have them going there, and it's tough because not all kids. He's not one who's like, I'm just gonna knock this out of the park right now.
Yeah.
It's like we have to. It's like, hey,
needs a little extra.
Did you do it? I did. There's 3. I did 1.
And then I took a break.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I did this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I had to read. And he's so dead serious.
Right.
He'll. Bless his heart. He's one of my favorite debaters in the house because he's a moon landing guy. I am not a moon landing guy.
Meaning you don't think it happened?
No.
Oh shoot, we're going there later then for sure. All right. Sorry, continue.
And so he'll tell you crazy things about like how many miles it takes to get to the moon, or he'll tell you about dynasties and all that stuff like that. But you say, hey, what is 7 times 3? He's like, like complete lockup. I can't tell you that, but he's a plethora of useless knowledge.
Okay.
That will apply, make him a better student in every single way. The other day, I go, hey, what'd you get done today? He's like, I got 3 assignments. What'd you do? He's like, I had to read for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, there was things like that, and you know. He's like, if you met this child, he's like, that I can't write a sentence.
Yeah.
I said, what do you mean you can't write a sentence? I go, you over here talking, you can't apply the words from your mouth to the keyboard.
Yeah.
Can you type? You can't type. He's like, no, I can type fine. I can't write a sentence.
Oh.
I said, you're 16.
Yeah.
Are we just learning? I go, April. I'm like, so I call April. Verify with me that I am not an idiot right now.
Yeah.
And and then he goes back upstairs. And of course, he writes a sentence, but he wanted you to believe for a second.
Right.
He'll work harder not doing the homework than doing the homework takes.
Yeah.
100%.
Which has its own level of genius involved in that.
Like, you're working so hard right now. We used to, we put him in front of hey, you sit at the table. He would sit there he will. I mean, he's in an interrogation, and he said, "Don't say a word." He would sit in front of the interrogation table and not say a word for 8 hours, and he wouldn't do it like that. But then he loved the child because he'll come over there. And he's like, "Hey, you know how many? Hey, did you go?" We put him in a CAP, which is a Civil Air Patrol. I said, "You got to do something." I said,
"Yeah,
April, we got to put him in something." So we put him in the Civil Air Patrol, and he got to fly an airplane. He's like, "Hey, you ever do a 360-degree turn in a Cessna 4426 at 80 miles an hour?" I'm like, "No." I go, when have I ever talked about me flying a plane?
Right.
But he wanted to come at you and say, "Well, I have."
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, so he's just, he did. I had to, from the picking him up by the airport over here, that thing would not shut up.
So one thing he can hold over you now.
Oh, all the things. He's all the things.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He'll just come at you and say, he'll learn about something. That's his hot topic right now.
Yeah.
Whatever he learned on YouTube, whatever. If they could just do lesson plans for him, which they almost are. It's almost like they have a person telling a story on the computer, and all you gotta do is write down where it is. It's just his mind doesn't work like that. It's not, I'm not saying he won't be successful like that, but you got to be able to put mouth to paper,
Yeah.
And that's where he's.
Well, these days you can just use things like talk to text to write, because some people are like I've always been good at writing essays anyway. I've never been a math guy. You know how they say that? There's you're either a math guy or an English guy.
Yeah.
I could write essays all day long. You tell me, it doesn't matter the topic. Even if you tell me something I disagree with. Ryan, write an essay on why, whatever this topic. Dude, how many words do you want? No problem.
100%. But
then you want me to do math. I'm like, forget it, And I never really had a problem writing essays, but if I was in school now, I would do a lot better just talking, like as if I was giving a presentation and I just talk it out, let the machine write down what I'm saying, and that'd be my essay. And I go through and kind of take out ums and heres and there, kind of tweak it up a little bit, clean it, make it sound good, but...
April's on a school board, and so she can't always talk to me about everything everything they talk about because of the Brown Act. So I can't, and I'll try. I'm like, and she's like, I can't. And I'm like, we got married, no secrets. She's like, well,
yeah.
And she's so good at it too. Like whether it's like if she's doing something for like political reasons or whatever, she's like, I can't. Yeah. I'm like, April. Okay, what you're telling me is this. I'm hearing what you're saying, but part of what you're saying is crazy, and I have questions.
Yeah.
And I want you to answer them. She's like, I can't. I can't. I'm like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. She tells you she'd have to kill you, right? So,
I'm her favorite, so we may have to sacrifice a child.
So I haven't asked you this flat out yet. I mean, I'm kind of building it in my head, but do you think which way do you lean politically? Right? Mostly right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, what kind of what kind of issues put you there? Like, if that makes sense. Like in other words, if I had a person who said they lean mostly left sitting next to you, and I were to ask you guys, okay, like, why do you answer that way? Why'd you answer right? And this guy, why'd you answer left? Like, what would your reasons be for answering right?
You know, I feel like, and everyone probably feels about like this about their own political party or their own views or whatever, you know, and as you get more, read more and understand the closer nuances to what it is, which I've done in the past, like for less than 10 years. Like I wish I was more involved in my earlier days.
Yeah.
But I was a parent. I was a parent, and so I didn't pay attention. What could I have done there? But you know, when my parents are full-fledged Democrats, they're true blue every single day, no matter what. Bill Clinton is the best. Yeah. You know, Obama. You know, all the things like that. And I'm like, I just didn't believe in the things like in what they do. And my mom would be like, well, you know, you're when I was like 18, you're 18. This house votes Democrat, and I'm sure this is a lot of houses. You're going to vote Democrat also.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and I'm sure this happens all the time. And, I'm like, oh, you think so? Like,
yeah.
And I say, okay. I'm like, no, I'm not voting for that right there. You know. Right. And so, I believe there should be, even though it's not happening. I do believe in less government, like less
smaller government,
less government control, which is mostly right. You know, saying that the Democrats don't want, but it seems like a lot of things that they, the things they initiate and the things they want to do is more government control, especially nowadays.
Right.
Like now for sure, if someone said, "Hey, why would you do that?" Everything that is not everything, but a lot of the stuff on the Democratic side is almost a handout, almost. Right. You know, like, hey, we're going to help with this, we're going to help with that, we're going to help you with this, and it's not going to cost everybody billions of dollars. It's going to cost you a couple $1 billion,
right?
And so on and so forth. Yeah, and so I just don't. I think that you're hindering the community and putting them. You're hindering the community, and you see it here, even in Santa Maria, and it's horrible and it's sad. So many people are on assistance in Santa Maria. Thousands and thousands and thousands, and amongst thousands of people.
Right.
And so you know, they're talking about, you know, and who makes those decisions? Well, this is a mostly Democratic run area. Like, you know, there's some Republicans coming out there. You know, like there's Maribel, who's running for the 5th district for supervisor. Right. She's a moderate. You know, she's not, but you know, she has great ideas to help combat some of the things. But
it's hard for anybody that's even remotely red
100%
in a state like California to get anywhere,
to do anything. Like it's like you get you believe in the things you believe in, and it just gets to overrun, and and then it makes you want to be like, I truly, like, I don't. This is not me saying, but I hear it from other people. I truly despise, like people will say, I truly despise the Democratic Party. Right. I don't truly despise them because they need to work together, and they need to do the things they need to do to come together to make this thing we call a government work, you know. And so, but I truly believe that, like, you know, I don't like the rights that have been taken away through, like, gun rights and all the gun control. And it's like, you know, I mean, my shirt says,
I was going to say,
you know, and
so just for the listeners, the shirt says guns, whiskey, steak, and freedom. 4 important things right there.
Yeah, there you go.
So
you know, and you know, me and my boys are avid hunters and stuff like that, and we
really?
Yeah, avid hunter, big time.
What, anything specific game or just anything?
Deer, elk, pig, anything, anything and everything.
Okay.
You know, so but you know, when you look at a ballot and you say, hey, what is this? Who's this helping, and who's making this decision? You know, you see Greg Hart, who's his only, like, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna initiate the Blue Whale initiative to stop stop traffic of ships coming through the coast of California and not kill whales.
Right.
Spends millions of dollars to make this initiative happen.
Right.
And all this stuff like that. It's like, who? I don't know even who voted for that.
Right.
But it passed.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't vote for that, but so I see something like that.
Yeah.
Why aren't you helping with? You are an advocate for the biggest city in the Central Coast, which is Santa Maria, and it's the most impoverished.
Yeah.
Lompoc pretty bad, but Santa Maria has more of it on there. We don't even know how many people actually live in Santa Maria.
But see, when you talk to people like that, they tend to say that's because it's the right.
Yes.
It's the right did that to this city, to this town, to this whatever, right? Yeah.
And they didn't. I am one of the very few white business owners on the north side of town.
Yeah, I bet.
I bet. And which I'm grateful for all my customers and stuff like that. But back in the day when we were kids, you would you go down Main Street. Main Street was Main Street. Mm-hmm. It's 80s and 90s. You didn't see 15 pop-up cellular phone places. The culture in Santa Maria has changed dramatically.
Yeah.
And now when you say this in the nicest way, when you build a society built on assistance, you get what you get. Right. And we have a society built on assistance. Yes. In Santa Maria tremendously. Yeah. I see it every single day. Right. And
so like assistance is a good thing, right?
Yes.
But the problem is when there's so many people taking advantage of it because they're either lazy or because whatever their reasons are.
They're good at working the system.
Yeah, it's like disability. Disability is a good thing for people that actually hurt themselves on the job and they need to eat while they're off. But the people that, to me, the people that should be having that are the people that really can't wait to get back to work.
Exactly.
They're going, man, I hate being off work. I feel useless. I want to be working, but I can't because I broke my arm or whatever. 100%. And then as soon as that arm is healed up enough and they get that sign from the doctor, they're back to work.
Going back.
But then there's people like, I broke my arm 17 years ago and it's just never been the same since.
You hear the click?
Yeah, right. So I'm on disability for 17 years. It's like, no, you're mooching the system because you're lazy.
You're working.
Don't do that.
And the people who make that decision are not saying no.
Right.
Because you need to have more to get more, to continue to give more. It's a big vicious cycle, like, all these homes in a lot of homes in Santa Maria are used to be we'll say our parents' home. And I moved to North Carolina. Yeah. Mom and dad passed away. I have this home here. I could either sell it and make a whole bunch of money. It's paid off. I can just rent it out.
Well, there you go.
I can rent it out and get like $3,500.
Yeah, especially now with the market.
Or I do Section 8 and I get $4,100 every single month on the first. Guaranteed. Yeah. And I don't even have to look at the house because I'm going to go through a property management company, work through with a Section 8 company. Yeah. And I just get $4,100 every single month.
You don't have to worry about tenants. You don't have to worry about
I don't have to worry about
upkeep.
Anything. I just go like that, and I get $800 to $1,000 more than market value. Right. And that person who moved in the house pays $500, and then that person moves their sibling in, and they're driving brand new cars. Yeah. And people say, well, it's not always like that. I go, I understand it's not always like that. Yeah. But it's a lot like that. Right. It's not. There's no. There should be. There should be a balance. There's a person I know who works near my shop. I'm not going to mention no names or like that. But anyway, he received assistance, and he was doing a little double dip. He was like receiving unemployment and working on our table. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. And then they said, hey, your unemployment for the past 2 years is up. Have you been trying to find a job? And he goes, yeah. We'll talk about this. I found a job. I'm going to go see if I can work over there. And they're like, hey, yeah, But they tell him and say, hey, you can't get a full-time job. You have to work a certain amount of hours. So you still get the benefits of what you get from when you're unemployment. So you get housing. And so he goes, okay, so all right, okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and do like that. And so He goes and gets this job, and the local employment agency here in town, it's a city or county type of initiative. Mm-hmm. They go in there and pay for half the person's wage to the guy the owner. Hey, we're going to take care of all the this, and that. Mm-hmm. And he goes, oh, okay. And so the guy who was paying like under the table, he is now has to pay half. So now he's getting a kicker.
Right.
You know, and for like a year. But during that time, the guy at the county or city office goes, hey, I see you drive this truck. The tags are expired. So, yeah, the engine has an issue, and so I can't get it smogged. You know, I'm driving without, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we can help with that. They put a brand new engine in this guy's truck. We paid a brand new 5.3 liter engine in a Chevy truck.
Wowzers.
Paid for a smog, paid for new brakes.
Yeah.
Paid for the registration. All paid for. And I'm thinking, well, good on you, but dang. Mm-hmm. Like when
who's paying for that?
Who is paying for that? You know, and
me and you.
Me and you. But then you see the little things like that, and then you see more and more out there, and of course there's a lot of people out there who are barely making it. There are people who have hardships out there.
Yeah.
You know, but you know you want the best for our community, but our community is not growing.
Right.
In the right direction.
Right.
It's growing in population, but not growing in growth as in nobody wants to come and visit Santa Maria.
Yeah.
It's not a destination spot at all.
Right.
Zero destination. There's nothing in Santa Maria that people are like, I need to go there. Mm-hmm. They're like, I will go to Pismo or Rio Grande, Buellton, and stay at a nice hotel there, and I'll go to the hitching post in Casmelia.
Right.
I'll drive it. I don't need to stay at the Santa Maria Inn in the middle of that area.
Right.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but you can't walk at night.
Yeah.
You can barely walk across the street to go to Shaw's.
Right. Right. I wouldn't.
So when people say, "Hey, how do you feel about being a Republican?" I feel like that local entities and the state entities are they cater to all parties, mm-hmm. Republican and Democrat, but the Democrats are more in control, so you can see that they're taking mass advantage of that,
right.
and continuing to build their base off of the subsidies and assistance available to that. So hey,
right.
you want to continue getting what you get, no matter your faith, no matter if the 3/4 of the population in Santa Maria is Catholic. And all the Democrats are like, hey, we're going to go ahead and take care of, you know, with all the Planned Parenthood stuff.
Right.
We're gonna look past that,
mm-hmm.
and you just go ahead and just make sure I get my EBT card, I get
right.
my thing, and go from there, and
right.
and so I can live the best life I can. And thank you very much.
Right.
For an unlimited time, not like 16 months or like 2 years.
Yeah. See, and that's a good point, because that's part of the problem, right? Because these assistance programs should be on a limit, and I don't mean it like a necessarily specific, okay, you have 4 months to get your life together. But like, I think there should be like individual social workers that are involved with each of these individual people. Mm-hmm. And again, assuming that they're not corrupt, but they should be being serious and assessing and nudging these people in that direction to get off of these assistance programs, and then say, okay, you know, we helped you as far as we can. Now you need to fly on your own again, right? But nobody's doing that. There's like no checks and balances happening, and that's why people are on this stuff for 20 years. And
it's allowed and it's condoned,
right?
And so, you know, and who's to tell somebody who's been on for 10 years you need to change now,
right?
I can't work now.
Because they love it.
Yeah,
they're like, I don't got to work. I sit home. I get all my stuff paid for, and I just hang out.
100%.
I mean, of course, that's like. I mean, I have my job. I'm grateful for my job, but it's not like I don't have a better time when I'm off.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather be home hanging out with my wife and kids and doing other stuff. But
100. I just put a new backyard, and we put new grass, and me and April saved all of our money for 2 years. Like 2 years of saving our money to put a backyard in our backyard. We haven't had a backyard in 10 years. Mm-hmm. We did a backyard, and now that daylight savings come, hey, I get to go out in the sun. And my dog gets to run around. It's like I would hang out there all day long.
There you go.
I would hang out there all day long. You know.
Yeah.
And so, but it's unfortunate that and it probably happens. People may feel in a very red state who are blue, they feel like they don't have a voice also. So I'm not, I understand how they feel. But over here, like, no matter if you're city council or if you're on the board of supervisors or if you're anything that has to do with making decisions to help the community, the people who are Republican always lose a lot of times. Right. Now they're trying to do their best they can to change that, and we have a great guy named Bob Smith who's running against Salud Carbajal, and he's a Navy commander, an ex-Navy commander, and a great guy. And so, we'll see, and go from there. But
and I think even in this last presidential election, I think this is why the Dems were so afraid, is because California was, I'm not going to say it went red.
It was bright though,
but it got a lot more purple than it's been in a long time, and that was kind of like, whoa, that's like.
And I think that and even though with all the ICE stuff and so on and so forth, a lot of I don't think that's going to change much at all either. I think it's going to be just as dramatic. I mean, we've been to a lot of the governor entrances and stuff like that. Like we went to a meeting with Chad Bianco. We're going to see him again on Sunday.
Oh, nice.
In Lompoc. 2 weeks ago we met Steve Hilton. Katie Porter's a mess. The Tom Sire, that guy just a billionaire who's just trying to go out there and just make another name for himself.
Right.
It's just like
something else to put on your record.
Yeah. I mean, his whole thing on his front of his page says abolish ICE. That's like, this is just his only thing, abolish ICE. Like
which is such a dumb thing to say, only because it's such a blanket statement that doesn't really explain your position at all.
Zero.
It's like defund the police. What does that mean? Abolish ICE. Are you saying? And I'll ask people this because I've had people on the show that believe just that. They say, "Yeah, we got to abolish ICE." I'll be like, "Well, are you saying that you're for a completely open border then?" Well, no, of course not. Well, you realize that's ICE's job, is to prevent people that have come over here illegally from doing so, or at least to send them back when they do. It's one thing to say, like, I'm against the way ICE is operating right now in certain parts of the country. That's a different statement than abolish ICE. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just such a blanket statement. It doesn't say anything.
It's a battle for... I feel for anybody who's involved with all the drama that's going on right now.
Right.
With that.
Right.
Like, they are doing the best they can, and they're doing a great job. And it's funny how they're still picking up illegal patrons of the United States right now, left and right. But you don't hear about it because it's not in a democratic city.
Right.
It's happening all over the place. All the stuff that happened just yesterday, the day before. At the Old Dominion University and all that stuff like that. Which, the whole situation is very sad. But in the same token, I'm a guy who never leaves the house without a knife.
Right.
Every single day of my life. I don't, and I hate going without it.
Yeah.
If I could carry my other things, I would.
Yeah.
And which is a crazy in another sort, because constitutional right in a fashion. The constitutional right should always have to bear arms.
Right.
In a fashion, but
in some states,
in like 40. In like 40.
Right.
But it's crazy. It's like the only Second Amendment is the only amendment in there, the Constitution, that has like legislation and law written behind it.
Yeah.
Like in some cases, like I don't know if those ROTC guys were able to. I'm sure they were trained in weaponry. If those guys were allowed to carry their personal weapon, nobody would have got killed that day.
Right.
And that person never would have went inside that. They would have known.
Yeah.
They were looking to do the most harm they could.
Yeah.
Bought the gun off of some guy on the street.
Yeah.
He wasn't supposed to have a gun. And those guys, just like that lady says, they rendered him until he was no longer alive.
Right. Well, see, this is the statistic that people that are against gun rights don't want to talk about, is the fact that the cities and the states that have, the the concealed carry or even the open carry, they have less crime.
The lowest.
Right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you can't contend with that. Like, I mean, say what you want about, of course, whenever there's a mass shooting or something, that's the first thing they go, see, if there were stricter gun laws, this wouldn't have happened, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I mean, yeah, nobody's, and of course, then they say that those of us on the right, they act like we're celebrating something like that. Oh, yes, we're so glad that, 12 kids were killed at the school shooting. Yeah. No, everybody's sad about this tragedy. Yeah. We're just going about the solution differently. To where I would say, kind of like you did, what if somebody on that campus had a gun? They probably would have took out the shooter before...
Even walked in the door.
Yes.
Because he was shooting before he entered.
Right.
So it's crazy. When it comes to gun violence, it's always going to be portrayed that the gun was the person the piece that produced the violence. Mm-hmm. No, it's a mental person who went and picked up a gun, put it in the car, traveled all they had to do like that, thought about what they were going to do, and do it. That gun didn't load itself. It did not take the safety off. It did not pull the trigger.
Right.
And that is that. And
well, that's why the example of the guy down, I think it was Isla Vista. Mm-hmm. If you remember that. So he stabbed people, he shot people, and he ran people over his car.
Exactly.
So I'm like, it's not the method of murder. It's the guy got a problem. He's got a mental problem.
Well, who committed it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. And take the guns away, take the knives away. He'll get in his car. Take the car away. He'll find a rock. Yeah. Like he'll find some way to kill these people that he's trying to kill, right?
He was on a warpath.
Yes. It's not the instrument.
Yeah, it's hardly ever the instrument. Mm-hmm. It's like somebody says this is my easiest way to render death upon somebody.
Right.
You could, and a knife works just the same. That poor girl in North Carolina.
Yeah.
It's all the same, and so.
And that's when you get into like the whole mental health issue, and that's kind of what we've been kind of talking about, gun control and stuff. And obviously you're a huge Second Amendment guy, it sounds like. But like, do you think that, in other words, what would you do differently to this way the system is set up right now in order to attempt to stop people that are obviously mentally unstable from getting, because a lot of these shootings, these people are getting these guns legally. Yeah, it's not like they're getting off the black market. 100%. So I mean, some of these mental aptitude or whatever they're doing, not aptitude, whatever the mental tests they give, sometimes these guys are undetected. That guy that shot all those people in Las Vegas from the hotel room.
Yeah.
They're like, that guy was like...
Or was it multiple people?
Yeah.
Yeah. That
at least the one guy they know for sure, they it was one of those things where like, we would have never guessed in a million years that guy would have done something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how do you try to prevent things like that? Or is it just like a wash? You're like, well, you really can't.
It's not really a wash. We already have like the strictest, like California, the strictest, like one way to, they say, they do a background check. A background check is fine. Mm-hmm. Like when me and my sons want to go hunting, if my son didn't have a hunting license, he had to take a hunter safety course, gun safety course.
Right.
And even I took them to go get gun safety training. We're talking when they're 10, 11, 12 years old.
Yeah.
Dad can show them, but then, obviously somebody else tell them how to do it, it's even better. If they put it to like, say, hey, you want to purchase this shotgun or this handgun, maybe they say a 15-day waiting period. I mean, that's just because the Justice Department wants to do a background check on you and find out that make sure you have no felonies or whatever.
Right.
That's it.
That's such a basic check,
So, but I think they should be like, hey, you can have this gun, but you may or may not receive this gun if you can't mentally qualify in shooting. Can you operate this gun? Can you do all the things like that? Because
so you think it should be like a behind the wheel test, but with a gun?
100%.
Let's take you to a range and let you shoot
100, it. And that's how before we used to be able to. We're talking 90s, whatever. You can buy a shotgun off a Big Five.
Right.
They say, hey, can you load this gun?
Yeah.
If you couldn't load that gun, or if you did a barrel swath in front of the person there, you didn't get the gun.
Yeah.
That's how quick they're saying. Okay, no, you need to have more training.
Yeah.
And you couldn't take that shotgun home with you that day. and it didn't go home.
And that's something they don't do anymore. Is that what you're saying? It's changed.
Now they're just like, they show you, hey, load this is how you load this. You want to practice this or whatever, so on and so forth. Especially if it's somebody who's never owned a gun, they're 20 plus years old. And all of a sudden they're like, everybody should have the right to own a gun. So I'm hard pressed on making it harder and mandatory to get a gun and stuff like that.
Right.
It's just when you say like checking mental status.
Yeah.
People hide mental status real well.
Yes.
Because they may be just fine until their girlfriend breaks up with them.
Yeah.
And then they said, I've never had anybody broke up with me before.
Flips the switch and then it's over.
I know how I can handle something. I'm just going to go over here to this gun safe that I just purchased. So, was he mentally unstable to own a gun when he purchased it? No.
Yeah.
But does he already have mental issues that haven't been sought?
Yeah.
That's
They're
different.
Unseen.
So therefore, it's not the gun, or that's not the gun control issue.
Yeah.
That person literally had a situation ready to trigger in the back of his head, and
right, just waiting for the right situation to flip that switch, and then when it does, it's over.
And I think that's a lot of the things that go on.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I don't think when you say like people they have no signs, like the guy from Las Vegas, like his wife left him. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, left me, and she was like having an affair, like those all kinds of things. Like
but see, that happens all the time to lots of men.
Yes.
But
he's like,
none of them grab guns and go to a hotel room and start taking out random people. You know 100%. What I mean? Like, it's more likely that he goes and shoots his wife.
He had signs of instability before that,
right?
But that may be in a one-on-one situation with him and his wife, or amongst friends. Mm-hmm. Like maybe there's like, like when you do a credit check, you have that reference.
Yeah,
maybe a reference,
right?
Maybe
see and do talk to family, talk to friends, but see that seems like a lot of work.
Yep.
Right, you'd have to hire a whole new department of people to do, because you think of all the people that are purchasing guns across the country. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of people.
Yep.
Right, so to do that kind of an extensive background check like that, they'll do that later, like after the guy goes and shoots 20 people.
Yep.
Then they do that.
How'd you feel? What you said? Well, I didn't like it when he bought a gun because you didn't like it.
Yeah.
Like okay. Like okay, got you.
Well, it's like when the serial killers are caught, right? When Ted Bundy goes to jail. Now they start talking to his family and friends. Oh yeah, he used to pull legs off of flies, and he used to torture squirrels in the woods or whatever. There's always some story where you're like, oh okay, he sounds like he was a little bent to begin with.
He was trouble from the get go.
Yeah, but you don't know that until all the tragedy happens, and then they start doing the backstory. But
but even then, when you think about gun owners versus situations,
right?
If you went off of car crashes versus car owners,
yes,
you'd be like, well, that's my insurance is crazy because of all these things, but you're not taking cars away,
right?
And so, like for me, I'm like, of course, if you ask, can you come up with an idea? I don't have a real idea. Maybe when it comes to mental instability, I'm not a psychiatrist,
right?
But I do believe that the people who are committing a lot of crimes are people who have psychosis issues.
Yes,
but we don't recognize it always,
right?
Like my brother, he has issues. Like his mom is his mom was, I talked about my dad when he got the children. My brother and his stepsister, their mom was put in a mental institution. And so they had my brother and sister. They had a little bit of that, like instability, like would have like snap,
right?
My brother ended up at a place called Charter Baywood, which is like a place like kind of like a teenage mental institute.
Okay,
something like that. That guy should never have a gun.
Yeah, never have a gun.
Right. You've been. If you had to see a psychologist, if you had to do like that. Now, not that. See, that's all part of, like a doctor patient privilege.
Yeah.
It doesn't get output to the public.
Right.
You don't know if that person's been to a doctor to say, hey, I've had thoughts of suicide, or like when I went out and I shot a target. I thought I was hoping I'd see blood, you don't, and he's like, yeah, well, you maybe not want to see blood, you don't want to see that, think of it as just like you're getting better and more accurate at shooting the target or whatever,
Right.
But that's not like, hey, hey, DOJ, this guy's talking about doing whatever, but they don't.
Right.
That's,
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying too, as far as like, because the percentage of gun people that are committing crimes with the gun is like
nothing.
Yeah, it's like minuscule, right? It's microscopic, really, when you look at the grand picture.
True gun owners.
Yeah.
True gun owners.
Right.
Not people who are getting ghost guns, not ones who are committing crimes. Chicago,
Right.
Like they said, if you took California's fourth highest in the murder rate with guns, you take away L.A., Chicago, Detroit, Memphis, we're like 195th.
Right.
Like, so you take those blue blue portions of those states,
right,
and swipe them off the part. We are 193rd country in the world.
Right.
It's just crazy. So and a lot of people are the left or Democrats or whatever. They blame NRA gun owners for the violence,
which makes no sense.
Zero.
Because, like you said, that's like blaming people who drive cars for all of the drunk driving deaths. It's like, no, it's a certain kind of people, not kind of people, but a certain person in each instance who's doing a wrong thing with that vehicle.
Exactly.
The vehicle's not the problem.
Nope.
Getting smashed at a bar and then driving home is the problem.
100%.
That's what shouldn't be happening, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
But they're able to kind of take out the middle part and just be like, no, just get rid of all guns. But that doesn't make any sense, because 99.999% of people that have and use guns are not using them improperly, and they're not causing any problems with them.
Yeah, like my boys, Gavin and Burton, they've been going on hunting expeditions deep in the woods since they were teenagers. I allowed them. Mm-hmm. Like, we're talking, my youngest was 15, 16. Gavin was 18.
Wow.
They go to like Enoy County and go bear hunting behind.
Bear hunting?
Yeah, in the snow behind Yosemite.
At 15?
Yeah.
That's nuts, dude.
And I just give them a little sat phone and they do what they gotta do.
Wow.
And so, I let them go out there. And I trusted them. I taught them everything.
Yeah.
They know way more than I know now. But hey, we want to go bear hunting. They go, hey, we're going to go to Arizona. We're going to go to Flash. We're going to go over here. We're going to go over there. And I'm like, yeah. My oldest son, he was on a podcast called Rack 'em and Pack 'em, I do believe it was. And he got invited to do it. And they were hunting out in Tehachapi.
Oh, okay.
And the guys over there, they just loved him. We've been on a couple times and stuff like that. And so, but my son Gavin, he's the enthusiast. He's like, it's an art form to him. Mm-hmm. I bought a new rifle, and he has this digital, does time elapse and trigger pull and velocity and speed and heat, and it reads all these things, and he's jotting it down. Hey, we're gonna change this and do like that, and he shoot again. And I'm like, I just wanted to hit center mass, make a little group about 2 inches, and I'm gonna get a kill.
Yeah.
He's like, Dad, no, don't. Look at my gun. Ta-ta-ta-ta. And just like, he's over there just smooth, and just like his grouping's like an inch.
Yeah.
Half inch, 3/4 inch.
Sure.
And he just go like that. But now he's like anybody can kill an animal with a gun. Right. He always has been a bow hunter, but
nice.
Now he only kills with a bow. And
really?
He's like he killed a deer 110 yards downhill, just smoking. Yeah. And they carried it up this 1,000-foot bank, carried it up to the top on his back. So
he's the kind of guy to go out in the woods and just build a house and live out there.
Those two boys would survive in the wilderness. Yeah. They would survive in the wilderness. They're old school. Like they would know how to survive in the wilderness and just do what they had.
How old are they?
They're 24 and 21 now, but they would do.
Not married yet?
They both have one. Both are they're going to be with my future daughter-in-law.
Okay.
I guarantee.
Okay.
I guarantee it.
I was going to say, because this sounds like they could do like a TV show. Like if they hired a camera crew, and just had them follow them out into the snow to do these hunting trips and stuff. I mean, there's a market for that. Like there's people that want to watch shows like that. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like those before Duck Dynasty, they were doing hunting videos before.
Yes.
That weren't the funny Duck Dynasty show. They were just hunting videos, and those got a lot of hits,
They like my son Burton, he went out to, where Treso Plains is out by the 58. You go out Margarita towards the flat plains, like where the solar panels are and stuff like that. He went out there and he killed this. This is Burton. This is my 18-year-old. This is a 350-pound pig, wild boar.
Oh my gosh!
Look how big the head is.
Dang, dude.
Hey, isn't that mustache glorious?
That is awesome, dude. That is really good.
Yeah. So he's 20.
Dude.
He's 21, and so that's just him right there. And,
Yeah.
And so
wow.
Yeah.
And do they eat the meat that they kill?
Yeah.
Okay.
They do it all.
Wow.
Yeah. They do it all, and so
That's awesome.
They
and the women they're with they're into that kind of thing too.
They love it.
Okay.
But Gavin's girlfriend Angela, she's a hunter also.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
They're gonna have their little 4-year-olds out there hunting with them.
Hey, listen. I can't. All I care about is in my future is that I a grandbaby, and however they get that, make it happen, bring it my way.
Well, that's a lot easier than hunting. That's pretty easy to make one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you got some kind of physical problems, but.
No, yeah, okay, just bring it my way. I just want to sit with the baby and just fall asleep,
Oh yeah.
And so
that's where I'm at now. We just had our first grandkid.
Lucky you.
She's 3 months old. Yeah.
Dang it!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I would snatch that baby. Yeah. Well, I want my baby, like I want my kids to have a baby. Like, hey, I said, listen here, hey, whatever it takes. Give me some cash. Give me some cash. Like, how can I make this happen?
Take her out for a nice dinner.
I pay for. I give money all the time. So, hey, have a couple whiskeys. Like that. And so the Gavin's girl Angela, she just finished. She's a graduate of the University of Santa Rosa, I do believe. I don't quote me on that, but I do believe it's Santa Rosa, and she got a degree in accounting, and she just started working up in the Atascadero, and so they're starting their life up, and Gavin and Burton both live in Templeton, and Burton drives all the way down from Templeton to Santa Maria every day.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Wow. So, but yeah,
that's awesome.
It's great. Yeah. So hunting is big, and guns are part of our. I mean, the boys will go. They'll go out on a weekday.
Right.
After work, and they say, "Hey," they go out there and go slice up some coyotes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll hunt coyotes too.
Yeah.
Do they eat those?
No.
Okay.
But they're wild. They need to be taken care of.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
It's an extermination project.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just practice your tracking and shooting and stuff like that. It's great like that.
I say most coyotes I've seen are pretty scrawny.
Yeah, out there, they'll be 30, 40 pounds, which is
really?
And they're vicious.
It's just bad meat. It's like, why wouldn't you eat that? It just doesn't taste good.
No, it's like you wouldn't eat it. I mean, you could eat it, but
you put enough barbecue sauce on anything.
It's just some things in life you don't eat.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Comanche Indians. They love to eat horse.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You ever read that book, Empire of the Midnight Sun?
No, but I saw the movie, Empire of the Sun. Is that the same?
Similar. It's a book. The book is about Quanah Parker and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's a great book.
I don't think it's the same. That's the movie.
Yeah. It's a great book about the Comanche Indians and how they kidnapped his family, the Parkers. Quanah Parker's story and stuff like that. It was great book. But they talk about how they would
eating
feast
horses.
They would eat the horses, and if they couldn't get any bison or buffalo, they would eat the horses and stuff like that. And it's very, very detailed in the way they lived. It was written in a way you're like, whoa, whoa, they were the indigenous people in America were violent people, and they killed themselves off.
Yeah.
It wasn't always the U.S. territory people who killed off the Indians. And in the end, we ended up with the properties and stuff like that. Yeah. But they were horrific to the Apache, and they were horrific to.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the false narrative that's presented, right? Like there's these peace loving Indians that just loves everybody, and they're hanging out in America, and then here comes a white guy, this bloodthirst and his all this, and just wipes out. These people are just sitting there playing a guitar, singing Kumbaya by the fire, and here comes the Europeans coming through and just slaughtering them all. No. Women, children, everybody, infants, throwing them up in the air for target practice and taking over the land, right? It's like, that's not the real history.
No,
but you talk to anybody under 20, and that's what they think.
Yeah.
That's why they say things. Yeah, they're taught that. You're living on stolen land. You're living on stolen land. It's like everybody's living on stolen land, really.
Everybody's living on stolen land.
Right.
We just had more money to buy her from the country that didn't want no more.
Right.
I mean, if anything, you need to blame Spain.
Yeah.
From Portugal all the way through. I mean,
sure.
you know that's why everyone speaks Spanish down in Mexico. It's like, you're all descendants of the people who took the land.
Yeah.
If you're from Mexico,
right?
If you're a descendant of a settler who came over and killed off an entire race of people through disease.
Yeah,
and it wasn't the Europeans. It was a European, but it was the Spanish who did it. It wasn't your typical Western European type of people like the British or anybody like that.
The white people in a sense, right? Most people don't call Spaniards white people.
They were though,
right? They were, but they're not really considered that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So you think white people, European whites, you think like German and France and
Scottish.
England, Scottish, exactly, those kind of places, Ireland. So we did gun control. We talked a little bit about kind of the green push.
The Green Theory push?
The Green Theory push, or what was that AOC's, the Green New Deal she came out with a few years ago, and that whole, of course nobody talks about that anymore because it was, I think even people on the left were like, that's not good. But I could see that coming back in full force if somebody like Gavin Newsom won the presidency, or and he's obviously very clearly going for it. I mean, they were speculative for years, but now it's like he's pretty. I mean, I don't know if he's openly said that yet. Maybe he has, but he's definitely doing things that leads him in that direction. And that's kind of always been a big thing for him. Oh, electric cars and, all these things to save the environment and to kind of push that whole green thing, even though at least people I talk to, I really don't come across a lot of people, right or left, that are full on board with that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
I don't know anybody who is 100% like a grid can't handle it. First of all, there's no grid out there that can handle it to produce. Like even right now, like wind power and solar power is like, if I remember, I read 6 months ago, whatever, it's like 22 to 28% of like the grid is that, and everything else is nuclear, natural gas, and crude oil,
right?
And which powers California. We're just talking about California,
sure.
And so it does like that. Even with the huge solar panels that they have in out off the 58, the solar farm out there, which they gotta pay somebody. They have a group of people out there. All I do every single day is clean off the dirt off there.
Oh yeah,
because there's so much dirt and birds
crapping on there,
and they crash into it because the birds are dying because they get reflected. They can't see, and their sonar goes off and they crash into them and stuff like that.
Right.
But even with it's become a bust. You read the story on how it's basically a bust. It's not producing what it's supposed to produce.
This is where? This is the
solar farm off the 58.
Oh, okay.
The big old one they just did. For years everybody was, I'm going to go work at the solar farm. I'm making $55 an hour, but I just have to drive out to the 58, and they're hiring all the electricians and all the things like that. It was a big old gig. But there's, it's not saying it. That if I lived off grid, I would have solar.
Yeah.
I'd have a 20K watt system is all I need.
Yeah.
Enough to run my well. I'd have some gas powered things that, and I'll come to town and get my gas whenever I had to.
Right.
Like
propane, you mean?
Well, whether it was for a generator or for backup power, and so on and so forth. Or propane.
Yeah.
You can get propane. When they did this whole gas power band, I had a customer out behind Tibbetskate towards New Kiama. He has like 5,000 acres or 3,000 acres or whatever, and he has multiple wells out there. Well, they're so far away from power, they're gas powered. You go out there and you start an engine, it runs a pump, and feeds troughs over to a water tank and then troughs down to the troughs for the cows. Well, the engine blew, and so he said, "Hey, Chris, I need to just get one of these motors." I said, "You can't get one. You got to get one. You have to go to Arizona or wherever." And during this time, everyone's already going to Arizona and Nevada and everywhere to get Oregon to get these motors. I said, "Nobody has one, brother." He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, I can't buy an engine to run my water."
Yeah.
I said, "No." He's like, "What do you?" He's like, "Stop." I said, "Listen, the only thing you could do is this." And he's like, "I can't. I have to feed my. They have to get water.
Yeah.
I have 1,000 head of cattle.
Right.
That need to be fed.
Yeah.
And need to have water.
Yeah.
It's May. It's gonna get June. It's already 85 degrees. It's gonna get 90. They drink more water. They need to stay cool. Mm-hmm. So he ended up having to do until he found an engine. He had to go and buy an electric motor that had less power or torque to run his well, hooked up to a generator that operated that. So now what took him 35, 40 minutes, now it takes him 2 hours because the generator can't produce, the motor doesn't produce enough horsepower and torque to run the pump to give enough pressure to feed this and like that. So now he's losing 8 hours a week in work on his ranch to do that. And so when it comes to like, no solar was going to make, a solar thing is not going to operate that. Yeah. You'd have at least a 5K or a 10K to operate just that, the draw to initially turn it on. Mm-hmm. That, like it needs that torque and initial to turn it on. Right. To make that thing work. And then you use less wattage to continue the spinning of the motor. Yeah. Yeah. But the new Green Deal, the Green Initiative, the green garbage. Yeah. I hear it from Salud Carbajal. He's all about it. But Salud Carbajal has done nothing for the Central Coast at all. Zero. Yeah. He he continues to get voted in because he's Hispanic. Mm. And I'm saying that in the nicest way. Right. But he
which is kind of a dumb reason to vote for somebody.
It is. But when you're 80% Hispanic, he goes out there and says you don't want somebody coming here and take away your assistance. You don't want somebody come and so
in a sense he scares them into voting for him basically.
You'll know this primary coming up when Bob Smith goes against him and if they have a debate or have whatever, and see what he has to say and hopefully we get a change. Yeah. Because we're not gonna get a change. He did a hot spot in Guadalupe and had lunch. That was the last time he doesn't come down to any meetings at the city hall or anything like that.
He's kind of lays low or what?
100%. Yeah. He's mostly in Santa Barbara in South County, where all the money's at. Yeah.
The whole identity politics thing. I wish we could just get over that. Just stop it. Yeah. It shouldn't matter. I mean, and I almost sometimes feel like I'm unique in this, but I shouldn't be. When I go to vote for somebody, it has literally nothing to do with what they look like.
100%.
Zero.
Can you give me...
I don't care if you're female, male. I don't care if you're black, white, red, brown. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me. I don't even care about your religion. I don't care about your sexual orientation. Don't care. I care about what you are going to do to make a country or a city or a state that I want to live in better. Yep. And that my family is going to make better for my family and my kids and my grandkids and my that's all I care about. I don't care. I want to see debates on the issues, and I want people to be open and honest about it. Stop not saying what you really think because you're scared people are going to leave your base.
They're afraid to pander.
Yes. Just stop it. Mm-hmm. Just say, look, this is what I believe. I don't care what it is. Even if it's something controversial. Get up there and say, you know what, I'm against abortion. Yeah. And if people don't vote for you in California because this is a very pro-abortion state, so be it. Yeah. At least you were honest. Yeah. Instead of saying, no, I mean, it's kind of like I guess it's okay. Like you're going around everything.
You don't always have to do it.
Yes. Stop it.
It's, when it comes to, we're building all these, Santa Barbara County has to build all these houses around here. Mm. And they're not really building homes. Let's take it back, not houses, homes. Right. And they're doing all these like stacking packs, they're building. If you look at like a map of what they're drawing, their plans are. They're building projects.
Right.
They literally are. They're putting a school right there. Like, hey, they're building projects forever projects to minimize the growth of people.
Right.
And the county and the city and everything. Great. Oh, this is a great idea. Low income housing, more low income housing, and all that stuff like that. You know, Maribel Aguilar, she's running for a supervisor of District 5. She had a great idea, and I thought about this before, when I was a few years ago when I talk about building a house. There's levels of cars. Why can't we build a house that is like the minimum? You don't get quartz top. You get like in the 80s, you get a laminate top.
Yeah.
You get flat cabinets.
Right.
You get regular carpet. You get a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. You don't get a huge backyard. You get a little tiny backyard to where you can barbecue.
Yes.
And
it's like the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Right?
You don't get all the things. And so now the house that they want to do all this land, you don't get a backyard. You do it yourself.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when they did like self-help housing in the 5 cities? So in Apomo they did self-help housing in the 90s.
What does that mean, self-help housing?
You helped build it.
Oh yes, I do know about that. Yes.
And you helped build it.
A friend of mine did that.
That's your down payment.
Okay.
And you get this house at the
you put in the labor and it drops the cost for you.
Drops the cost for you, and you do all that stuff. And so like what Maribel was saying, she's like, hey, not that it's self-help, but she was saying these houses can be built half the cost. Don't quote me on the dollar amount, but we're not $500,000 homes. We have $300,000 homes.
Right. And
people can afford to go and get, and you get people who qualify, who make they're not those people can qualify to buy a $300,000 home, are not being put into a $500,000 home.
Right.
And having to put 8, 9, 10 people in it.
Yeah.
And that's being nice.
Right.
You can't put 80. You can't put 80 in it, but you have a home. Maybe it's only a single car garage. You don't need a 2-car garage.
Right.
But you have a home to live in.
Right.
And it's yours.
Yeah. And you can afford it.
And you can afford it.
Right.
And so like and that would help the market.
Yeah.
Not lower it, but you're giving the opportunity to somebody to buy a home. And so I thought that was great. But the self-help homes, they're like, hey, you can't sell this house for 15 years. You're going to help you do this. Your down payment is your work put in, and you have to put this amount of work inside there.
Right.
You don't get your backyard, it's on you. Your front yard is on you. But you get a home though.
Right.
You get a home. You wash and dry, that's on you.
And I think there'd be a lot of people that would appreciate that, right? Like, not everybody needs, obviously if you had a choice, well, for the same price, you can get this 1-bedroom, small backyard, or you can get a 4-bedroom, 2,800 square foot house with a huge backyard, and they're the same price. Most of us can be like, well, obviously I'll take the better one. But if the prices were dropped to the point of people could actually afford it, like, we're at the point right now, especially in California, where almost nobody can really own a home on a single income.
Zero.
Right? Like, most of us are only doing it because our spouse also works, and we're, or you have 4 roommates and you're all working and you're paying, I got my 24-year-old son who's living with us. Again, he moved out for a while and he came back. But he's like, he would love to move out. But unless he gets 3 or 4 roommates, which is always sketchy, because what if one of them is a flake?
Yeah.
And then you don't make rent one month, you're out on your butt again, and it's like, it's hard. So it's like almost impossible. We've made it so impossible for somebody to live at all, And I'm not saying like some of the people like, oh, everybody needs to make a living wage. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the market should be low enough so that someone with a single income can at least, buy a condo or something. You know what I mean? Like something.
That used to be a starting point.
Right, exactly.
That used to be a starting point. But we have such an influx of people who need housing and that aren't accounted for in the area. Our housing problem is an effect of overpopulation in the area, and stuff like that. And so like, oh, we need more of this and more of that. So it's crazy to think that your starting point was, hey, buy a condo for $150,000 back in the day, or and yeah, I may have an HOA, but it's only $200.
Yeah.
You know, and so
Right.
You know, and I get a roommate. I get one roommate, or my girlfriend moves in. We split it. You know, she moves out. I'm on my own. You know, whatever. But you know, you can do that. People were buying any condo in Santa Maria, Oregon, 20 years ago, was well under $180,000. Well under $180,000.
Right.
And you could, okay,
right.
Yeah, and now we're talking, we gotta pay $1,500 a month or whatever. It's all doable. Now you can't even rent a 1-bedroom apartment for under $2,100.
Right. Right.
It's just the greed of
yes.
it all. Because that comes to what it takes to build a house, which is
right.
all done through California and the Coastal Commission and all the things that control building that. It costs them so much money. The builders have to make their money, and they're gonna make their money.
Well, but see that the builders are going to charge more, and see the whole thing's going to cost more. All why? Location.
Yeah.
Right? California, the weather's nice. Southern California, the weather's nice most of the year. You don't have to worry about snow and severe rainstorms and flooding and all this. Like, right? I get it. There's a reason why you can buy a house for 1/3 of the price if you go to, you know, Nebraska or something, right? There's a reason for that. But why? You know what I'm saying? Like, we're taking, and I've always said this too, like, even here where we are, we're in Santa Maria right now. If you and I took a drive and we went to, say, Pismo or Avila, right? Grover Beach. These areas where, like, some of these nice houses where you can see the ocean from your deck outside your house, right? That house is going to cost probably double what my house is worth right here. All because you can see the ocean.
100%. Yeah.
And I'm like, this is something that God made. And you people are putting money on it, and you're charging people for what God did. It's like, dude, like that just seems wrong to me. I don't know. I mean, yeah, people are going to buy it.
Yeah.
Obviously, the rich people are going to want to buy a house that has beachfront property. Of course, I would.
Yep.
I get it. It's beautiful. You know, you can take a 5-minute walk, and you got your feet in the water, dude. Of course. But why does it have to cost 3 times the amount as a normal house? You know.
You know, but it didn't used to.
Yeah.
You used to be able to, every house in Shell Beach, all the little bungalows, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, those were just vacation homes.
Yes. For rich people.
That
could afford a vacation home.
But you would buy, but that home, even then, you could buy it for barely anything.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I almost bought a home. We're talking the 80s and 90s. So but I almost bought a house I was 20 years old in Grover Beach. It was on 7th Street.
Okay.
7th and Nice. And it was a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. Like 1,100 square feet. Nice bed lot. So it was a bigger backyard.
Sure.
Garage is in the back, you know. And it was for $112,000.
What?
Yeah, that's what they used to go for. Yeah, but I'm coming from, I was paying rent for a 1-bedroom on 10th Street in Saratoga for $500 a month. And I worked at the garbage company, and I'm like, oh God, you know, I was a sanitation engineer. I drove a garbage truck. Okay. And so and I go, you know what? And my mom's like, hey, I'll give you some money. Oh, Mom, I'm gonna have to pay $1,100 a month, or it was $1,062 or something like that.
And that probably seemed like a lot.
It was so much.
Yeah.
I go.
The minimum wage was what? $4 an hour or something, probably back then.
I was making in that time. I was doing pretty good. I was making $13 an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
making
that was
a lot.
Yeah, I was doing good, but still, I had a truck payment. I had insurance was like $80 a month. You know, and I moved out at 18. And I'm like, hey, but I thought, no way, I'm not gonna put myself in that position. Now, that house is $1 million house now.
Oh, I bet.
You know,
if not more.
Yeah. If not more.
Yeah.
And we're talking just a 3-bedroom, 1-bath home.
Right.
You know, a 5 blocks from the ocean. Not an ocean view. You can hear the ocean crashing.
Yeah.
You know, but when it comes to like, we'll get back to like the green deal.
Yeah.
It still hasn't proven in any way, shape, or form that it works in anywhere, in any country, in any state, any location, even at, like, you see all these schools are putting up like all these solar panels on it. It costs them, like, when will it pay for itself?
Yeah.
The like $250,000 or more, or $500,000 or $1 million projects for all the parking structures that they have with all the solar panels.
Right.
That's can that go to other things right now?
Right.
The kids that like, it's not gonna. It just doesn't seem like it's gonna change our electrical grid at all. Is it helping that school? Mm-hmm. I don't know. You'll never see real numbers. You'll never see real numbers of cost versus efficiency ever. Like when it comes to that, because any solar guy comes in, I see that you're paying this much right here. With your bill, you're getting, like, you saw the spiel. The spiel is even worse now.
Yeah.
They'll get like, well, in our area, they'll do like a graph. In our area, we have this, and that, and it's like you will only have to pay $186 a month. You're paying $225. Yeah. I mean for $35.
Yeah.
I'm not putting on something on top of my roof that may damage my house, may have issues that I'm gonna have to pay. Nowadays, it's $50,000 or $60,000.
Yeah.
Because if you want to do it right, you got to have the Tesla batteries. You got to have all these things, and they don't. And there's no tax write-off no more. You probably go to like the last of the people who got the tax write-off. Mm-hmm. And even before, back in the day, you used to PG would write you a check.
Right.
Like you'd have credits or credits. Like, hey, yeah, they pay me to have, because they're drawing from my solar panels.
Oh wow. Yeah, we definitely still have, I think it's $10 a month or something. But what it does do is it like in summer months when you're getting more direct sunlight, it stores it.
Yeah.
To where in the winter months where you're not getting as much, it'll use that out of the storage.
So do you get it shows the storage, like, hey, you got this much, and so you have this much credit. In
a sense, but it's not like PG is going to give you money.
No, but you have credit. Yeah. You have credit for usage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a sense, yeah. And then in the winter months where, I mean, it's California, we're sunny every day most of the time anyway.
Yeah.
But even in the winter months, we still don't pay an electric bill.
Yeah.
So, but that was part of our concern.
Now, associated with your solar, did you change everything to electric?
No. We still have a gas stove.
That's how it would be the most efficient.
Oh, for sure.
But then that's another cost.
Right.
You do electric heater. Mm-hmm. That you're $5,000-$6,000.
Right.
That's another $5,000.
Right. To convert it all.
You want a real flat top electric burner. Mm-hmm. You're $1,500-$2,000.
Yeah.
For those type of things. And that's how I look at their associated costs.
Yes.
To make, because now you're still, like, if you were gonna, and then your water heater, did you go to a electric water heater or a direct one?
Yeah.
Clicks on like a waterless, a tankless water heater. Mm-hmm. Like that's $3,000. But you have instant heat, and it only uses it when it needs it, and so. But those are all costs associated with making it true solar ran or whatever.
Yeah, so like ideally, if when we bought this house, it was all electric, and then we got solar, it kind of be like, oh, okay, that works out. That's what
that's what they're doing to a lot of things. Like, hey, you have solar on the top, and everything is solar. But if the power grid goes out, you have nothing.
Right.
Unless you have batteries. So now, if you do, you won't have a heater, you won't have a gas stove, you won't have anything that could be useful in an emergency situation if you are full electric, which you're making everything full electric.
Right.
Fireplace, all the garbage. Here's your insert. Mm-hmm. Like our house, we will always have. Our house is so old. We have a wood burning fireplace. We have gas powered stove and heaters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I always have a big generator.
Right. Just in case.
Just because of what I do.
Yeah.
I fix them. I got them, and at any time we will not go without power to the house.
Yeah. So I know if we ever have a huge months long power, I'll just go to your house.
Just come and hang out. We got to keep that freezer full of meat good.
There you go. That's where your kids can just keep shooting it for you and bringing it over.
We pack it all up. And So that's it.
That's awesome. All right. So before we get into spirituality, we have to touch on the moon landing. We just have to do it. I have one of my best friends is a moon landing denier, and him and he did an episode with me, and we do talk about it on there, but we go back and forth all the time. So you got to tell me your reasons for thinking that it never happened. First of all, how sure are you it didn't? Like, put a percentage on it that you would say, I'm this % sure that I don't think it actually happened.
I would believe in my own self.
Okay.
That I'm 75-80% sure that it did not happen. Like, okay. I'm high up. You're
pretty up there. Okay.
Yeah, you know, and it has to do with a lot of factors, whether it's why we haven't gone back, which when we say we haven't been back in 50 years, or you know, or is it telecommunication? How are we talking to the president when it even now it's a delay of minutes to contact and stuff like that. But there's other factors too, like, you know, I've done a couple deep dives, which as I get older, I'll call it. I'll go, April, I'm in a deep dive right now. I got locked in. I'm in a deep dive. Like, I'll
see you in a few weeks.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. I'm in a deep dive.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you look into people who worked on special projects with NASA and stuff like that, and they say, for some reason, you know, and true or not true, it just, this guy is telling this story, not now. He's telling this story in the 70s and 80s. It's like almost black and white, but it's like color, but like you can tell it's from the 70s.
It's Technicolor.
It's Technicolor, whatever. Yeah. And he's like saying, hey, listen, the moon landing was, this guy's saying, hey, I know the moon landing is fake. I'm the driver who drove the white sand from this beach that created this white sand and the rocks and these big boulders and put them in this huge, used to be a airplane hangar, and they painted the inside of the hangar all black and I dropped all the sand there. And
then this is supposedly where they filmed the fake moon landing.
Filmed it.
Right.
And I'm thinking, like, this guy is saying a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like, you want to believe him, but it could. But at the same token, I'm not 100% believer. But I'm like, if you're telling the truth, that's crazy. And if
see, that's the big question, right?
Yeah.
If yes.
Well, he's like, yeah, me and so and so. He's talking. He's saying, hey, a second person, a third person. You know, he's saying, hey, he brought the rocks. I brought this. So he's saying somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I wasn't the only person there.
Right.
You know, and
do you believe in aliens? No, really. Do you believe in aliens?
Dude, I believe. Yeah, there's some aliens out there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some aliens out there.
The reason I asked is because most people that kind of say what you just said. Oh, and this guy towards the end of his life, he was or whenever back then he was saying that he's the guy that dropped the sand up. Usually people like that say, do you believe in aliens? They say, well, no, that's ridiculous.
No.
And I'll say, well, you know, there's accounts where you got 1, 2, 3, 4 people that'll tell you, oh, no, we were abducted by this craft and we were dropped off over here and they did these tests on us and all kind of stuff. And they say, well, that's ridiculous. And it's like, well, why can you say these people are lying? These 4 people are all lying. But over here, you're like, oh, these people are definitely telling the truth. Well,
yeah, listen, I do believe in...
Okay.
The aliens may have helped or not helped with the pyramids, you know?
Yeah.
May or may not help.
Yeah.
Like something else. But we won't go pyramid action right now.
Yeah.
But we'll
that'd be a whole other podcast.
We'll stay on task with the moonlight. Like, you know, like the, you know, and just the when I read into like the Van Allen belt and stuff like that, and how it has to be a perfect trajectory to go through it and not like get the least amount of radiation supposedly flying through there, and then coming back through it at the perfect trajectory, and so on and so forth, and never have an issue with the technology it had back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
You know, like I've seen a model of the lunar module, and they say don't touch it, but you could see like it's like that looks like aluminum foil. But now, hopefully it wasn't aluminum foil, you know, like, but it looked like aluminum foil, and it looked like if you put your finger, it would like rip it and shred it. How does it travel through? How is that thing traveling through space at thousands of miles an hour? Right. To get to, because once you get in there, even though there's no air in space and all that stuff like that, that it's moving. It's moving, but you know.
So what? Okay, so what in your opinion, what reasons would you think America would have to lie about something like that? Was it strictly the space race, or like
space race to be a winner in the cold race? To be a winner. We said
to beat Russia.
To beat Russia, and
but we didn't beat Russia.
Well, they went up and hung out there.
Okay.
In the lower Earth orbit, and I think that's as far as we've ever gone.
But you don't think Russia ever made it there either?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think.
You don't think any human being has ever stepped foot on the moon?
No, not at all. Not at all. And I say that with confidence.
Okay.
I'm saying that right now with confidence. So because if they did, like if Russia did, because Russia's so spiteful.
Yeah.
They would be like. We were there.
Yeah.
You know, we were there. You guys, Americans, are weak.
Yeah, they've been like Ivan Drago up there.
100%.
We beat the Americans.
It wouldn't be like the Iranian one where it shows like it looks like asteroids. You ever see that one? Me. Like everyone's all clapping. Everyone's all clapping. It looks like an arcade game. That we really said a little bit of and also like when you're reading the things and it says how much Walt Disney donated to NASA and how he was involved and how he's in
a frozen cryo prison somewhere supposedly.
Walt
He's
Disney
not dead.
Yeah. He was in it through like the 50s and 60s and stuff like that.
They're gonna thaw him out like in 2045 or something.
Whatever the case would be, but he was like they said he was like an advocate to get to the moon in whatever means.
Right.
And so. It was to be is status of the United States. Look what we did.
Yeah.
The other several other times supposedly they went. It just looked like it was like more and more obvious that it's like you're trying too hard. Like you're trying too hard to show you landed on the moon.
Right.
Like the first couple times supposedly went on the moon. Like. They weren't falling over, and all of a sudden now, they're so confident that they're on the moon, they're falling over, or they're pulling their little tote before they got the rover. They had like a little wagon.
Yeah.
And they can't even walk. They can't even walk with their hands by their side, but this wagon is like they're pulling it just fine. But then they're walking, perfectly straight. And it just.
So what do you think about there's obviously been lots of people on the other side of this than you that basically answer all of those kind of critiques, right? Mm-hmm. Whether it's the flag blowing or the most of the, from what I've read anyway and seen, most of it has to do with like technological stuff.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't have this kind of equipment back in the 60s. How could they have done this? Like you mentioned, the telecommunications to the Earth and the, supposedly to the Earth, from the moon to the Earth, and that kind of stuff, right? But then have you looked into like some of the answers like that people give to this, and they just don't fly for you, or you're like, that sounds ridiculous.
People like when you look into the they would say like, oh yeah, even though our computer system, our computer system wasn't even as powerful as this iPhone, but we had a great analog system, a great analog. Okay, we had a great analog system that was the most powerful that there ever was built at the time.
Right.
It could not text or send an email or a picture.
Sure.
It just wrote out, did numbers, and said, we're going to punch in this trajectory and we're going to make it through what we got to do.
Yeah.
And they said and they would say, hey, the rockets were bigger and they carried more combustion and they were faster and like this. I go, but why we don't have that now? And the answers are, well, a lot of times. The most common thing is, well, we lost the technology. It was all the tapes were all the original tape.
See, that sounds shady. If that's their answer, that's already immediately shady.
It's like everything was recorded over the tape. So you're saying one of the biggest things ever in life,
right,
were recorded over, and or lost,
right,
technology,
which doesn't make any sense.
And but then one thing that people say, I was like, well, you think that like 5,000 people will all lie about the same thing? Well, I can only say this. If we're all in one big room and they don't know that we're going to film this in another studio.
So you think they fooled the people too?
They may have.
But what about all the people actually involved in the supposed moon landing?
Listen.
The astronauts, the flight control people, all those people that were involved. They couldn't have been fooled. They either knew they were pulling the wool over everybody's eyes, or they really did it.
You know, like, it's like what was it, Buzz Aldrin or
Neil Armstrong?
Neil Armstrong always saying, you know, multiple times he had slip ups. You know, we never been there. It was you didn't see us on the moon. That was basically a tape we made afterwards.
Right, but okay, so you help me with this one, because I've heard this claim, and I've asked people to send me this video or whatever it is where he's saying this.
Yeah.
And whenever they send me this video, he says nothing like that. So either they're sending me the wrong video or it doesn't exist or what. But if you know it, please send it my way.
I just saw it like 3 days ago.
Okay.
He's like, not so. There's one with a classroom where he goes, we didn't go to the moon, and that's something we shouldn't talk to little kids about going to the moon. That's not for you to worry about. Mm-hmm. And which is like crazy. Like, wouldn't you be? You should be like saying, "Hey, going to the movie was the most exciting thing I ever did in my whole life."
Yeah.
He never says that.
It's the only reason anybody knows his name.
Yeah, exactly. And and like they do, like the initial interview when they come back, and they're all they're all sitting in the chair, you know, and all their heads are down.
Yeah.
And not one of them is like, "I just won the World Series."
Right.
They're all like blank faced.
Yeah.
Like, and some said like they were like,
the mannequins, or they
were they like drugged?
Oh,
you know, they're like
see, now you're getting into big time conspiracy kind of stuff.
I'm not saying they were, but like they're saying, were they not? Why did they even say 2 words?
Right.
You know, it was tough in space, you know, and you know, and you know, they're all soft spoken. It's like they lost about 5 years.
Yeah.
In at that moment, you know, and then some other people who've been to space have never spoke about it ever. Mm-hmm. Like that. I mean, I would use that for my celebrity. I mean, I went to space. Yeah. I'm gonna collect some cash off this.
Right.
I'm gonna collect some cash off of me
spilling the beans, or you mean like talking about
how I went to the moon,
continuing the story.
Like I went to the moon. I went to the moon. Recognize, mofo.
Yeah. Did you do that?
Yeah, exactly. You've never been in a rocket before. You ever been in a rocket with a booster and up there, and we land over there and came back through there and look at the burnt little capsule. Look, it landed in the ocean. Look at that thing. Right. You know, it just.
But as far as the technology, as far as like the ships, the crafts, we definitely have that now. Right, some of the stuff Elon Musk is doing and stuff, that's pretty gnarly. You
know, we do, and you know, with this whole Artemis thing, like I have big conversations with Garrison about this Artemis. Because they keep on having issues. And I don't buy like that, the word that he says that we're going to be the first time we're ever going to have people outside of lower Earth orbit and the moon at the same time.
Yeah.
He just was mixing up his words. But if you weren't like paying attention, he said this is the first time we're going to be on the moon and in lower past lower Earth orbit at the same time, you know. Yeah. So he's like, oh, so we've never been there. So the first time we're going to do anything, you know. But they never corrected it either.
Yeah.
They never said, hey, just a correction. This is the first time we're going to be on the moon, and other people will be hovering around.
Yeah.
They don't say it like it like that. They kind of like mince the words, but they keep on having issues. They keep on getting delayed, and they just posted. Now they're just going to circle the moon.
Yeah.
And now they don't know when they're going to go back to the moon because they're not ready to land on the moon yet. Like, we're not ready to land on the moon.
Right.
Like, okay, you're not... Like, yeah, the most amazing technology we've ever had in getting to outer space and land on the moon, and we can't... Like, when you look at our fighter pilots, our fighter jets, and our technology out there, the way they're bombing on Iran, and all, the things that we can do like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's so... It's amazing, So amazing. It's so... Yeah. But we still can't get to the moon in a swoop.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, like to answer the kind of thing you said earlier about and this is a kind of a common objection. They say, if we've been to the moon, why have we never been back? Why have we not been back in however many, 60 years at this point, or 60 years, 50 years? Right? Because I was 69, we supposedly landed on the moon. Right?
Yeah, but we went up until 72 or something like that.
Okay, right, a few different times, right. Like, what reason would we have to go back? Like, if the whole purpose was just to say we did it, right? And maybe they went, hypothetically, because I know you don't believe they did. But if they show up over there and they don't really find anything, it's not made of cheese. They can't be like, oh, let's go back and make some really good pizza. There was really no resources there that they could really, other than just saying, I stepped on the moon, I brought a rock back, I took some moon dust or whatever. You know what I mean? They didn't find any life or anything like that. Now, if they would have found a colony of aliens, then obviously that'd be a reason to keep going back and, like, hey, let's go study these aliens, or let's make friends with them or something, right?
Yeah.
Or let's wipe them all out and colonize the moon and start our, just like white people are so good at, right? We'll just do like we did with America.
Continue to
put the flag in there, and we claim the moon now. The moon is the 51st state, or whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy because what I guess one of the questions that I've never asked, or if we went there, what did we learn about it?
Right.
There's not a lot of talk about what we learned. Like they brought back rocks. Even Neil Armstrong brought back a rock and gave it to this other country and says, hey, and this country bought this rock. It was moon rock. It was petrified wood. They found out later. They decided 20 years later they wanted to see what they wanted to sliver a piece off on there.
Yeah,
it was petrified wood.
So if there's petrified wood on the moon, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But you don't think it was on the moon. You think it was just a piece of petrified wood that.
Oh yeah, it's from the Appalachian Mountains.
Well, hey, if the old Earth evolutionists are correct, then the moon broke off from the Earth, right?
See, and that's I don't say we're not saying that is not. I read about that and I'm like. Okay, I don't want to go too deep on that. Once we were one and now we are two. Yeah. And
like the moon's a piece of the Earth, basically, right?
Yeah, and it just happened to be a perfect.
That's their claim. They came out of the Grand Canyon. That's why there's such a big canyon there, because that's where the moon came from. Apparently, I don't know. I'm making that part up.
The moon's a little bit bigger than the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
But it's still a beautiful, piece of land, the Grand Canyon. But just the moon is just. It really has nothing to. It has nothing to. It doesn't have anything to offer anybody.
Yeah.
It's just there.
Right.
And we're.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really. I mean, as far as we know, anyway. As far as I know, it doesn't have anything.
I think that you can, when you look at it, if you looked at it 100 years ago, you can see that nothing was there. Also.
Right.
Like you're like, well, okay, do we need to go there?
And I would agree with you that I think, at least from what I've understood, is that a big part of them wanting to get there was just to beat Russia.
Exactly.
Right?
100%.
Or whoever else was
in your
the
face.
race.
It was an in your face moment.
Yeah, we're better than you.
We got there. Well, once again, we won.
Mm-hmm.
We once again we won, and you guys can fall behind, and you just know that our technology is so vast that we can go to the moon. That means that we can do whatever we want to you. Because imagine what you don't know what we have.
Right.
So
the other theory is that, and I'm sure you've heard this, but the other theory is that we did go to the moon, but that the video we saw of us going to the moon is just a video that was shot in a studio-ish kind of thing. And the reason we did that is because we weren't going to beat Russia there.
Mm-hmm. I heard that.
And we did that just to make it look like but then we did get there. Just not that day, right? It's kind of a thing, which is shady. But
that's why I was saying, like, that's why, like Neil Armstrong was saying, you saw a video of it.
Right.
So, is it just a video of, like, it's a reenactment of what we did?
Mm-hmm.
Here's a reenactment. We've got a reenactment.
Yeah.
And, but I was there.
Right.
Believe me.
Right.
Believe me.
We lied to you about that, but trust me that we really did go.
Yeah. The video was real, just not real on the moon.
Yeah. Which kind of makes it not real.
It makes it not real a little bit, because and then when you hear things like that, it's like, okay, the guy actually did drop off dirt and rocks.
Yeah.
In a studio.
Right.
Or in an airplane hangar.
Yeah.
Like, okay, if that's what happened.
Like, did he though? Is there like record of this, or is it just one guy saying he did?
It's an interview like in the 70s. So he wasn't old. He's like, like 8 years ago I did this.
But like, where's the invoice? Like, there's got to be an invoice, right? That's a lot of sand and rocks. That's got to cost a pretty penny.
100%. And like, so that's where not conspiracy comes. That's where like the backing government comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Like
which is part of every conspiracy theory.
Pay to play.
Corrupt government.
Pay to play.
Right.
Hey, listen, you drop this dirt off.
Yeah.
Not a word. Not a word. But not a word, because I know you live at this address.
Yeah.
And your kid goes here.
Yeah.
But you deliver this on Tuesday. Here's 10 grand.
Yeah. And never talk about it ever again.
Zero.
Yeah, but he did.
Yeah. It's always a cancer guy. It's always a cancer guy.
The guy that's on his way out anyway.
He's on his way out anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
or people are on their deathbed.
Yeah, exactly. It's stuff like that. But, we're going to see how close we get to the moon by 2031 or whatever they're going to try. So we still have 5 more years before we actually land on the moon.
I thought it was Mars now. I thought they were looking at Mars.
They can look at it, but they ain't getting.
You know they're going to land on there?
Not.
I don't know.
If they land on it in our lifetime, that'd be amazing.
Well, Matt Damon was already up there, dude. I saw the movie.
It was pretty good. He came back with a parachute. He's a botanist. He's a botanist who survived Mars.
Yeah. What was he growing up there? Tomatoes?
No, potatoes.
Potatoes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Potatoes, ketchup, and he had Vicodin.
Oh, there you go, dude. That's all you need. As long as you can make French fries and knock yourself out, that's all you need.
And then he had a major blowout, and then he had to get on over there. Yeah.
That was a good movie, but I don't know. I'm not a big Matt Damon guy, but that was a pretty good movie. Cool, man. All right, last section.
Okay.
You ready for this one?
Yeah.
All right. Does God exist?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
He does. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So kind of, I guess, walk me through that. Like, what does that mean to you? Like,
well, I do believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay.
So,
you profess Christianity? You're Christian?
I do.
Okay.
I do. And I haven't been baptized as an adult.
Okay.
And which is a whole nother situation of like children getting baptized.
Yeah.
Not understanding and everything like that. So to say I was baptized as a young boy.
Okay. How old?
7.
Okay.
Were
your parents believers?
My dad's side was.
Okay.
And my mom followed suit. But she like we mentioned before, she converted. She converted when she was a child.
Okay.
And her mom was converted Jew.
So when your mom and dad were taking you to church, you were baptized at 7. Your mom was already into Judaism?
Way before that, yes. As a child, she was.
But she just allowed your dad to.
It's funny how it works. I think it works like that in every religious upbringing.
Yeah.
You go, you don't go. You go, you don't go.
Sure. Yeah.
I had no reason to go because there was no one to go with, or I wasn't believing at the time, and I met them. I had hardships, and I didn't fall in the line of my believer, whether it's Jesus Christ or whomever.
Yeah.
And I didn't fall in line with that, and he wasn't there for me, so I didn't go. And then so my dad's like, hey, we're gonna go. I think they sent us to church so they could just have a minute away from 5 kids.
It's like babysitting.
Yeah,
childcare.
They dropped it off there, and they did it, like that. So because it wasn't like we didn't do a lot of prayer at the table or anything like that. But when I was older, I found a more thorough and better connection with Jesus Christ.
So you kind of, even though you're baptized at 7 and you kind of grew up going to church, you obviously have to come into your own faith at some point.
Yeah, and I was an adult at that time.
Okay.
So it wasn't which is crazy. So going to the school, preschool. That's it's a Christian preschool. They call it Bixby Beavers, and in Long Beach, and you go, and we went to church and all this stuff like that, and then we just stopped going to church.
Okay.
Dad worked on Sundays because he's working nights, so we didn't go to church no more. Mom wasn't going to drag us there. And
so do you feel like it was like church and Christianity was more of something that happened in your life pretty much only on Sundays, and then, or do you feel like that wasn't really part of your household?
100. It was, and I think there's a lot of people deal with. It was Sundays. It was Easter. It was holidays.
Yeah.
It was and anytime you went to Grandma and Grandpa's house, you prayed before dinner.
Oh, okay.
Stuff like that.
So you noticed the difference, and it's just you and mom and dad and your siblings at home.
Not happening.
You're not praying before a meal.
My dad was a good drinker.
Okay.
And Jesus wasn't along for the ride.
He did turn the water into wine, though.
Yeah. So, my dad was a vodka guy.
Oh.
So he did help. He did help with the potatoes.
Okay. So then at some point your dad started working on, so obviously if it's not really a big part of their life, it's just a Sunday thing. It's like, I got to work Sundays, no big deal.
Yeah, no.
And then your mom probably believing in Judaism is more like.
And then I think I don't even think she was a thorough follower at that time.
Okay.
To preach it to us. Like she didn't bring it upon us.
Okay.
At all. And so, but I would go to early youth, I would go to youth, like Wednesday youth school, or what do you call it? Like, youth
Sunday
night?
school?
No,
youth group.
Youth group on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
You go, you go over there, and like you would go do a little Bible study, and then you go play a game or whatever, and you would go on trips and camp and stuff like that. So that was a great way to be around your friends. Mm-hmm. A great way for mom and dad to get rid of at least one or two kids.
Right.
And so like it wasn't like they wanted me to, hey, go learn a little bit about Jesus right now, and his ways.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, we got 2 down. Yeah. And we'll just call a babysitter for the other 3 girls.
Right.
And we're good to go.
Yeah.
And that's not a knock on my parents. They did the best they could. 5 kids is not easy to raise.
Sure.
And so, and that's only if we had the money to go. That's only if
to camp, you mean?
To go on a go away. Yeah. So if we sold enough, remember we used to sell magazines. And So do the people ever receive the magazines?
Probably not.
Never.
Probably not.
But I got to check.
Yeah, it was more of a donation thing. They're just like, we'll donate to the cause.
Never, publish it, clearing house.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was like that, and then we moved up here from Long Beach. Mm-hmm. We moved up here, and my dad got hurt at work, and he lost all his fingers. He had 18,000 tons fall on his hand, and he lost all his fingers. He had half a pinky and a half a thumb. He just hung loose.
Oh my gosh!
And then he had and he was stuck there for like 45 minutes. They couldn't get the machine up.
Oh!
And so he's in shock, and a horrible experience for him. And bless his heart.
Yeah.
And so he had multiple. Tens of 20 surgeries because he had phantom fingers and all the things like that.
Gosh, dude!
And so my parents.
Did he go on disability from then on for the rest of his life?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, they couldn't. They didn't settle for years.
Oh,
they didn't settle for. But by the time he had all the surgeries, but the man could do anything he wanted. He could weld all the same. Yeah. He didn't make that a hindrance, even though he was right-handed. He never wavered his way he lived. And I respect him for that. And along came with that, the drinking didn't stop either.
Yeah.
That was his cope.
Probably made it worse.
But he was not like a mean drinker. Mm-hmm. He just said, hey, just having, I remember him just going to work. He worked nights. He's a longshoreman, and he'd go with a big gulp, like a 32 ounce or like a 20 ounce big gulp. He'd be ice and vodka, and that's how he started his day.
Wow.
We'd go down there for lunch down at the harbor, and they had like a burrito wagon, and they sell these mini 6-packs, and everybody would buy a mini 6-pack, and they're drinking right there, like they're just drinking mini 6-packs of beer, and just hour break, and then go to work,
Wow.
And this is the 80s,
Yeah.
And I remember that he'd take me up on a scaffolding, and we're on this huge thing, and he'd just drive around on this thing, and that was it. But he wasn't spiritual, but he did love my mom.
Okay.
And they came to some money from the accident.
Right.
And my mom decided, hey, listen, I wanted to go back to Temple. And I'm like 17. Okay. 17 years old. And I'm like, Temple, what are you talking about? I knew barely anything about Judaism.
Because she didn't talk to you guys about it or anything.
I knew my grandma was, okay. My mom used the crazy words like, your grandma was a Jew, and that's why they spoke to each other, which was crazy. Now.
Were either one of them ethnically Jewish?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just religiously.
My grandma's, down the road there was, somebody was.
Okay.
But by the time it got to my mom, it's like it's a portion.
Okay.
It's like saying I'm 2% Cherokee.
Right.
It's like that.
Yeah.
And so my mom decides she's going to go to Temple, and says everyone's going. I said I'm not.
Your whole family was going to go?
Yeah.
She was making everybody go.
Yes.
And you're 17 at this point.
17, and I'm thinking I'm not going. Mom, I got things to do on Sunday. She said, no, it's Friday night.
Yeah.
I said, what are you...
You're like, now what you going to do?
What are you talking about? And she pans it out like, hey, there's a lot of good-looking Jewish girls.
Really? That was her pull for you?
Jewish girls are as bad. Think about Catholic girls, Jews are worse. And I'm like, what are you talking? He's like,
this is your mom telling you
my mom was the worst.
I love it.
And she goes, "How do you think I got pregnant at 17?"
Oh my gosh.
You know, and so yeah. My mom, zero filter. That's the way we lived.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. And so we go there, and we go and I put on the yarmulke and they bobby pin me up and I'm like, what is going on right here? No one ever mentioned there was going to be another language either.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And next thing you know, they're doing a full service in Hebrew.
In Hebrew, yeah.
And saying, and they're doing prayers and doing all these things. And I'm like, Mom, what is going on here? And my mom says, "Hey, listen, we're doing this, and me and your two sisters are redoing all of our mitzvahs. We're doing.
Yeah.
I gotta reconnect. I gotta go back to school.
Okay.
Torah. I want to learn the Torah. I'm gonna do all these things."
And were your parents still married at this point?
Yeah. My parents.
Did your dad have any problem with this at all?
He's like, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna go, but this is bull. This is BS."
Okay.
And like when my mom got you graduate from going to doing the mitzvah and do all this stuff like that. Mm-hmm. My dad's walking around with the scrolls of the Torah, and I'm looking at my dad. I'm like, I know that man had about 3 cups of not coffee before he came here, just to make this,
just to take the edge off.
The Torah, they had they had big scrolls this big.
Oh, yeah.
He's carrying around one half a hand. I'm thinking he's gonna drop this thing.
Yeah. And that might be sacrilegious, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, and then my mom's like trying to say, "Hey, you should learn about this." I say, "Mom, I'm gonna give it a go."
Okay.
I give it a go. I read just a little bit about what happened between Friday before sunrise or Friday night to Saturday.
And it was in English.
Yeah, they bring. Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't reading.
I thought you were gonna say you learned Hebrew to see. No.
I just learned what you're supposed to do through that 23-hour day. It's not like a or 28-hour day, whatever it is.
Right.
And so it's like it says no work. It says no work.
Yeah.
You have a couple meals.
Sabbath. Yeah.
You have no driving and no operating electricity. I'm thinking it's Friday night. They have all the lights on.
Yeah. But that gets a pass, see, because it's a religious ceremony.
Listen, don't make me read the scriptures. I'm following the letter to the T. All these things. You can't carry anything. You made my dad, who has half a hand, carry the scroll around, and he barely holding on to it.
And that's work, right?
It's all work. It said do not pick up anything.
Yeah.
It's like
it's very specific.
Very specific. And I'm like thinking, the first 6 things on here we've done twice already.
Yeah.
And I just didn't believe in it.
Well, it's hard to believe in something that seems hypocritical, right?
Yeah,
you're telling everyone else to do one thing, yet you're doing the opposite.
I just didn't believe in it. I didn't believe that we, for me, I go to church my whole life, and then all of a sudden now we're gonna be Jewish.
Right. At 17, that's kind of a shock to the system,
It wasn't happening, but also we next thing you know, we have candles in the house. We're getting Hanukkah and Christmas. I'm thinking, okay, we're getting a couple more gifts now.
Yeah, a lot more gifts.
Yeah, we're getting doubled up.
Yeah.
And so that's cool. We got to come over here and we put the why did I just get a blank? You put the not the menorah. Jeez, you put the little symbol on your door before you come in the house. Gosh dang it, what's it called? Anyway, you put this little symbol, and I'm sorry that I can't remember. But
what symbol was it?
No, you just put. It's like you come into our house and you're blessed when you come here, but it's like on the door. If you all
Jewish
the
households
have it like that.
Okay.
And they're over there. They're doing they bring the rabbi. Everyone's over here blessing the home.
Wow.
And going from there. I went a handful of times. I met a couple of Met checks. Hey, Met checks, how you doing? And that. There's some nice ladies there.
Yeah.
And so,
was your mom right about her stereotype?
Yes. Yes. Yes, she was, and so she was, and that didn't happen until later in life,
right?
But it was just, I had nothing. If I was taught it earlier, she would have had me. If she would have taught me earlier, she may have had me.
Yeah, of course.
But at 17, I'm ready to go. I'm working on my truck.
Right.
I'm working at McDonald's.
Okay.
You know?
So it was more about your own personal life that was going on. It wasn't so much that you're like, I'm a Christian. I don't believe in this Judaism stuff.
I wasn't even, like, at that point, I wasn't even going to youth group anymore.
Okay.
I just worked. I was playing sports. I was doing all... spirituality was on the back burner as far as I could push it.
Right,
you know?
right.
And also, like, doing the right thing in life was not, like, would be questionable if I was, like, if you look back.
Yeah.
Like, I was doing questionable things.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
And so, it wasn't, I wasn't a good Christian. I definitely wasn't a good a participant for the Jewish religion.
Okay.
You know, and so I just told Mom, no, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
And so her and my sisters continued to do it. Had a huge party at the barn, and it turned into a barn party of the ages. We had all of the congregation was there, all the favorite ones, all the ones with money and all the stuff like that.
This was a big party
in celebration of them finishing their schooling and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So they had we had a DJ, we had all things.
Wow.
You know, and only thing we didn't do was put my mom on a chair. You know,
a little chariot carry around.
Yeah, and smashing the glasses on the thing.
Yeah.
You know, and so, but that was like my intro to Judaism and exit of it. You know, and then years went by and I would go to church. I'd find a church and I would be involved in it, and I would enjoy it, and also be saddened that I haven't gone back.
Yeah.
You get that little emotion, like I'm not.
You feel like you're missing something in your life.
Yeah, you're missing something, and like how am I? What kind of believer am I if I'm not doing?
Right.
I never thought you had to be 100%. I'll never be 100% into the church life. I'll never be 100% of that. But my connection with Jesus is my own, and even sometimes I got to question myself. Hey, check yourself, because you're stepping away.
Right.
And which is, and I don't think a lot of people do that. And if they do, it really hits them like it does me at times.
Yeah. So during that time when you kind of decided, Mom, I'm not doing the Jewish thing, and you kind of went out and you're working a lot, and you're kind of, like you said, kind of going to the beat of your own drum in a sense, right? You're living your own life. I forgot the way you worded it. Not really living for the Lord necessarily. Doing some questionable things.
Yeah.
But you still felt that you were still a Christian. You were just one that wasn't doing all the right things. You weren't going to church every Sunday.
Exactly.
But then at some points during your life, you're kind of like, I want to go back to church.
I get drawn back.
Okay.
Someone.
Yeah.
An instant would happen.
How long would that usually last for? Like months?
It would the first time it was a couple years. I got married to the kid's mom. Mm-hmm. Her family was very religious, and so we would go, and I would go happily.
Okay,
I would go happily, and I had the means to go. We could go on Sunday. We could do what we had to do, and so on and so forth. We had a newborn baby, and all the things, and it was good, and I would. Not to the point to where I was like, I wasn't like giving to my church. Like I was going as a participant and to learn. And I wasn't a member of the church community like some people give in different ways. Like I went to listen, learn, and go like that. And so, and I felt good about that.
Yeah.
And but then life comes back around, and you're like, hey, I can't go on Sunday, and then time goes on, and so on and so forth, and then me and the kid's mom, we separated, and
how old were your kids at that point?
3 months and 3 years old.
Oh, dang, still pretty young then. Okay.
Yeah,
3 months.
3 months.
3 months after she gave birth, you guys split up.
She decided this is what was best for us, and so.
Oh, she split you guys.
Well, it
was mutual.
It was like, I think so, and I'm like, fine. Could there have been a better fight? Mm-hmm. There could have been.
Yeah.
But would it have the same result? Yes.
Okay.
Like how much more are you gonna fight to have the same result?
Right.
And so that's what it was, and that was heartbreaking, and And I thought, well, looking back, I thought maybe that would bring me back to church, but it didn't. It wasn't for a few, probably 7 or 8 years. And then I started going to Oak Park Christian Church in Arroyo Grande.
Okay.
And I was going there. I was going there regularly for a few years. I go there, enough to where, like, hey, they accepted me. They would have fundraisers. I would be involved in the fundraising. I was on a softball team.
You're plugged in, dude.
I was plugged in.
Yeah.
I was plugged in because he knew I was a baller.
Yeah, once you're on the softball team, that's pretty much.
Well, they said, "Hey, hey, I saw you play in high school. I know you can play."
Yeah.
And so they had a gym, So
right.
And which is the church league is the nastiest league there is.
Yeah, I bet.
No, they're the worst. They're the meanest. They use verbiage like this. I'm like, well, I play on the men's league, the beer league, and they don't talk like you guys,
right.
But and that happened. I went to church for a while, and then I decided I was gonna move to Reno, and the kids were a little bit younger, and I decided to move to Reno. And
it's kind of a weird decision, isn't it, to move to Reno?
Me and the kids' mom lived in Reno.
Oh, you lived there before,
and then we moved back over here.
Oh, okay.
And we got separated, and like 2 years. We were here for 2 years, and then the kid's mom, who wanted to move back here from Reno, decided she needed to go away, and she was moving back to Reno to where her aunt was, and like say, hey, I just need to get reset and do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I was working here and doing still helping out with her and the kids and doing all that stuff like that. So it's not like you can always jump up and leave. Yeah. And do whatever, and so
But you liked Reno, that's why you wanted to go back.
When me and Tony moved there, we moved there, and my mom and dad moved there. Her aunt moved there. My sisters moved there. We had we had a core. They all followed. Now we ended up leaving, and I came back, but I moved back over there, and then she got accepted in nursing school like 4 months later and moved back down here. And so I just said, enough is enough. I'm not following around.
Right.
During that time, the kids were young enough to where I can get them for a longer period of time. Yeah. This is like 2006.
So you have to go back and forth between here and Reno to get the kids to each other?
I would.
Oh my gosh.
I would do it.
Like every week?
Every 2 weeks I would.
Wow.
And we're talking about a toddler and an infant. Yeah. And so, I would do that. I did that for, as time goes on, I did it for 3.5 years until Gavin was 7. And then he just got in the truck one day and I had a great job working at Jiffy Lube, making like $90,000 a year in 2007. And I was killing it.
Oh, wow.
2008. It was 2008. And so he's like, Dad, I just can't wait until we're best friends every single day.
Oh, wow.
And I'm thinking, oh my God. I drop them off and I go, oh my God. And now they're both in school this time. Right. I'm not getting them as much as I used to. Yeah.
But he wished he could be with you all the time. Is that what he meant by that?
Yes. Okay. Well, we just had a great weekend. We did all that stuff, and he didn't see his dad all the time. Yeah. And so, like 2 weeks later, the next day I called my boss and I put 2 weeks in. And I moved back down here, and I didn't have a job. I had a certain amount of money to make a living.
You didn't just transfer to the Jiffy Lube here?
I did not, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just moved down here. We're talking still, it's a hard time. It's 2008, 2009. Yeah. The economy's crap, you know, and I'm like doing whatever. But when I moved back over here, I decided that I'm going to go to church by myself. I'm going to go by myself. Yeah. And I went. I just could not find a church that I liked.
You didn't want to bring the kids? Or was your wife like, don't do that?
We weren't married.
Or your ex-wife, I mean.
Yeah, no. She would have been down with that. Whatever. Oh, okay. We had a great relationship. There was no. Okay. But it was. I just didn't find one for me. And then once you find a couple excuses, then it's off. Right. And then it's
like, well, Lord, I guess you don't want me to go to church.
And then circle forward to where I started going to the church at Oak Park Christian.
Okay.
It's 2017, 18, whatever. And so that's where my church journey went. And, and during that time, I had no hardships during that time. No loss of life. Nothing like that, And
then, so that was 2017, and then you said you met April in 2019?
2018.
Okay.
But we didn't start dating then.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't start dating until 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, but during that during that time.
But were you going to Christian all through all that?
I was there until 20. I would go there off and on until like 2019 or so. Then I moved to Orchid.
Okay.
And then I was like, I'm with my friend. We opened a business like 2 years before that. I'm working all the time. I only have Saturday and Sunday off. The boys have football every Saturday. I just need a day to reset. And my heart wasn't given to go to church on that Sunday. It wasn't one at all.
Yeah.
Me, I'm like, I need a day.
Yeah.
Like, I need a reset because I have I pick up. I was living in. Before I moved over here, but before I moved to from Arroyo Grande, in Arroyo Grande, the boys would take them to school, take them to their mom's house in Napomo, drop them off at like 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:15. I go to work all day, go back to Napomo. They'd be at football until 7 o'clock at night, and then I'd pick them up, go back to Arroyo Grande, do homework till after football practice. I didn't get home till 8:30. We're doing homework and whatever.
Yeah, it's nonstop.
And that was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I had them Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I had them for 4 nights in a row. And it's just like by the time, and even though I had free nights, but I still go to every single practice they had.
Yeah.
And the games on Saturday.
Right.
And so spiritually I wasn't there.
Well, see, so that's, in my opinion, that's almost better than forcing yourself to go on Sunday. Yeah. When you know your heart's not in it. You wouldn't be there for the right reasons really anyway. You'd only be there because you felt obligated.
Yeah.
I don't think God wants us to be obligated. I think he wants us to be, in it. Yeah. Right? Like it's just like in your marriage. You don't want your wife to be married to you because she feels obligated to be. You want her to be married to you because she loves you and wants to spend time with you and wants to be your life mate until you die, So is that kind of where you're at now? Are you have you not gone back at all, or?
Well, we now, April isn't a believer in the practicing of church,
right?
Even though our brother-in-law is a pastor, and
in this area,
yeah.
Oh, what's his name?
He is a pastor at the Vineyard.
Oh,
yeah, Eddie Boasso. It's a smaller, it's a smaller congregation, and they do the best they can to grow and stuff like that. But we have my brother-in-law Eddie, who's a pastor, and then we have April's mom, who is 7 day a week, like 150%, has a direct line to Jesus.
Oh, she's a diehard Christian. I'm sure April told me this in her episode.
She didn't go into detail because she probably didn't want to go into detail.
Oh, okay.
She said, "Yeah, we have." She said, "Probably would use the word." She had a direct line, but it's the next level.
She's very serious about her walk with the Lord.
She's is walking with the Lord.
Yeah.
You ask her, she speaks to him daily.
Yeah,
which is like, okay, I mean.
What a show off!
Yeah. I was getting like graffiti at my shop, and I had it all painted and repainted, and it got graffiti the next day.
Oh my gosh, dude!
And so I did a full episode on my Facebook about this, and I'm just a business owner who's out here doing stuff like that, and like
so mad.
The city's just trying to do the best they can to keep up, but they can't. Well, she came out and she blessed the shop. Mm. She blessed the shop and came out with
she prayed over it, kind of thing.
And walked the whole property in holy water, all the things.
Oh wow!
All the things. Okay. Her and her friend, and they stopped and they spoke to the Lord about how he has to protect this area, and we didn't get any graffiti. We really I got one little touch up, like one somebody did like a little mark, and I told Mom, I said, "Hey, have you got any graffiti?" I said, I didn't really want to say anything. Because to me, it really didn't happen. I have a 4,500 square foot shop. I have a whole huge.
Right.
They did the whole thing. Like if I get one little square that's a 1.5 by 2, I'm not getting graffiti.
Small potatoes.
Yeah, nothing.
Do you think you were targeted specifically for a reason?
No,
you think it was just random?
The whole street got it.
Oh, everybody got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Both times?
Every single time.
So you repainted, and you said the next day you got it again, but the whole area got it again that next night? Mm-hmm. Dang it! Nobody had cameras up or nothing to catch these morons.
We have cameras, but I can't. you can't really point them towards the school because it's pointing towards the school.
Mm-hmm.
I have this little area, so I just got a new camera. It's going to be pointing down to where it doesn't capture kids, but whoever walks in this walking lane is going to be on it, and
Right.
that's public, and it can do it.
Right.
And so I have 16 cameras in my shop.
Okay.
And so, but just on that side, I just didn't. You know, but
dang it.
But she blessed it, and she asked me, say, hey, did you get any graffiti? And I said, I got a little one. She's like, that wasn't supposed to happen. I'm going to talk to him. And I go, okay, okay. I mean, she's got a connection more than I ever would have in my whole life.
Right.
And so, and I love her and stuff like that. And I think,
do you wish you had a connection like that?
No,
no, you don't. Okay.
It seems very stressful.
Okay.
It seems very stressful to pray, to have a prayer, and start prayer at 10:30 and stop when the Lord tells you to.
Right.
That seems like a lot. But that's what her life, and she loves that.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change.
Yeah.
And we're not going to say you're doing anything wrong.
Okay.
I could not do it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it, and they do blessings, and they do prayer circles and bugle horns, and
a lot of ritual stuff.
Yeah, and
right?
I can't do it.
But the brother-in-law that you have, what's the relation there? Is that your side or April's side?
April's sister's.
April's sister's husband.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But April said, I mean, she told me she believes.
Yes, 100%.
She's just not a churchgoer.
No, and so I think, and I'm not going to speak 100% for her.
Yeah.
I'm only seeing, like, it's kind of like when it comes to kids that are made to go to church, start to where they can choose not to go. Mm-hmm. A lot of those kids never go back to church.
Yeah, sure.
Or they despise it, and I'm not saying she despised it, and she's like, I had to go. I don't want to go no more.
Right.
I don't want to go. Or then like some other kids are like, you made me go, and I'm going to just do exactly everything you told me to do in the way of life you wanted me to live, to where I'm just going to be a hindrance to the society.
Right.
And I see that more than anything.
Yeah.
And I think that going to churches should be, I think baptism should be something that you learn, you go later in life, to where you choose, not a parent saying, hey, you need to get baptized.
Well, I definitely agree with you on the baptism thing, because we don't, I mean, even at 7 years old, like you were, I mean, are you really old enough to make that decision?
But they'll line them up. They'll line them all up.
Oh, I know.
They'll line them up with the thing, you did a good job.
Yeah, and then you look at, Catholicism or Lutheranism, and they literally baptize infants.
Yeah.
Like you're a couple days old.
You're just dropping water on their forehead.
Yeah, as if that's going to do something magical. It's like, to me, I mean, and I think it's biblical as far as I can see. The choice to follow the Lord is your own.
Yeah,
100%. It's not I cannot make that choice for my children.
Exactly.
However, I am going to raise them in what I believe to be the truth, just like anybody. Even a non-religious person is going to raise their kids maybe to be atheists in a sense and say, well, you're free to believe whatever you want, but I don't believe there's a God. You might say something, they might say something like that. But and I've told my kids this multiple times. I said, look, I'm going to raise you this way because I think it's the truth, and I think it's the only truth, and I think it's the only way. And however, you're going to come to a point in life where you have to make that decision on your own.
Yeah.
But my point is, ultimately, our kids cannot have our faith.
Yeah.
Whether it's Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, atheist, whatever. They can't have it. They have to. They have to develop their own.
Yeah.
But the baptism thing, I don't agree with that at all. Water baptism is supposed to symbolize a decision you've made to follow the Lord, right? It's an outward expression of what you've done on the inside or what's happened to you on the inside. And I'm not going to say, no, there's no way that a 7-year-old can truly become a Christian or whatever but I'm like, 7, do you really even know?
They barely are reading at school.
Right.
They're barely understanding arithmetic.
You don't even really understand the world at this point. You probably think that superheroes are real and, things like that. So it's, I don't know, man.
The way I've come to more terms as a later adult is that, like, you have things that happen in your life change your religious beliefs.
Sure.
Like sadly, my boy's mom passed away when they were young. Yeah, it was just 6 years ago.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
dude.
and so these two young men.
Yeah.
Two young men, and they your mom passed away in her sleep, and we'll leave, and just like that. And so, you know, late as years gone by, I wonder what her mom went to church and it was a believer and stuff like that, and what do they believe in?
Yeah.
If they, you know, like
your kids, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I didn't have to ask that question. They still believe.
Oh, okay.
They went to church.
Yeah.
You know, one of them goes with his girlfriend all the time.
Do they profess to be Christians?
Yes. If you ask them, they say they were Christians. They would be nothing else.
Wow.
You know, and so, but are they regulars? No, but they're not. They don't not attend.
Right.
So you know, it's like that. And so for me, it's like spiritually, you question what is that role? What was the purpose of loss of life like that for two young men who and they have a younger brother, so and a sister. So these four kids no longer have their mom.
Right.
What? It's easy to ask for them to say why.
Yeah.
Like what do we do? You know,
those are the questions. The whys are the hard ones.
They are. And right. I just had a friend pass away, you know, just a couple weeks ago, and he was the best guy in the whole wide world.
Yeah.
The best.
Was this the funeral you went to yesterday?
Yeah, he's the best guy in the world. And like a retired police officer gave to his church in every single fashion. Devout Catholic, in every single one. Whatever they needed, he did it.
Yeah.
He was part of it. He did it like that. When he passed away, he moved to Alabama, and we just heard this. He moved to Alabama, and their church said that was, and they had services there. So it was the biggest service they ever had there, and he's only been there for 3 years.
Oh wow!
It was the biggest service.
He had that impact on people.
That was the kind of person he was.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so, you know, when it comes to spirituality and understanding and the passing of my boy's mom and my co-parent, it's heartbreaking to me. I mean, I knew this girl since we were when she had her first child. She was a young mother. Yeah. You know, and I used to ride dirt bikes with her dad and brother, and that's how we became a family. Yeah. You know, and so, you know, the passing of their mom made me go like, what is going on here? Right. And to see the pain, the hurt on your kid's face, you have no answer. Sure. There's no answer to give. Yeah. You can give 10 hugs, but not, the 11th one ain't going to make a difference. Right. You just hope that they can make it through there.
Well, I think the only real true answer you can give to things like that is that God's ways are higher than our ways, and God knows what He's doing even when we don't. Right? We get the, you know, I mean, even knowing people that have lost a child. Yeah. Right? At 5 or something, their 5-year-old dies. You're like, how do you even get through something like that? But I know people that are, I mean, their faith in the Lord doesn't waver. They're just like, well, for whatever reason, the Lord decided to only give him to us for 5 years. Yeah. And I'm like, I mean, that's really the only answer, even though it doesn't make it any easier to deal with. Yeah. I mean, that's hard, man.
It's tough. It's like I had a friend who lost a twin when we were in high school, and he says his thing was, there's no reason why he should be gone. Jesus must have been off that day. Right. And it crushed him. And he believed, he wasn't working that day. Because no way he would take the only person in my life I love more than my mom and dad.
Yeah, see, that's...
And when you hear somebody say that, it's like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, although I understand the sentiment, I kind of feel like that's the wrong view of God. Yes. Right? Because it kind of paints God out like as if he's...
That's the anger coming out to blame somebody.
Of course.
Not the car accident that killed him.
Right.
Not the car accident. Yeah. You know, it was
well, because, you know, if you believe in God and you believe that He's all-powerful, which means He could have prevented that from happening. Yeah. Piece of cake. It would have been a snap of the fingers for him. Yeah. But then you get into the whys again, right? And that's the part we don't know. Why did you choose to take my brother from me when he was only 17 or whatever the age is? You know, we don't know. Yeah. And we may never know.
Yeah. You know, I think that like you just said, like how he could. I don't think that like people. Some people will say, "Oh, in a snap of a finger, Jesus could do whatever." I don't think Jesus snapped his fingers too often.
No.
He didn't. He
doesn't even have to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's not. He wasn't. It's the world and life and everything like that is a big, like a snow globe.
Yeah.
You shake it up, and wherever it lands, it lands. Yeah. What flake was over on this side is now going to be on this side, and if that's the part that is going to be sent to heaven, or you hanging out on earth right now, that's how it is.
So do you kind of feel like, are you saying then you think that God's not really in control of things, like he just kind of lets it go, or?
I think that there's a pivotal role, and then there's evil involved in also.
Sure.
And so, like, God can't control. We don't want to think that God and Jesus can control everything, but there's evil is just as powerful as is God at times, and evil can. God is holding back. He has all of a sudden this one finger can't touch that one person that decided to got past him,
right?
And an evildoer did harm to a good thing.
Yeah.
And Jesus is like, hey, I got you. You sorry, not sorry, but not sorry, but like hey, I got you. You weren't meant for this area. You were meant for right here in my heart and with me. But it's hard to look at like that.
But do you view God as all powerful, or do you think he has limitations?
He's all powerful.
Okay.
He's all powerful. I don't think he has limitations, but I do think that.
But like, how could somebody get through that he couldn't hold then if he doesn't have a limitation? You see what I'm saying?
I think that person wandered.
Okay, but he let him through then.
Because I think that our Lord lets you make your own decisions.
Sure.
And
I agree with you on that.
And that's your path.
Definitely.
And that's the path.
Definitely. Yeah.
And I think that the paths are what he doesn't control.
Okay.
Because he says they always say, hey, you make your own path, or the Lord has a path for you. I think that his path is over here, and you're going to meet. Whether you choose to meet him there because of the righteous way of living,
sure,
or does it make a right hand turn?
Right, you choose to go your own way. I think he'll allow you to do that.
Yeah.
Right, he's not going to force you to follow him or believe in him even. And I like that. That's good, right? Yeah. It's, again, back to the marriage thing. Do I want my wife to love me because I got a gun to her head saying, you're going to love me or I'm going to kill you?
Yeah.
Or I want her to choose to love me, right? It's the same with the Lord. All right, real quick, I got two last things for you. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Or you got to go?
No, I got plenty of time.
Okay, so the first one is, do you believe that Jesus is well, first of all, let me start with this. You believe in heaven and hell?
Yeah.
Okay, so who would you say as a Christian, right, who is in heaven and who is in hell? Like, what's the distinction?
Well, people. It's an easy answer to say anybody who does evil acts would deserves to be in hell.
Okay.
But it's hard to say that did the person commit the evil act, was something wrong with him to commit the evil act. They always say, oh, he was a demon, he killed all those people. Well, did he just get out of a mental institution, and like that? But there is good versus evil in our world.
Sure.
And evil. To the forgiveness thing, how you say, oh, I forgive me for everything I've done right now. I'm on my deathbed.
Right.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's because you've done your whole life of evil, and in the last 15 minutes of your life, you want to go to the best place in the world.
It feels unjustified.
It's unjustified.
Sense, right?
So you deserve to go down.
Right.
And I think that's how it is. Like everyone's gonna say people who are murderers to children and do all the harmful things, all the pedophiles and all that stuff like that. Yeah. Like all those things, they deserve to go down there and meet their maker down there. Right. You repent all you want. If it rises you up from the bottom to the top, good on you.
Right.
But
do you feel like anybody is deserving of heaven? Like, do you think there's anybody that's like, oh, I got here because I did the right stuff. I'm a pretty awesome kind of guy. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't rape anybody. I'm not a pedo.
Well, that doesn't make you a believer.
No.
Most of the time it says that you're a good human being. Mm-hmm. I didn't do anything wrong, but I didn't give to the church. Yeah. I didn't believe in Jesus.
Right. So is that the catalyst is the believing in Jesus?
I think that's what That's what they say.
Right.
You know, that's what they say. But you know, is there a B team? Like, is there a B? So
right.
I don't think that person belongs to go down here.
Yeah, you got good, upstanding people. You got rapists and murderers, and then there's someone in the middle who, like, maybe they tell lies or
they don't get steak and lobster.
Right.
It's a Jersey night day. Jersey night day for you, no?
Which isn't a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but
it's not steak and lobster.
But I think you're. Let's just do terms of height. They're hovering, but they're not on the cloud.
Right.
And I think that and people are like, well, either you're there or you're not. I'm like, well,
yeah.
Okay, so someone who doesn't believe in Jesus, they automatically go to jail, go down south.
Right.
And that's what you're saying. That's what people who are staunch.
But you don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
So you think that you can get there just on good.
I think that you can get close to it.
Okay.
You can hang out. You can hang out. You know, you're not going to Yankee Stadium, but you can hang out outside and hear the crowd.
Right. But you're not going to hell.
Maybe you got to work a little harder when you get up there.
Okay. So to you, then, the whole kind of purpose of Jesus, in a sense, is to get people to the higher level of heaven. It's not just to get you into heaven; it's to the higher level of heaven.
You know, when you read all the scriptures, that's basically what they're saying. Mm-hmm. You want to get next level, like you want to get
right.
next level. You want to get to the highest level, closest you can. Like
right.
This microphone right here is Jesus. What does it take for me to get right there and hold that hand? Mm-hmm. And do I pray every single day? Because is it fair that I prayed every single day and did everything I had to do and I don't get to hold his hand? Mm-hmm. But the person who just went to church on holidays and whatever, he gets to sit next to you the same way as I do.
Right.
It's in Jesus' eyes, everybody's holding the hands all together and I have a big old arm and everyone comes in here. Mm-hmm. But
except rapists and murderers.
But
see, where's that line? So, like you mentioned things Jesus said. What Jesus also said, if we believe in Scripture, he said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. Right? So that seems to be saying that even if you're a great guy, if you don't believe in Christ, you're not going to heaven.
Exactly.
That's what you believe?
No, well,
okay.
I believe that. So I guess, you know, what I'm saying is that it's hard to believe that that's... When you read this, when you're reading all the scriptures, and it's been a while since I've done a deep read into that like that. Mm-hmm. But to believe that there's A and B only is tough. Like I want to believe that my friend who doesn't go to church is going to be hanging out with me.
Sure.
And the thing is you go to a service and he has never gone to church.
Right.
And they say, you know, hey, may you rest easy in heaven.
Yeah.
Who's to say that he's resting easy in heaven? And now I hope you rest easy in heaven.
Right.
I know you didn't go to church.
Yeah, we want that. Yeah.
I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
I hope I see you there.
Yeah, well, let me clarify where I'm coming from, because I going to church to me is a good thing to do, I think, especially if you're a believer and you can learn, you can get into the Word, you can pray, you can talk to other believers. That's all wonderful things. But I don't think that has anything to do with whether or not you get into heaven or not.
Exactly.
It has zero to do with it.
But you can be taught where to find the information to find your connection.
Yeah, but I do think that the Bible teaches that if you don't believe in Christ, you won't be in heaven. Mm-hmm. So I mean, you can even be a church goer. You can even be somebody who goes to church every Sunday all your life. You go to the Wednesday services. You take your kids to youth group. All these kind of things. If you don't have the Lord indwelling you, which is what the Bible says is salvation, you believe in the Lord and He comes to live in there, then you're
cooked.
You're cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's it. That's the litmus test, right? It says that the Lord's going to separate the sheep from the goats.
Yeah.
Right? They're all people. Some of them are great. I mean, even in where Jesus says, people come to me and say, Lord, Lord, did I not do all these things in your name? And He says, away from me, I never knew you. Because what matters is if we have the relationship with the Lord, it doesn't even matter what we do. I've met atheists, don't believe God even exists, that are some of the most wonderful people I've ever met.
Yeah.
When it comes to doing things for other people and the community and just being great people, they put me to shame.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. But they don't have a relationship with Christ, right? So, I mean, to me, it's not about being good enough or being bad enough. Well, I say to me, I mean, again, that's what I think Scripture is teaching. But like, is there any chance in your view that someone who, let's say, is a murderer, let's say they were a murderer, they killed 15 people when they were 20, and then they went to jail and they spent 30 years in jail, and during that time they felt genuine remorse for what they've done. They went to the Lord in genuine asking for forgiveness, and they wanted to give their lives to the Lord. Do you think there's any chance that that guy can be forgiven and enter into heaven, or do you think that what he's done is so horrific that there's no forgiveness for him at all?
So I guess in our society now, it gives them time to forgive himself and to learn about Jesus.
Sure.
And then back in the day, you killed, you died.
Sure.
And so
Right.
if I think of it like that, so that's why I'm saying he gets to learn about forgiveness after he did something horrific.
But he could do that, is what I'm saying.
He could. But
you believe he could.
That's what I'm saying. If somebody didn't believe in Jesus and he goes and he's mid-tier, can he learn and then get to the gates in heaven? Is there no in between? If like that, if there's an in between down here saying, "Hey, I can kill," and then I can find Jesus and be forgiven. Why can't anybody who doesn't believe in Jesus but didn't do anything wrong? Why can't he learn before he goes into the gates?
Are you saying after death?
Yes.
So after a person dies, maybe they don't believe in Jesus when they die.
But they see what's out. They say, "Oh God, that looks amazing. I want to know about that."
Okay. After they die.
Yeah, but the same thing that the same thing a murderer is doing now. I want to see what there is after, because I see other people taking this path, and you see a long line. You're not in hell, but you're not in heaven. But you see this line.
Yeah.
What's this line about?
Right. Like an in between place.
That's what I'm saying.
Like a purgatory.
It's like, okay, how do I get in that line and then see what's on the other side?
Yeah.
I believe that there should be. I believe in something like that.
If that's true, I don't think anybody's going to end up in hell. Just because I think the reason why so many people don't believe in God or in Jesus or in Christianity is because they can't see it. Right? God's invisible, right? We can see the effects of God. Some of us have prayed and he's answered prayers, and that's kind of how we know he's there and stuff. But, to the atheist, he's like, I've never seen God. My life's been terrible. He's never done anything for me. They have all these reasons, right, that God doesn't exist. Yeah. But then if they die, right, like even people have already, like Christopher Hitchens, one of the most famous atheists, right? He wrote books all about how there is no God, and he debate with people, and now he's dead. So bare minimum, he knows for sure if there's a God or not now. There's no debate in his mind anymore, right? So since you and I could believe there is a God, it's like, okay, so he's seen God. So if what you're saying is true, I wonder. Because if Christopher Hitchens saw that, oh my gosh, I was totally wrong. Yeah. I wrote all those books about how God doesn't exist. There he is. Yeah. Okay, I believe. Because now you see, right? To seeing is believing.
Seeing
kind
is
of
believing, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's it's like they say. you ever hear that your point where you're saying just right now about you ever hear that Dane Cook skit where it's the atheist says, "I don't believe in God," and he goes like that. When I die, I'm gonna go into earth. And I'm gonna sprout out a big old tree. Yeah. He goes, "Oh, really?" He's like, "Well, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna bury you in the earth, and I'm gonna sprout you out as a tree and let you grow thick. Yeah. And I'm gonna go in there and cut you down, and I'll turn that wood into the Bible." Yeah. Right. And so one way or the other, you end up needing to know or wondering what is so significant about God. Right. In some way, shape, or form, whether you believe in hell or heaven. Like me, I hope I'm a front row seat. I hope I get a front row seat, and I hope that I learn how to get closer in time. Right. The people who aren't, they have to make a decision. A murderer has to make a decision. I don't believe that he should get. It sounds horrible in a way, but like murderers get so much time to think about horrible things they do. Yeah,
like premeditated murder. Oh, you mean after they do it?
After they do it,
because they're in jail for
because they're in jail.
Gotcha.
I don't think that's a whole other subject, but I don't think that you should get that time to think. I think that
death penalty.
Your penalty. Something should be happening to you. Yeah. Once you do a couple things like that, there won't be many murderers around. Yeah. And I'm not saying people need to be examples. Just know there's consequences. Yeah. No, I'm with you. And consequences. Like stuff should be handled. Yeah. But and if that happened, if you killed and 2 days later or a week later you were sentenced to death, you're not going to have time to go and find Jesus. You're just going to go straight to the dirt.
Yeah.
And
Could be.
You'd
have less time for sure.
Less time to find a connection.
God's God. He could come to you right after you go to jail the first day if he wanted to, right?
It's
possible.
He could.
But yeah, you're right. The longer time you think that you have more time to think about and even change as a person. Like again, if you did these crimes when you're 18 and then you mature in prison and you're 60 now.
Yeah.
None of us are the same. You and I aren't the same thought processes right now in our 40s and 50s that we were when we were 18.
Exactly. And it you see like these shows and he goes, I was a murderer, I was a rapist, I was a killer, I did all those things, and I just found the book and I heard about reading the Bible. So I started reading the Bible. Yeah. And it says I need to pray. So I prayed every single day. I prayed every single day. I prayed for him to forgive me. And then, he didn't forgive me. And then one day I just felt like he forgave me.
Yeah.
And he said, now I'm okay with everything I've done. I'm like, you're okay with, you come to terms with that you murdered somebody.
Yeah, to say you're okay with it, that doesn't sound right.
I'm okay because Jesus loves me now.
Sure.
And so
you're forgiven.
He found somebody to forgive him because no one else has.
Sure.
He's been sentenced to death.
Right.
He'll never die, but he's been sentenced to life in prison. And he found the Spirit in his own way.
Right.
Whether he had the connection or not.
Yeah.
But he's telling people, and so I'm okay with what I did.
See, that's I don't like that wording.
Yeah, but it's how these...
To say I'm forgiven for what I did, I would agree with. But if someone says, I'm okay with it, as if like, oh, what I did was okay. No, what you did was I'm terribly
okay.
evil.
I'm okay with where I'm at right now. I guess I said...
Well, you have been forgiven for your horrendous crimes.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Lord loves you, and he's inviting you to have a relationship with him, even though you've committed these horrendous crimes.
Yeah.
But it's not like the Lord's going, yeah, those things are okay.
No,
no problem.
That was the prisoner's words.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Those are the prisoner. That's what the prisoner saying. Hey, I'm okay now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether I die, whether I get sentenced to death or not, I'm okay with it now.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that you should get that time.
Right.
I don't believe you should get that time.
So when you said a minute ago that you hope you get a front row seat and you want to kind of work on a relationship with the Lord and you want to get to know him better. Is that something you're viewing like after you die, or is that something you want to pursue now?
It's a current.
You hope that now.
It's how do you wait? How do you wage or waver or make it so that you're getting closer? Yeah. Like, is it through prayer? Is it through kind acts? Is it through always being neighborly? All those things like that. And I think on all those things every single day.
Yeah.
I'm a good friend.
Yeah.
I'm a great husband.
Yeah.
Ask my wife.
Yeah. I think she did tell me that.
Yeah, and I would not be the same person without her.
Right.
Like I have a woman life who's there for me 180%.
Yeah.
Whether I choose to do what I want to do, she's on my back. If she thinks I'm doing something not good,
she'll call you out.
She'll call me out.
Yeah.
And say no.
Yeah.
And so I have all the things that are great in my life, and I give to my community. I give to my church when I can. And I give to churches that aren't in my church.
Sure.
And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Does that give me a front row seat? No, because I think that I have to have a better understanding of the way that he walked.
Yeah. And if you were to come to me and say, Ryan, I want to get to know the Lord better. How do I do that? Right? I would say one of the things you said for sure, prayer. Definitely prayer. Talk to the Lord. Tell him that. Yeah. Tell him, Lord, I just want to get to know you better. Lead and guide me, direct me. How do I do this? I've even told the Lord, I have no idea what I'm doing. I need you to show me what to do. I don't know, right? Yeah. But the only other thing I would mention, I wouldn't mention doing good things, even though those are great things to be doing. I would mention reading Scripture. I would say pray and read Scripture, and that's how you get to know the Lord better. Because which that's the last topic we're going to get into is Scripture. And my thought is that it's penned by men. Of course, we know it was penned by men, but it was inspired by God, and I think it was His tangible word that we can read and learn and know Him better through it. That's my stance. So the last thing I want to ask you is what your stance is on Scripture.
So when you go to church and like someone's up at the podium, they're reading, and they're reading. I'm gonna read scripture, verse, whatever verse it is.
Yeah.
They're reading it. And they read it 25 times, and they're gonna explain it in their words. And so, for me, scripture is, and I haven't read the Bible enough to even recite 10 verses or whatever. But what I gather is that I'm gonna have to read it many times to have an understanding of what each verse means to what it is. Yes. And until I get to that point, I don't have that connection. And that is a real like thing that is a time thing. Why don't I make time for it?
Right.
Why don't why don't I make time? Is it because I'm being lazy?
Yeah.
Is it because I work 10 hours a day?
Yeah.
Well,
and we all do that. That's all. Yeah, priorities, right?
So then you question, like, not question your faith, but you question, like, I'll never be better if I don't have a better understanding. Right. I believe what I believe and only believe what I believe from what I know. Right. And what I don't know is the Bible. Yeah. And I think a lot of people don't. People will bust out verses or bust out whatever. You'll hear people read the verse 14 times. 14 people will read different things, but it'll come out 14 different ways. Sure. And so like whose version is the right way? That's a great question. But then you realize the only version that matters is one that you believe to be what it is. Well, unless it's not true. Unless it's not true. If the one you believe to be true is the one that's not true, then you're doubly screwed, because then you're believing something that's false. Yes. Right. But like for me, and that's the question you just asked is the best question, right? And I think every believer should get to that point where you're like, okay, how do I know? I got the NIV, the King James, the New King James, the ESV. You got 40 million different English translations of the Bible. Yeah. And sometimes they say very different things. And you're like, well, how do I know which one, if I'm holding that this is the true, inspired, inerrant word of God? Like, that's God. Like, I want to know what God said, right? That's pretty important. But you got one person saying, oh, well, I like this translation over here because it says it this way. And the other guy says, no, I like this translation because it says it this way. That's great. You like it that way, and this guy over here likes it that way. But which one's right? Yeah. Because that's really the question we need to know. Well, there's 4 different words in this version over here. Right. And then those 4 different words mean different things. Maybe. Yeah. Well, and that's why for me, I got to the point where I was like, I'm gonna look at, for the New Testament, I'm gonna look at the Greek. Yeah. I'm gonna do the best of my ability to learn the Greek so I can know what this means that the English translations are, because that's what they're translating it from, right? They're looking at the Greek. Okay, in English, we got to make it so people can read it. And that's why you have a lot of different translations. But if I go just to the Greek, I'm like, okay. Yeah. That's what it says. There's still a lot of parts of Scripture where I'm like, I don't understand that. Yeah. But at least I know that's what it says, to where if like, say, the NIV says one thing and the King James says something else, how do I know which one is really what it says? So, but I mean, that's great questions. But like, from your view, do you think the Bible's true? Yeah, I do. I do believe it. And I believe it's true, and I believe it has fancy words. Yes, sometimes. And so then you have to break out another book called the Thesaurus. Thesaurus. Yeah. Right. Yeah. For sure. And you break out this dinosaur thing. Okay. Yeah. And you open it up. You're like, what does that word mean? And it's like, why didn't it say that was just a bottle? Right. You said this word that I never even heard before. Yeah, for sure. And so you read it, and then I'm like, okay, I obviously don't know what this word is, but I'm going to read this paragraph 3 more times. Right. And I'm going to try I'm going to make it the word I think it is. Yeah. And it's not even close. Yeah. Yeah. He didn't take the bottle. The bottle was shipped. It's like, it was totally. And so understanding the language is huge. Yes. And and even the culture that it came out in, because you manifest it into crazy things. Right. And so that's where it takes time. And that's why people say, people are say, oh, I read the Bible and it took me this amount of time. I said, did you skim it? Yeah. You skim in the Bible? Right. Because if you're a person who says, hey, you almost have a little bit of like a person who goes, I understand the Bible and I've read it like 8 times. Right. And then you can tell they read it like 8 times.
Yeah.
They're going on there, a verse 4, chapter 6, whatever.
Yeah.
They're reading it and it says this, but that word, he goes, that word means this.
Yeah.
And he goes, okay, that guy knows his stuff.
Well, that's the beauty. See, to me, that's what lets me know it's a supernatural work and not just the work of man, because the Bible says about itself, it's living and powerful. And I've been reading, I became a Christian in like 2002, right? And I've been reading scripture for years, but I will still, to this day, I will be reading a verse I've read countless times. And the Lord takes it in that moment and speaks something to me. Not that he's changing the words are all the same.
Yeah.
But it means something different to me because of maybe the time of life I'm in or the spot, something that just happened, or even the relationship with the Lord that I'm in. And it's like, oh my gosh, how did I never see that before? And that's beautiful, because I can read a Stephen King book a bunch of times. Nothing's really going to speak to me differently, right? It's like, oh, well, yeah, that guy died in that chapter, and then this girl, committed this crime over here, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's always going to be the same, but the Bible is just, you can read it. You can live to be 200 years old, read it every day. You're never going to get to the point where like, no,
I got it.
I know all there is to know. I have arrived. I am the spiritual guru of the world. Get out of my way, or whatever. It's never going to happen.
I think I'm going to try I become a book tape guy.
Oh, there you go.
Audio, and
me too.
I think that just because I do pickup delivery, or if I'm working out, I'm going to try it and see how that works for me.
You should. It works good.
And I think that hearing the words,
yes,
rather than trying to manipulate the words that I don't understand.
Yeah. And just hearing somebody read it to you.
I thought about that, but then again, I want to make that commitment.
Yes.
And if I'm not ready to make that commitment, because I don't want to do 2 chapters and be like, and I'm just not going to play that book for a while.
Right.
I want to commit myself to it, and obviously when it comes to the Bible, it's your terms.
Yes.
And if you can't commit to it, then you'll never learn from it, I believe.
Yeah. Well, it's your terms in the sense of how much time are you going to give up to do it.
Exactly.
That's the decision you need to make, because it's like nobody can make that for you.
Yeah, like Mama Linda, she has all day long, so she commits all day long.
Right.
I don't have that commitment. Bless her heart. She commits enough for the whole family. And so if I can snag a little bit of her time, that'll be good to go. And I think that is if I leave with anything after this conversation of all the things like that. That's something that it came to my mind right now. Kind of thing like how can I rather than put my face in a book, how can I do that? And I love listening to book tapes.
Audio,
and maybe I'm gonna give that a gander.
You should. I have one that's like it's a really popular one because it's got like all these famous actors. It's still reading the literal words of the Bible. Yeah. But when there's parts like in the narrative, like where it's like maybe like Gospels, it's actually people playing the parts. Oh, wow. So there's different people reading. Like if it's Mary talking, you hear a woman's voice. But there's it's an all-star like celebrity.
Oh wow, they're using their voices.
There's like Richard Dreyfuss and Marissa Tomei and there's just a bunch of people. I can't remember everybody. I think Jim Caviezel does Jesus, which is funny because he played him in the Passion. But then I also, because I work at the library, somebody donated this, and this was the coolest thing ever. Somebody donated the whole Bible, Old and New Testament, in audio form, read by James Earl Jones.
Oh, God.
So it's Darth Vader.
Oh, Jesus.
He's like, Luke, chapter 1. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That's the coolest thing, dude.
Oh, my gosh.
It's so cool. And it's like, I'm listening to Darth Vader read me the Bible. This is great, But yeah, there's a lot of good ones out there, dude. You can even find free ones that are just like
we have Audible. My wife has.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I'm doing an Audible. So I'll do it on the Audible, and I'll tell you what, I will touch base if I can.
I'd love it.
And then
I would love that.
I can let you give you a little insight of what. Not that we need to have a cross conversation, but just say, hey, this is what I did, and you can reply however you like.
That'd be great.
Or just a thumbs up.
Yeah. That would make my day, really. I love that kind of stuff. So yeah.
If I got anything out of that, I got that today.
Cool. Good, man.
Hey.
Yes. Well, I got a lot out too. This was fun. I had a blast.
It was good.
This is really cool. So
I had a great time. I'm glad my wife nominated me.
Yes, me too. I always appreciate recommendations. And saying that, if you have any, let me know.
I will.
I love doing this. So, but yeah, thanks a lot, man. This was a good time.
Thank you so much for listening to this episode. Don't forget to share this episode and this podcast in general with everyone that you know. To reach me, you can send me an email at whycan'twetalkaboutthat@proton.me. See you next time.